These aren't just random cloud formations. These perfectly curved clouds that stretch across the sky are showing up more and more all over the world. But here's the thing. Clouds don't curve like that. They don't bend in perfect curves across the entire sky. That kind of curve, that's not random. That's not weather modification. That's the shape of something huge. These are the atmospheric edges of nearby planets, massive bodies from our binary twin solar system that are passing extremely close to Earth. You're literally seeing the outline of their skies. Most people are still being told it's just clouds or geoengineering, but these formations go beyond that. This isn't just a strange cloud. It's the sky of another world overlapping with ours. Here's what's really happening. We live in an electrical universe, not one ruled by gravity. These other planets in our binary system don't need to crash into us to come close. They're moving along an electromagnetic path that passes right between Earth and our suns, which means we're ultimately seeing the dark sides of these binary planets. Big curved shadows and skies that don't look like Earth's anymore. In fact, they're passing so close by Earth that most of the clouds we see are actually clouds from the atmospheres of these other planets. That's right, other planets have clouds too. This is the very reason why in recent years we started to see new and different clouds that we've never seen before. And that's why they push so hard to blame everything on weather modification. They need people distracted. They need people thinking man-made so they don't realize we're surrounded by an entire solar system of planets that we're purposefully not being told about. Open your eyes, look at the curves. The truth is literally undeniable.
Wow, wasn't that exciting? Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. As usual, I have my goosebumps. That must mean something exciting. But yeah, welcome. And yeah, we got a lot to talk about, et cetera, et cetera. You know, we're going to have Sam Hofman joining us, as always, the one and only Sam on the one and only podcast that's talking about only things that Sam can and is able to disclose, which is a binary solar system. And I know it's the last thing that people expect to see or hear, but that's what's happening. I'm not talking about grab your telescope. I'm not saying that at all, because that would do you no good. It'd just be a waste of time. You know, you really don't need a telescope. You can just look up in the sky and see planets and different planets in all directions. Actually, it's hard to believe, but we have the proof. 15 years of visual, photographic documentation that back up everything that we will be talking about. So if you're skeptical, you know, just ask for the proof, because there's more than enough of it. So what else have I not covered other than I'm happy to see you all? I can't believe it's Saturday again. It's already a week. Actually, this week went by a little slower, thank goodness. I'm ready for the show today, and we're going to have a great one. There's lots to talk about. So let's go ahead and get things rolling, because I want to see you guys. So let's go ahead, and here he is. Here's Sam. He's here.
Hey, Sam, hi, everybody. Yeah, we had a little internet trouble here. I got thrown off already three times.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm yelling at the girls, turn everything off. It won't let me in. And I'm scrolling.
I must be psychic, because I told Gillian, I can hear him now telling everybody to turn their games off.
Yeah, I had trouble connecting to Facebook even. And so here we are. Restarted the computer 3 times, and, got rid of browsing history and all of that.
Right.
Yeah, of course, good kick in the pants. I overslept. I took a nap this morning, and apparently it was a nice, very long nap. So that's a good thing. I'm going to be fresh and sparky and crazy for everybody today.
Okay. Longest show ever. I don't know. But at least you're rested. You're well rested. So.
Hey, there we go.
What's new in Montana? Yeah. Anything new? Hot? Is it hot, cold, wet, dry?
We actually... It's 77 degrees right now, cloudy skies. We actually had some rain, very beneficial, much needed rain this week. Unfortunately, I didn't get to do much planet watching because it was cloudy, and I mean particularly cloudy. Today, I believe, is the full moon. There's lots of cosmic crazy shit going on. Oh yeah, and we'll of course fill everybody in on what's going on with the weather and everything as we go on.
Of course, right. Always lots going on with the weather. So I was gonna say it's too hot for me. I can't. I mean, I could take pictures, but it's too hot. It's just too hot to go stand outside and take pictures. But honestly, there's not been much to see. I was out running errands yesterday, and I was disappointed. I thought maybe I'll catch something interesting, but no. Everybody else is getting the show, but me. It's just kind of a clear sky.
Gillian saw some stuff today and all that. Yeah.
And I heard Jesus did, so
awesome.
I'm excited to see so I'll just live vicariously through everybody else until my sky and until it cools down. It's supposed to be this next week in the 102, 103 temperatures. That's the actual
in some areas up to 120 in some areas again.
Anyway. It's August.
And there's more, and of course the hurricanes are going to start next week, or at late end of next week. And there's some really bad weather coming into the Midwest today. We'll cover that as well in
for sure
a little while.
Okay, well, I see.
Really, I'm awake. I swear, I am awake.
It'll kick in.
I know. I'm still doing the blink, blink. Having. I get a phone call, I get a phone call and I hear it and I rush to the phone and then I look at the clock and go, wow.
Don't you hate that panic feeling? I'll just tell everybody, I called Sam about 15 minutes before the show was to start because he hadn't hopped on yet. And I'm like, something's up. Something is up because he's always, he's on time. He is never a moment late. If anybody's late, it's me, but not Sam.
Usually I'm early.
Hey, I was your alarm clock. I was Sam's alarm clock today.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It's a good thing that the phone actually rang because I've been having trouble. I got to buy a new phone.
I know. Can you
imagine?
Can you imagine sleeping through the show? Oh boy, don't say that.
No, I can't. I can't imagine that. I don't think.
Right.
I don't think Providence would let me.
Right.
Although
okay,
I am sweating the possibility of being non-punctual.
If that were to happen, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
No,
we would manage, but it would not be the same without you. I mean,
I don't like goofing up. Period. So.
Show 127, and you've been on every show, I think, except two. I think every right. First couple of shows. Wasn't it funny because at this first couple of shows, we hadn't really talked about you being on the show. We talked about me and Jesus,
right.
And then later Gillian, but I didn't even know you wanted to be on the show at first. Isn't that funny? You would think that we would have talked about that.
Yeah, what would you guys do?
I know. It wouldn't. I know. It just would never would have panned out. Not to show 127. No. Yeah. So I love how it worked out. So, well, let's get Gillian in here. She's our friend in Scotland, and I see her. She's setting up straight. I mean, she's like, pick me first. No. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bring her on here with us and see how things are going in Scotland. According to her pictures, it's kind of weird. Hey, Gillian. She has some weird pictures to share with everybody today. I'll be bringing them on here in a little bit, but I would wait till you see them, Sam. But I'm going to say what she caught some peculiar pictures is a weird looking craft or system of crafts, like several.
I don't know what.
It's not a planet. It's not an asteroid. It's not a moon. You do the process of elimination, and I'm down to crafts. So,
yeah, I had a kind of a rather difficult, uncomfortable week dealing with that part of the phenomenon because I took a deep dive back into the past and got a little bit post-traumatic stress disorder from my situation by realizing the enormity of what is really going on, and I'm going to make another attempt to share that with people because, frankly, I don't think they realize the depth of what's going on. And we talk about the cubes and we talk about the alien craft and all of that, but there's so much more, you guys. There's so much more.
I'll tell you, I found a video. I just wanted it come across on my TikTok, but it was, Michael Tellinger. Are you familiar with Michael Tellinger? You would know him if you saw him.
Okay.
It was an interview. He's like an archaeologist.
Okay.
Anyway, it was so interesting. I saved it. I'm going to post it to my other YouTube channel. But everybody would love to hear that. I was thinking the whole group would love this interview with him. He covered so many of the things that you talk about, we talk about, and about the Anunnaki, about the gold, it was very fascinating. So
good. I'd love to have a copy of it.
Yeah, you would like it. It's like 36 minutes long.
Well, that's a short one for me.
Yeah, right. But anyway, I'll be sharing that somehow or another to people so y'all can see it because it was really good. Everybody would love it. So, but yeah, about the Anunnaki and I was telling you, he thinks the gold had something to do. One of the things, many things he talked about, but that when they grind up the gold and put it to the atmosphere, it creates an invisibility technology that he believes they were trying to hide Earth, as well as other planets.
You mean hide them? And okay.
Hide their gold factory. Hide the gold factory.
Well, that might be a minute part of it.
Yeah.
They do use it in their technology, yes.
Right.
I have a funny feeling it's probably human blender information miscued.
Could be. But
because for one, we've heard a lot of people over the years go, it's from another dimension or it's cloaked. Well, that's not what the case is. They don't need to cloak it because Nibiru has a very interesting atmosphere, just like Earth does, very thick. a lot thicker than we imagine from television or from Star Wars or from movies or whatever. So they don't need to cloak or hide. Any hiding from the higher races is long ago already shut down because the other races are, highly aware that we're all here, including them. So you have to learn what to discount, because a lot of human information is skewed through personal beliefs and minute little things that will throw off the reality of what's going on. But there's also factional agenda from both sides that are sharing this issue. It's not one group on Earth and one group off Earth. It's many groups off Earth, many groups on Earth, and some of them are talking to each other. And I have not talked about that very much because there's a level of nature of classified that goes along with that. So I skip over that automatically. And I think there's a higher level of dread that people should actually be existing into the realization of how much of an actual conspiracy to hide this that is going on.
I'm sure.
It's really huge. Really big. It's also really dangerous.
When you look at the timeline, it's anywhere from 240,000 years to 400,000 years. That was the range.
Right. Around 400, 300,000. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so a lot can be, a lot of misinformation can be, happen.
There was the original onset treaty that has to do with the Eisenhower's years.
Yeah.
And then there was onset of other things in the 60s, 1964. And then there was an onset of occurrences in the early 80s, 1980, etc. And now then there's 2010, and now what we're dealing with now, the fact that they came out of hiding in 2019, and then they've been in our faces ever since, people. So there's a lot going on.
But I'll just throw this out there real quick, and then I'll get Chris on here. But they're talking a lot about November being, they're going to be here. The aliens, they're going to be here in November. And I just feel like that's such a con, I just.
They're already here. They're already flying around our skies regularly, daily. Star destroyers are being seen around the world by people every day. And they're just not connecting the dots because nobody wants to report it. Everybody will go, everybody will think I'm crazy. I don't dare talk about extraterrestrials.
This is NASA. As far as I believe it's NASA that's releasing this story.
Yeah.
I mean,
I rewatched some congressional. I rewatched some congressional testimonies from the UAP conference that they just had about what was about 6 months ago, where they went public with the imperial probe droids and all of that were flying over their bases, and people, it's huge. I'm putting on that little yodel there because it is so big, and they do not want you to know about this. And I never screamed it from the height, from my soapbox enough. And so this week I took the deep dive back into my NDA and started going, oh shit, maybe I'm going too far, maybe I'm saying too much. Oh, my kids, blah blah blah. And I took a drastic re-frightened. I re-scared the shit out of myself. Let's put it that way. Yeah. And I'll let you bring Christopher on.
You're right. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Chris in here and see. Let's see how hot Vegas is today. I'm going to get 107. We'll see. I don't know. Okay.
Hey guys, Chris, how's everyone doing today?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Hey, the AC's working. He's wearing a heavy shirt. The AC is working.
I saw that. Are you wearing
Jackie's got the air on pretty heavy today.
Wow.
Nice. It's like you open the front door and you can't go outside. It's too hot. It's like literally stuck in the house for like the last 3 days.
Same. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's going to get even hotter next week, but I just don't go outside, and then the problem is solved. But I feel bad for the outside cats and people, you know, but anybody that has
what
to
you
deal
do,
with that.
You strap a GoPro on Mittens and then toss her out the door and let her do the sky watching for you.
She can,
Exactly.
yeah, she's a natural. Yeah, she's a natural. Put it on her little helmet.
Climb it from a tree.
Yeah.
Climb it from a tree.
I mean, she's our mascot. She's
wherever they climb
up. Yeah. She only goes out like in the morning for a little bit until it gets too hot. Then she got to come in. So, but
I might as well say it. I might as well say it just to get it out there. But I've been off sick this week, and I don't want to stay on too long. But at the same time, I haven't done hardly anything this week, and
I know you got to see your friends. You got to see your friends for a little bit. But yeah, you might want to take a break and go lay down and listen for a while. So that's certainly
you're a trooper,
understandable.
Yeah.
Or if you want to take a break and come back on later, whatever, you know, don't push yourself too hard.
Yeah, I just didn't want to not do anything. I have to get up for a little while, air the house, make sure everything's got food and some fresh. You've got to get fresh air. You know, you got to get up, walk about, go back, lie down again. But unfortunately, it is what it is. So.
Right.
Have to wait till
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're
the immune system will look after it.
Right. Just takes time. You know, that's all it takes is time, and your body will just be like pow, 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 and it will win. So
so one of these things, like I've been eating like crazy for the last 2 days. I didn't for the first couple of days. I felt, oh my god, I don't know what this is, and then suddenly realized what it was, and
oh no.
Yeah. Well, I hear a slight cough, but it doesn't. I mean, you are better than you were a few days ago. So see, it'll get better.
Yeah, well, Camp Chetka is pumping out a whole lot of volcanic ash.
Thing is, I was telling myself it was something like that. You see, you don't think about it anymore, do you? It's like
right. I was last week when I got sick. It took me several hours to realize. Wait a minute. I'm sick. You know, when I realized I had a fever, I thought, God, it's been years since I've been sick. So it took me. I was like, duh. You know, hand palm on forehead moment, going, gee, I'm sick. And then
it's like been about 3 years since. You know.
Then I rode the crazy train on the antihistamine path, and wow.
Oh yeah, that was
fun.
That was.
Yeah, I'm usually like if I start feeling a sore throat or something, I'm in like complete denial. I will not admit that I'm sick. It's not happening.
No, it's like if you do, then yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's frustrating.
Can't admit.
Yeah, fever is like, oh my word, you forget what it's like to have a fever. Because if you're a healthy person,
right.
Are we having really bad issues today, or what?
Well, we are having a coronal hole facing Earth right now, so we should have nothing but computer problems right now. And I'm amazed that any of us even have internet service as of today. That coronal hole has come around for the 12th time, and it is unbelievably massive, and it looks like kind of like an L. I haven't looked at it today, and I did not get a chance to look up anything anybody sent me. I spent yesterday trying to deal with cooking, and I did get my laundry done this week, you guys.
Nice. I did too. I did so much cleaning this week. I mean, you know, our landlord is selling our house that we live in, but it should be fine. I mean, we're under a lease. He's trying to resell it to another landlord person, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I still got people coming through the house to look around. So I'm so paranoid about that. Everything had to be like a show house.
I would not pass right now.
Yeah, so it's really clean. But anyway, I hear an echo. Do you ever?
Yeah, we're having a little of that. And that's the coronal hole. And our link, what will probably be going on is our link between us and Gillian in the United States all the way to the UK, Scotland, is going to probably echo on us perhaps throughout the show today.
Strange.
And that's that super highway, that open coronal hole. And by the way, this can also cause extreme earthquakes. And then I got a whole, half hour, 45-minute conversation about what's going on with the earthquakes around the Ring of Fire right now. So, and what scientists are saying, and what opened up in Kamchatka after that 8.8 last week is still going boom-ba-da-boom-ba-da-boom. They were having some 6s and 7s this morning. And now there is a fissure series. I think there are 3 blowing volcanoes right there in that string. Not just one on Kamchatka, but 1, 2, 3. And they are all burping out massive amounts of pumice ash. And it's a gray, nasty shit. And we're all breathing that around the world. So, because it went 60, 80,000, so that means it's completely gone around. As well as the sound wake, Eddie, they experienced an unusual electrical occurrence in the northern hemisphere when that 8.8 went off. But there was more going on to it. And that wave successively went around the planet at least twice, if not 3 times. But they also are seeing a harmonic wave as of like the 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, going throughout the planet that is not making geological sense to the seismometers. And I will reiterate again that the USGS is highly understaffed, and they're also purposefully, so anybody who's living near Mount Rainier or in Washington State right now, they are purposely downgrading the actual earthquake value that is going on, because what's happened since the beginning of August in the Mount Rainier and a couple of days prior to it as well. But they've got well over 1,000 earthquakes underneath Mount Rainier.
Yeah. I'll just point this out. Here's what I come across.
Yeah. The entire Ring of Fire is moving, people. And with this coronal hole, that's going to possibly increase today, tomorrow. And then there's other things that could go along from these earthquakes. As a matter of fact, the New Madrid has been moving this month also. And they experienced a couple, now small ones, in Missouri by USGS standards don't mean much to the folks in California. But it's a different. Okay, in California, the San Andreas goes up and down and slides. But in New Madrid, a 2.0 or a 2.8 goes outward like a rock in a pond where it splashes, and that the seismic wave goes completely different than what happens here in Montana or Colorado or Mexico or Texas or any of that. So it's a different thing. So a 5 in Missouri will be twice as devastatingly damage laden than anything in California. And now also on the East Coast in New Jersey and New York, they also have some tiny ones, but that again has a different wave pattern on the East Coast. And so there's activity going on there as well. So heads up, people, we go for a ride now, lady.
Yeah.
What's going on? Freaky.
I hope Maria's okay, because she had.
Yeah, she's had some biggies going on up there. Now they've got a little bit of mix of the both, of the side to side and the up and down. If you go to the Aleutians, that's the side to side. If you go across the bay into Anchorage and everything, that's a little bit more of the Canadian up and down. So yeah, they're got both of it, and of course up there, if Scar or whatever, it's Scar, right, Gillian? You Mount Scar. What's the name of that volcano? I never remember the damn name. You always remind me.
Usually I'm the one that remembers words.
Anyway, yeah, okay. Well, you I haven't had a brain.
Look it up for us in the comments.
Well, anyway, that one across there's actually 3 across the bay from Anchorage.
Mount Spur.
Spur. Okay, right.
Oh, okay,
and then begin with an S. I'm going to get close to memorizing that, I swear. So anyway, Mount Spur, if that went off across the bay from them, they would definitely be layered in ash. I went through Mount St. Helens, and if Rainier goes off, oh my God, Rainier's covered in an ice cap, and they're going to have a lahar from hell all the way in Tacoma, all the way to Seattle. And It blows me away that they actually built on top of an old flow path. That whole area of cleared flat land was a previous lahar flow, so that it's going to go right down that same path, and that's Tacoma. and Seattle. So if you are living in Seattle, Tacoma, or Oregon for that matter, or even Northern California, I would be very, very aware that the USGS is highly, highly, highly underreporting the amount of real earthquakes. And I would learn really quick how to go to the USGS and look up the information for yourself, because I think they've got the junior officers flying the desk.
Yeah.
Our government has been gutted on purpose. There was a new proclamation signed today that is going to remove the homeless. So if you don't care about immigrants being removed from the street, people, the homeless are about to vanish. And this is part of that thing, that deep dive I took into this week, why I was so re-frightened, because I did remember exactly what's going on and just how much we're being lied to, intentionally lied to.
Yeah.
People, this is serious.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you too much, because if I do, I will vanish again. And they don't seem to have a problem with knocking on my door and taking me and locking me up in a basement under a light in a federal courthouse. It's happened before. And it's pretty frightening. It's not a fun place to go. Again, it's like being in some sci-fi movie all by myself. It's so weird.
Right.
If I had you guys across the coffee table, I'd tell you the whole story, but I can't. I can't do it here.
Yeah.
Right.
It's worse than you can imagine. My father, who was in a concentration camp, a slave labor camp through the Germans, my father, not my grandfather, my dad, went through that, and he warned me, and people, his warnings, I can't even express to you what him knowing how evil man can be to man.
Yeah.
And an example of that runs from 1933 all the way on through 1945. If you were to talk about World War II, it actually went a lot longer. Some really nasty worldwide events occurred even prior to them rushing into Poland and wiping out the poor Polish folks. And anytime anybody wants to tell a Polak joke, you just remember what they went through during World War II, and they deserve a lot more respect than we give them.
Absolutely.
And it's going on again today, and Putin's up to his crazy shit, and more distractions are coming by the supposable meeting. And guys, oh Christ, it is so much worse than I tell you. It is so much worse, people, what's really going on, and how far down the damn river we've been sold.
Yeah.
And I got really, 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 really upset this last week, and a bunch of my friends heard about it. And I thank you for your patience in my minor freakout that I went through this week. Because I know what's going on up there, and I see it, and I smell it, and I taste it, and I know where we are. And, we are not being heard. We're being shut down on purpose. They're keeping us from speaking to you for a huge reason.
Yeah, it's wild.
I was going to say, I believe all of us, like myself, Chris, Jesus, all of our channels and platform across all platforms are, you can tell that your numbers are nowhere where they should be, or where they used to be, I mean, it's just...
Yeah, or where they used to be, exactly.
Censored, just being censored. So, obviously.
Spam.
I know, it's like, it's frustrating. Even the new channel, I mean, it started off just booming, and after I started tagging, like, Twin Solar System, everything started to change. And it's like, now, is anybody out there, very few people. What
do we have to do? Mail a monthly snail mail letter? Or, I know.
I know.
Do I have to get out the old-fashioned typewriter?
Right. But we do
report and put it in the mail with a stamp.
It's to be expected, considering, because we,
I'm amazed I'm still here. Knock on wood. I'm amazed that I still have internet. They have fried numerous computers of mine over the years. And now I'm, listed and marked as everything I send to anyone, anywhere. I get the little spam warning notice in the corner of my screen going, the admin will approve your post.
Yeah,
and even on sites that they everybody tells me that's not what they're doing. It's still happening to me on everything I post now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fact. It's crazy.
I'm bad for your health. Don't listen to that guy. He's bad.
I've had to set you to to where you can you're pre-approved, all your posts should be coming through. And even after I did that, they're still not. So it's just, why? Yeah. Very, very weird. Ugh.
So I've been playing the spam song, and I watched a movie on like the Spam channel where these guys tested all. I wrote their name down, and I'll share it probably next week. But there's even videos out there on YouTube about spam, the 13 different kinds of spam.
Huh.
And the maple flavor and the teriyaki and jalapeno and on and on and on. I think those were the top 3. And then the worst one, I can't even remember which the worst one was. But anyway, Spam Light.
Yeah.
I've never had it.
Fried spam is really good in the mountains, and I'm telling you, man, you throw a couple of little seasonings on it, and everything in the mountains that you cook when you're camping, because you're not breathing car exhaust. And car exhaust blows out your mouth really bad. You go up into the mountains and you cook, and you'd be amazed how fantastic food tastes when you're not breathing car exhaust.
Well, let's check in the comment section. I bet there's all kinds of spam lovers out there in the comment section. So let's see who's here. Okay, what's going on? Okay, let's see. First, Sharon. Sharon, do you love spam? Yes or no? Okay.
Hungry for spam.
Hello, Sharon. It's good to see you. I was paying it. I noticed I did notice the profile pics being larger, so I like it. I don't know. Something's different. But
we were praying. We were praying that you find a big, large deposit of the golden stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Down there in Australia. Good luck to you.
You could be invisible. Right.
More chance, mon ami.
For sure. I sent you a link too, Sharon, just in case. You never know. I don't know if you're busy or what, but it's there in case you want to. And Ice to the Sky is here. Kitty cat. I love it. And who is this person again? Help me remember. Is it? Oh gosh, I'm like going blank. I know this. Tell me your name.
I am too.
Tell me your name. I know. I'm like, it's right there. Anyway, I'll get there. We'll get there.
I think Earth has a big dose of that. I don't think anybody's brain is currently working with this corona.
I need one of your Ricolas, Sam.
Yeah. Okay. Our brains are being affected by these coronal holes, and this one.
Yeah.
This is so suspect, and we've never in our entire lives ever seen a coronal hole on our star like this. Never. And this is the 12th time it's been stable. It hasn't dissipated or changed. It's been stable. 12 rotations now, people. I really do not think they're showing us live footage of our star. I think they're showing us that big damn ass standard red. I really do. I have no way to prove
this morning.
that.
It's wild looking. The coronal holes at the southern hemisphere, and there's this like ball at the center. There's a hole on top of this sphere right in the center, and then almost the whole southern hemisphere is just this black void. It's just wild looking.
Yeah, and that causes an electrical connection to our all of the planets, and we are also right now going through the Lion's Gate alignment.
Right.
And I suggest everybody out there go look this up, because the Lion's Gate falls directly in line with the description by the Roman Catholic Church of the immaculate constellation, people, which is a key word which is used, and that's literally, they sort of declassified that with the government, NASA congressional hearings, and they used it and they mentioned it so many times. Now let's re-examine that phrase, immaculate, having to do with like the Virgin Mary and all of that, and religion and all of that. Okay, so it's a religious connotation. Okay, a religious constellation. Think about that. They're telling us that this constellation is here. They're admitting it in Congress. But if you don't know what that is, then your brain goes, oh, they called it that. That's the code name for it. No, this is a reality of what's occurring. The Immaculate, this is where the demigods is. This is where the people that made us, thy kingdom come. And if you go back through the Bible, if you're into the Bible, people don't even know when the Bible was written or how or by who or what it was gathered. And it was gathered in 312 AD, 312 years after the death, well, actually, excuse me, about 290 years after the death, quote unquote, of Jesus. And then it took them 25, 30 years to get the quorum together, where all of the major bishops from all of the major Christian religions got together to formulate what was introduced into the Bible. So the Bible was written just prior to 400 AD. So people, that there's a long connection between Jesus and stories of Jesus. And this is where, if you go into Jubilees and all the other Book of Enoch that were removed, that were kept by the Ethiopian Bible, there's this whole big to-do about this. And to make a long story short, this is a story that has been shared through other civilizations, including the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and previous, all the way going back to the beginning of the Bronze Age. Okay, so people, you got to check your history. What's really going on is 10 times what you imagine. If you're a layman and you walk into this today, it's 50 times. And I don't think I've done a good enough job explaining this to you guys, and I'm going to try a little bit harder, even though there are limitations to what I can publicly say.
Right.
And Gillian and I had that conversation this week. Yes, you do need a Ricola.
I will say hi to Lori. She's here.
Hi, Lori.
Of course she made it. She's here. But good to see you, Lori.
Yeah, people. Good.
Experimental. I'm just going to knock out a few people. Hi, experimental. And she's also talking about an astrological week, full moon, Lionsgate. What is that?
Yeah, Lionsgate, Lunes is like NASA, DH Lamas.
Yeah. Wow.
Interesting.
I don't know either.
Is that Latin for? Excuse me, Lion.
Everybody's coughing. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
I have the fan on and I have dry throat, so yeah, it is Ricola time.
T. Racy is here.
How you doing?
Here. She never misses a show. So are you wearing your T-shirt, T. Racy? I'm kidding, but anyway, she's one of that. Got one of our T-shirts. A few people, several actually. Now I think about it, more than a few. So
I'm wearing tie-dye today.
I can't wait to see my new one. My next one. It's on its way. It's going to be here soon. So, and Taylor, he won't put it in the dryer, will he? He just walked in the door.
That's right. I forgot.
No.
Dude.
Dry my alien shirt. But welcome home. I know. He said whoopsie.
No, man, those are the pagan festivals. The pagan festivals. The words are pagan.
I'm glad you're home. I know you're hot and tired. Go rest. Thanks, honey. See you later. And Nicola's here. Looky there, our friend.
Hi, Nicole. How you doing?
Hi, Cola. I'm not hi, Colorado. Hi, Nicole. And she sent me some of her pictures, just a couple, but they're very interesting. We're going to see that here in a little bit. I have never
Yeah,
seen anything quite
Colorado
like
is
that. Never.
Colorado's going to have some nasty weather today and tomorrow,
Yeah.
and Kansas and Nebraska and Minnesota. And we've been having some nasty stuff going off on eastern Montana all the way through North Dakota all week. So big doings going on this week, and it's going to get worse again. Scary stuff.
Hello,
Hi,
Alexander. Good to see you. He says, busy astrological week. 6
Yeah.
planets in our solar system are lined up in the sky
Yes.
tonight. Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Yeah, well, it's going to be totality. By all the way up until the end of the month, it's going to be 8 of 8. So
Yeah.
we are in an entire planetary conjunction, which is why it has a name, the Lion's Gate. Now think of that, the Lion's Gate.
Yeah.
What came up from below us, and we show these pictures, and it has to do. Now the symbol for Nibiru and the 2 stars stacked together has a lion on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
And it all fits. And last year was the year of the dragon for the Chinese, and and here we are. We are right in the middle of the absolute transition of the passing of the Nibiru group. So maybe this is just officially that Lionsgate. This is where all the planets are aligned. And my question is, are their planets aligned in this alignment as well? Is it not just our solar system? But the question is, what if all of the planets are aligned on this occasion, this month? That would be huge. Now, that would also explain what's going on crazy with our geologic and all the lava and the volcanoes and the tectonic plate movement all around the world. It fits. And then the weird coronal hole sun patterns. All of this fits. So we are in dire times. Dun dun dun. Wow. It's amazing. Hold on, those handles they put in cars up on the ceiling there, and so you can get in and out and hold on when you're going around the corner. Up here in Montana, we call that the OG's handle. So everybody make sure you notice where your OG's handles are.
Right.
There's been some plane crashes this week. There has been every day of this week a mass shooting in the United States. Let that sink in. So much so I was sitting there going, oh my God, are they staging this? Or, and I don't want to go there because that's
I know,
QAnon,
right?
That's QAnon crazy.
But they do. No, it's not that. It's long before QAnon was a thing. They stage false flag, and
I don't
people
know.
do get hurt in false flags.
I think it's manipulated into
but they are
occurring.
staged.
I think a great deal of them is manipulated into occurring. Getting a fall guy, driving the fall guy crazy so the fall guy breaks over the edge.
Yeah, look at the dude from what happened here in Las Vegas. That there's no rhyme or reason to what this guy wanted, why he did what he did, and the events leading up to it, and what happened afterwards. It's just
and what's amazing is how fast that got swept under the rug. I bet you half the people that just heard you remind people of that had completely forgotten that. And that was a mass shooting, people. And there has been one every day of this week. There's actually been more than that. I mean, and a lot of them don't get reported nationally. And they're busy on the Epstein files, which is great. I love the circus. The monkeys, the elephants, and the clowns. So, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
And we got some new faces here in the comments section today.
Hi, Marquez.
I mean, he's actually in the Netherlands, but he's here too. He's here.
Right.
So we're all right here together. So it's good to see you, Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. And
I got to come off the ceiling here. Somebody
Here's
pull my string. I'm floating. I'm bouncing on the ceiling.
I don't know. Colorado Skywatchers Anonymous is her group on Facebook. So if you do Facebook and you want to see more sky pictures, there you go. There's another group.
Yeah, wildfires are going. They are evacuating people in Southern California again. That took off today. I think it's called the Campfire. There is the Grand Canyon fire is going crazy still.
Still going on.
Canada is still burning like hell. Now there was a little bit of air relief for the East Coast.
Yeah.
I still think they're getting some, but I haven't heard the warnings for it as much as there was last week. And so hopefully all you folks up in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Chicago, Illinois, Pennsylvania, etc., can breathe a little easier. I know a lot of people are asthmatic from that. I'm sorry. I know we get it here in Montana regularly. We had it last week also. So yeah, nasty doings going on.
I was going to say there's several fires in Europe as well. I've been keeping
They're
track
really
of.
bad. I mean, they said as well, France is really burning badly.
Right.
Seismic activity going up on the islands off the coast of Spain again, in the Canaries. That kicked up again this week, so we get to watch that again. Santorini is crazy. Vesuvius is crazy. On and on and on and on. There's one going off in Japan, and there shitloads going on in Malaysia still. New Zealand had a whole bunch of crazy activity this week. And, just Ring of Fire. And there was even a couple in the middle of the Pacific and a few out there in the southern Atlantic going on, too. All the way even around way south of Australia and Tasmania. They had some Antarctic plate earthquakes. So everything's moving, you guys. I mean, everything is moving. And, again, we have to remember that they're underreporting everything.
Absolutely.
I thought I'd seen a post about people getting evacuated off Antarctica because something happened as well, but I don't know what happened.
Right.
Or have you seen the news coming out of Nova Scotia where it's just a video? I just saw it before we came on, and they're talking about people are now banned from going into the woods and camping and basically doing anything. You can't go for a hike, and they're going to charge $25,000 fine if you go out into the woods. I don't know who their politicians are, but the guys on, making this statement, an official statement saying they're going to start charging their citizens. It's weird. Why would they do that?
Well, extreme weather.
Yeah.
We're having uncontrollable extreme weather events going on around the earth, and
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
with that storm last week. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I'm sorry, but why would they prevent camping because of weather? Because weather's impending?
Or they know something's coming? I don't.
Or
And they didn't say anything of this. They're just, the clip just said, you cannot go into the woods. You cannot do any of these other extracurricular things. You got to stay away from these areas. And they even have a line set up where you can contact the government and snitch on your neighbor and get paid.
I mean, does that go along with, there's no living in your car, there's no van life,
I don't know.
no being homeless, they don't want you camping out because that people could avoid paying rent if you go live in a campground, I mean, I feel it's along those lines.
I hate to say it, but the fascist regime that we live under now, Rebecca, is now gathering up people, and they are filming those camps we've been talking about all these years that we knew is there. They're real. Well, they're going to fill up the FEMA camps.
They tried doing that right before COVID hit. Here in Vegas, they tried doing this thing where if you didn't have a birth certificate, a Nevada birth certificate, they were going to start, sending you back to your home state. And there were times when I drive down the street and I would see 15, 20 people lined up, bunch of cop cars, and they've got these people lined up. It was an awful thing to see. Just what Sam's talking about, that's exactly what it looked like. It was crazy. And then once the pandemic hit, I haven't seen that type of activity happening.
Are you aware of the quota number per day?
Yeah.
They want to remove 3,000 people a day around the country, and they are exceeding because they're spending a few $1 million a day to run ICE right now, $5 or $8 million a day.
Where are they sending these people? I don't
camps. The prime example is Crocodile Alcatraz. They get given it that name, which shows you the level of fascism that is going on. People are being removed and vanished, people, and it's going on all around the country. And if you look it up, it is going all around the country, and the news isn't covering it. There are people that are just being picked up off the streets by masked men in military gear, slamming them into U-Hauls that are not even marked vehicles. All around this country, people. How much are we going to take? You know, it's time. It's happening, you guys. It's happening. Jackbooted thugs have taken over our country, and they are making people disappear. That's part of why I went down into that deep, dark hole last week.
Okay, but I'll get back to Brendan in a moment. I was just going to say, I mean,
It's serious.
you say, how much are we going to take? What are you supposed to do exactly? I had this long conversation with a person
Well,
I
the
was
point
standing
is
in
we
line
have
by.
right, and they're
he
not
knew all
being.
this too. And
These
we're-
people,
we being this-
all people.
I
Not
just-
it doesn't say in the Constitution. It doesn't say citizens. It says all people shall have the right to a fair trial. And these people aren't getting one at all. They're grabbed. They're put in
Right.
trucks. They're hauled to jails and stations, and then they're shipped off to all of these unknown brand new camps that they just got. They were just handed like well over $1 billion for a budget with the great big beautiful bill, and I guarantee you that check went out. So what's going on right now? We're in hell, just like what. Again, here's a topic, study topic. Look what happened when the Vietnam government took over right after the French were kicked out, just prior to Vietnam War. Look what happened to the people, the professors, the teachers, the scholars, the scientists. Same thing happened in the Hitler movement. People, look up the past, because we're doing it again. And this is part of me freaking out, being really, really, really sad and hopeless and lost, because I know that we have allowed some really bad people to be in charge all around the world. And I'm not just saying just us, not the U.S.
Right.
It's around the world, people. What have we let happen? We have to change this. We can't let half of our population just vanish because they don't like them.
Right.
Yeah, it's here as well. I mean, I don't want to get myself into trouble either, but I mean, it is very clearly there's what they're doing is trying to isolate different kinds of people from each other.
They're ruling
And
with terror.
we understand that the planet is going through extreme climate crisis, and for humanity, you know, way back in the olden times, people would just migrate, like, right, let's grab our kids and our sleigh dogs and our sleigh, and we'll just bugger off. We'll go somewhere. We'll go that way. You know, we'll go wherever it looks safest. And
can't
God
do that
love
now.
them, most people are just doing that. They won't even care. They'll get on something and they'll be human trafficked across the water. God love them. And I'm just thinking about, imagine if it had been me, because I almost was
Right.
in that same situation,
Oh,
simply
God.
because I was who I am. I was allowed into my own country again, but God loved the people. We're all human beings of planet Earth, and we are all in the same danger at the same time.
Yes.
And
Well,
this is wrong.
there was a very high religious minister in Chicago, and she is from another country, and she had a daughter, and her daughter is on a visa. And they came and took this girl who has straight A's through schools, never done anything wrong, and they made her vanish, and they still don't know where she is. There's a big, look it up, you know, abduction, Reverend daughter abducted from Chicago. Look it up. It's on YouTube. People are not being, even American citizens and people on real safe technical visas are being rounded up and vanished, and the numbers are way more than we hear about, people. We are in trouble.
Right.
And if you don't listen
And
to
I
me,
mean,
you're a
so
fool.
it doesn't matter what age you are.
Right.
You know,
if you have
I mean,
brown
that's
skin and
crazy.
you don't look like you're from what they seem, and you know, there's a $50,000 signing bonus for these ICE agents who are now masked, and they're hiring old cops that were driven from the force for violence. That was the first people they wanted, and they publicly said so. You guys, they're hiring jackbooted thugs of the worst sort. And by the way, the number one highest rated show this week proved that new cartoon that everybody's rewatching. It's South Park, people.
Mm-hmm.
Go watch South Park edition that came up this week. It's
Okay.
not far from the truth. Now I'm going to get in trouble for saying that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Go watch South Park that came out this week.
I must have had a Brendan. He's my
Yeah,
friend.
I
in
got
Ireland.
to get on
Well,
my dark
actually, he's
soapbox.
everybody's friend, but
You're good.
he's here. So,
How
hi,
you doing?
I'm glad you're here. So,
Yep.
good to see you. Good.
Yeah, they doubled their
And
ratings this week from last week.
A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. Anyway, they're here. It makes me happy just to see you here. So,
Cool.
good deal. All right. Moving
Right,
on to Michelle Cox. Hi, Michelle. Tell me what task you're doing today. She's a busybody, just like me.
Yeah.
I know. I totally can get that. I mean, I can't stop. Once I start a duty, I can't stop until it's done. I can't stop halfway. Or
You're gonna have to teach me how to do that, Rebecca.
I just can't.
'Cause,
I'm like, yeah, I hurt myself.
I'm like, you know, if I start with an activity,
yeah,
I get to the starting point and that's about it.
yeah.
You know, and then it's like, I'm like
12 hours
completely
later,
paralyzed at that point, and like it's like, you know, they start stacking
I
like
know.
dominoes.
Yeah, I
So
did
you're gonna have
overdo
to
it.
give
that
me
day.
some pointers on that.
Okay, I'll do my
Yeah.
best. I'll write a book
Right.
about it. But hi, Michelle. Good to see you. Esther's here. She's in the Netherlands.
Hi, Esther.
Marquez. We actually have several Skywatchers in the Netherlands.
Yep.
That's true.
And we
But
love them all.
good
We
to
love
see you,
them all.
Esther. I'm happy you're here. And guess what? Audrey's here.
Hey,
It's 10
how
p.m.
you doing?
It's cool. It's winter in South Africa. Wow. I wish I could hop on a portal and just be there.
Right?
Out. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah,
for
you
winter.
can definitely send some of your temperature over my way.
Uh,
You know,
cannot
figure
wait.
that out. I know.
I do not care if it's cold. I really don't care. It does not bother me. I don't care. But I don't do heat. But yes, good to see you, Audrey. And hey, Rod, how are you today? That's a new name for me in a way.
Yeah. How you
Here's-
doing?
I have not seen that name, but hey, welcome. Good to see you. And Darren is here. And they said, are the planets usually down in the north sky or in the south? Both.
All around us.
They're all around us in all directions. You just north, south, east, west, planet. Yes.
They're over the top of us, and we're in the middle underneath, watching the
Yep.
big boys go by.
Yep. Let's see.
Big
They
bubbly
said,
bottoms.
I'm new and I'm curious about what I'm seeing. Well, you're in the right place.
Yep.
I mean, all your answers can be answered right here.
Yeah, I also did a series from Radio Wasteland. There's like 87 shows. Type in Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, full series on YouTube, starting with show number 13. That was their show count, not mine.
Experimental was, man, she's smart. She knows exactly what the answers are.
Yep.
Very, very good.
Awesome.
She's our backup.
There we go.
I'm going to pause because I see Jesus has entered the building.
Great.
I was just gonna say, I thought
So-
I actually pressed something that looked like somebody was in a chat
Uh-huh.
room, and then I disappeared.
Okay, well, I'm going to pause. I'll come back to the comments in a moment. Let me mark my spot. And let's get Jesus in
Nibiru.
here and see how things are going in Utah. So he has a different background today. All right, here we go. There he is.
Hi everybody, how y'all
Hey.
doing?
Good,
I
good
know
idea.
it's a different room. I'm working on my other room. I got some repairs to do, but I love
Cool.
the light. I love the lighting in here. I have actual my ceiling fan in there is one of the things in my other room that I have to fix. So the lighting sucks.
It's crazy how a different room will change their whole tone when we're doing
the
this.
light source above me instead of just having a lamp next to me and the window. The window,
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I like it. It's a little smaller, but during the time that I'm working on the other room, it's nice.
Sounds
You know,
better.
there's carpeting, so I get to walk barefoot.
Your voice is crisper.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think something about the padding in here with the carpet and it being a smaller room. I think it's nice, and I get a great view because I'm upstairs. I get the whole north view, and that's where everything has been happening lately. So I've been able to photograph.
Stuff just dropped down out the north today, boy. I was mind blown.
God,
I
it's
just
been absolutely nuts. I hope you guys are watching what's happening, guys. Good Lord. I was waiting for it. I saw Tony post, and I was like, I'm going to be watching because he posted some insane footage recently. I'm like, wow, I'm going to wait for it. And I got it the very next day, which I was expecting to wait at least like a few days, but I got it the very next day. So huge, so hard to photograph. But to all my more experienced sky watchers, I'm sure you guys will get the gist of it. But man, it's been crazy.
I got robbed all week. All I saw was lower rain clouds, which is great. We needed the water really bad, and we're down to normal or middle fire danger, which is good.
We've been getting some of the smoke. Some of it's kind of missing us going to Colorado, but
yeah,
I'm like Rebecca. I'm waiting for winter anxiously. I'm a winter guy, officially a winter guy.
Well, remember La Nina. We're going to get a lot of snow on the East Coast this year.
I'm expecting. I'm already preparing. I'm putting away some money for my snow tires.
New snow tires. Yep.
I'm not going to be able to get away with just all seasons this year.
Right? Are they letting you guys run studs in Utah?
What's that?
Do you get to run studded snow tires in Utah?
Up in Park City, yes. Not down here in the valley. I don't think we really need it anymore down here in the valley. It's just when you go up towards a mountain, up towards the East Mountains, the Wasatch Mountains, the Wasatch Front. Well, I mean, it's you're looking at a 3,000 foot difference at least minimum. Right. I could be up there as high as 11,000 feet, and some of the video that I took this week was from way up like 9,000 feet. So I swear you can see Uri's asteroids just right below there, and you could just see the creepy faces and all that weird shit that comes with Uri's asteroids that me and you have talked about before, Sam.
Did you see that Rebecca put out a video this week? I saw both Christopher's and Rebecca's videos where they used the famous Jesus's index finger, and so definitely used again.
Well, I like how it ended because it ended at the very end. It ends with, and I was like, that was a great way to actually kind of tie the whole video in. I loved it. I was like, yes.
Great videos this week, guys, and I hope we get to see them again.
I shared the hell out of that video.
Good.
I don't know if you know it. You might have gotten some trolls because, my God, the trolls are out in full swing, guys. Jesus Christ, they are.
Well, hey, I was my own troll.
Oh yeah,
I was my own troll this week. I took a dive into a dark area.
Pissed off. They are so mean. It's not even. There's name calling. There's. Oh my God, I've been called every name this week. But I'm like, hey, I was accused. One of them told me that it was CGI. So I was like, well, thank you for validating.
Oh, I saw that.
And it looks like a planet. So, you think you're kind of putting me down, but actually you're validating because this is not CGI. And if you actually did your homework, you could find out who's a liar here because we have like a million tools out that show us what is fake and what isn't real. And let's face it, man, CGI and AI, it looks creepy. I hate when people make AI videos. They just look creepy.
They're noticeably uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Maybe this is a horrifying example, but if you ever seen somebody on life support, that's kind of what it looks like. Like nothing's natural. It's just machines moving your face, right? There's no muscle there. There's no nothing. It's just it's horrible, and that is a horrifying analogy, but it's the only one I could think of. So glad to be here. Glad everybody's here, guys. We got a lot of interesting stuff to come. We got some really interesting dawn illuminations. You have to see the illuminations happening at night, guys. Well, right around dawn, there's some really cool illuminations happening. We've been talking about this.
That I did see this morning.
Happened to me this morning at 5 in the morning. It was like a golden glow or something through the window.
I see some really cool stuff.
And there's these weird shapes, weird golden shapes.
Bright lights and dark dim lights.
There was a moon. So last night we had a moon above our moon.
Awesome.
I'm thinking it was a Saturn's yellow moon because it looked like it had a eye on
Weird.
Huge. It was just so reflective, and I was like, "That's a moon. That has to be either a small planet or a moon just above our moon." When I took the picture,
I made a reel that I sent to Rebecca of stuff that I saw.
There was a lot of stuff that started by the moon, and then as things progressed and the sun came in, because I was watching around. It started around 3 a.m. and then it progressed throughout the day. But if you just watch throughout the night and then watch it progress through the day, you could see that. You can see the difference between what they look at night and what they look in the day. I took some cool pictures that I'll post later today too.
Awesome.
Yeah, the thing is with being sick this week, I couldn't.
I've been like that too. I'm sorry. I've had a horror. It's why I've been posting a lot, is because I've been home a lot. Because I haven't been feeling well. I don't know what's going on with us. I don't know if we're getting our ass kicked from above, Gillian, or what's going on, but it's had
I know what my problem is, and I'm not going to talk about it too much. I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you take it away, Rebecca. I know we're still saying hi.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get through the comment section so we can start looking at good stuff.
Yeah, so
but Katie Jo is here. She's here.
Hey, Katie Jo.
And speaking of good stuff, I have a video of some of her captures to look at today. So, yay. She's got good stuff.
Hi, Katie Jo.
I know. Just stay tuned. It'll be
Katie.
And let's see here. Oh, well, we saw G-Racy already. Let's keep going. Hey, Erson. Erson's here. Good to see you.
Hey.
Becoming quite the regular. I have to point that out. And
hello.
Very nice. I know. Oh, goodness sakes. Egg. She's here. She never misses a show. I mean, even if she's out running around, she's checking in at least. So that's nice.
Yeah, I was thinking about. I passed by this restaurant that they specialize in eggs, right? And then they have like an egg, kind of like what is that egg?
Egg McMuffin?
No, the one that fell and cracked itself or whatever. What is it called?
Humpty Dumpty?
Humpty Dumpty on a bike, on a motorcycle outside. And every time I pass by it, she comes to mind. I'm like, I'm going to take a picture next time, and I'm going to be like, every time I pass by it, think of egg or loyal Skywatcher egg.
I know.
Sharon was saying to me during the week, like, come on, what's that story with the man and the egg? Who got born at an egg? It was like some alien in an egg story, and it was
all
driving
the
her
king's
wild.
horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again.
Yeah,
they go to fetch a pail of water or something like that. I don't know.
Some of the little kids that I looked after they would go Dumpty Dumpty. It was like Dumpty Dumpty fell again. Dumpty Dumpty.
There's Maria, our friend in Alaska. Good to see you, Maria.
I love your profile pic. You looking.
I know. Something about, I don't know if it's a change I made, but it's almost. Well, I'm not saying it's too big, but it takes up a lot of space on the screen.
Actually, the person's smiley face.
I might change it. But anyway, we'll get past the comments first. But hi, Maria. Good to see you. As always, it always is. And she's a nice lady. And girls be gaming too. Love the intro. I'm happy you like it. I love it too. I do.
You're in the perfect place. I mean, Sam's daughters are, they're right up there with you too. Girls that are gaming.
Yeah, girls are gaming.
Yeah, I got two gamer teenagers on my hands here. It's that wouldn't have been the first choice of what I thought my daughters would become, but they're both excellent graphic designers as
I
well.
was gonna say,
Shiloh.
I mean,
Cool.
that gives you other skills too. You know, it gives you a
Yeah,
lot of
Yeah.
I remind Nova of that. And she said, "Dad, I don't want to use my art as a tool. I don't want to be forced to have to produce." And I went, "What?" I mean, she is so good. It's insane what she does. What she spends a few hours
Well,
on. She comes up, and I look at the things and
that's
I
the
go, "Did
thing. I
you
was
draw
telling
that really?"
somebody. That's the thing. I was having a discussion with some lately. That sometimes when you turn your passion into a job, you kind of
Yes,
lose a
no,
passion for it.
right.
So I
But
think that's
they
why.
do
But
animate.
at the same time, if you could manage to make a living
Right.
from what you love doing, that's not bad either.
Yeah, she
You
could
know,
design
you just have to
Yeah.
have somewhat of a
sure.
compromise.
And
Right. Do
Shiloh
a
is
couple jobs
hardcore
that
into
aren't
all
what you
kinds
like to
of
do. That's cool.
Shiloh has all of the pens and colored, and we buy her card stock. She does cartoons by hand, and their anime Japanese drawings are better than anime, even though they're the exact same thing. They're still better. And maybe I'm just a proud dad, but I mean, I go, "Did you really draw this?" "Oh yeah, yeah." "Did you draw every?" "Yeah, I did every stitch of it." I'm
Are you
going,
saying
"Wow."
that with the dad goggles on? What do they call it? You have the mom goggles.
Dad goggles, yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I've been around people that went to art school that actually had to turn in
I'm
projects.
sure you can, even though they're your daughters, you can decipher good art between bad art.
Right.
Take a
Yeah,
chance.
they are both extremely good at. Nova does it on computer, where Shiloh does it on paper, and I'm in awe. I'm in awe. And you know me, I'm very art based. I've been drawing and I've been painting since I was a child, and my father painted, and we're Dutch. But I'm considered a very good acrylic painter, and my father was a good oil painter and good water. I can't do watercolors. Never. I always end up tearing through the paper. But anyway, but these guys, they're good. They're amazingly good because they were raised on computers, and they do it as a second nature. And their handwriting is horrible. I mean, because all these kids are doing typing on all their tablets, and so they don't actually have to have good handwriting. And I've been trying to holler at Nova over that one, going, "You have to, practice your handwriting, etc." And she looks at me like I'm crazy.
Did you teach them? Have you taught them cursive, Sam? Or are
I have tried about 15 times, and even I got the big huge whiteboard with the wipey markers and everything. I mean, I have a very large school board that I tried to teach them on, and now they're using it for a divider between their gaming stations. The damn thing was like $150 or something like this for this big. It's used to stand on a big tripod stand, but it's so heavy that thing wore out because it was made in China. But I have a big whiteboard with the with the wipey pens, and you take a cloth and you wipe it away. But I was trying to teach them and show them that all cursive is the letter with a connection to the next one. And I couldn't get them. Even we'll never need cursive, Dad. Because they think they know everything.
Well,
But you see, my dad was a designer draftsman, and he also absolutely loathed cursive writing. He printed. And
I went
incredible printing.
I went to drafting school as well, and that was really a very serious starter point for me, because we used to have to do light design in the graphic drawings, and you have to put in shadowing and everything. And that's a premier part of what allowed me to see the planets from the first day that they started getting here.
Shadows. Wow. Yes.
Because I have the artistic brain as to lighting and light angle.
Yes.
And light angle is like playing pool. You have to realize light angle.
I've been emphasizing a lot on the light angles for people to get that, because I feel it's when it comes to this topic, that's everything. That is everything. And I'm already gathering up my my tools to make a diagram, I don't know what they're called, but
Diorama.
A model?
Like a model of what it is, what space is, and how dark it is, and how
diorama or whatever you call it.
I really want to get that so I can get people to really visualize how it works, because I think people understand that space is dark. I mean, like they generally know that information, but I don't think they really grasp what a difference it makes and how perfectly we are in the angle of light
Yeah, we had a huge dose of that for the first 2011 all the way literally till like 2018, where we were seeing nothing but the majority of the dark sides of these planets, and their nighttime side is what we see because they were between us and the sun.
With your occasional, somebody was saying that, well, how come I'm not seeing it here? All I see is blue skies. I'm like, it's not so much that you're not seeing them; it's just that they're just not in view because they're in the dark or they're out of the light angle, but they're there. They're always there. They're just not exactly in view all the time because either the light angle isn't right or they're just out a little further from view.
Right. They do.
Lose people. I keep losing people when I try to explain to that. So now what I want to do is show them. Show an example in one of my videos so I can see.
Well, like that Atu photo that Rebecca uses regularly, where that was like 2015. And that was the first time that after Atu came forward and got bigger. And then all of a sudden the light started shining on the side of it. And that's where you also saw the enveloped smaller white moon enveloped. Yes. And then it showed. Prior to that, we had only just seen tiny sliver crescents back side, just a tiny little side illumination of the planet.
Full facial frontal illumination.
Now
it was in the west as the sun was coming up in the east.
Right. Now
coming up, we had a facial because the light angle was shooting towards the west, right? So
going beyond us, and you get to see the full facial illumination. Right. Yes. Now we are
past Earth now.
Yeah, and that just started within the last 2 years, year and a half that this is the case. Now we've seen segments of it in the previous rotational orbitals because our orbit and their orbit are a little bit different, and then we see it it was running in 2-week cycles a while back, but now I think it's all the way down to like a week now, maybe 5-day cycles. It's so mind-boggling. I try not to even worry about it anymore because every time we think we got it figured out, it frickin' changes. So I gave up on trying to nail that down all the time, and again the site drawing is coming up. Oh God, here I go. I got 6 days and I've got to come up with how this is really going. So my homework is due again. And it's transitionally, and Chris has noticed this as well. In the last few weeks, it is all sped up, and it's all bigger. Saturn's yellow moon is now coming over the top of Earth, very, very close, very, very big, very, very bubbly. And Jesus is losing his internet, I think. And this, of course, is the coronal expectations of today. And my brain, a lot of us are thinking weird and not connecting to the names of things. And gee, I know this information, but I can't, illustrate or iterate to you exactly because it'll tip of my tongue. And all of that is affecting our brains. It's affecting our geology. It's affecting our magnetosphere of planet Earth. And again, we should watch for Earth wobble this week, where the moon will go from the south to the north to the south. Yeah. So if you are watching the full moon, and that is tonight, it may have already started earlier. I didn't check the Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, it was big last night too. So cool.
Yeah, that's another funny thing that people have gotten very, very used to. When I grew up, we had one night of full moon.
Right.
And now we have 3 to 4.
I know, it's crazy. I'm reading that. I'm like, we getting 2 nights of full moon. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, and remember how many years now they've been calling it a super moon.
Yeah.
And that's because we, for over 8 years now, we've sighted another object, a yellow object behind the white moon. And if up here in Montana, you can see it plain as day. And the rest of the world, I've even tried taking photographs of it, and it doesn't photograph well. And yet, with my eye, I see it just as I've got the wizard moon eye, whatever. But I see this shit, and I'm trying to share it with you guys, including, the cubes. And that's my big deep dive again. I actually probably was doing some remote viewing and learned some shit that scared the hell out of me.
Yeah,
it did. I was in one of the darkest places I have been since I started doing this. I remember, and we were kind of broaching on it where the people are disappearing thing. Okay, you guys, I cannot stress this enough. What we are seeing happening is to be even underestimated in the statement. This is one of the largest crimes against humanity that is being perpetrated by members of our human race. It's not just the people above us. And I have posted hints and metaphors to all of my friends. And if I was to sit here in front of this microphone today and tell you exactly what I know that's classified, I would vanish and the show would be shut down in about 3 seconds. And we've seen evidence of that where I started describing planetary locations and then they muddle out my feed. I do not for 1 second expect to be alone, even in the room I am in right now, or even when I'm driving in the car to the store by myself, do I expect to be alone. Because I have had occurrences that are beyond your wildest dreams, people. Shit can grab you and you can't even see them. What's going on is a crime against humanity. Now that boils back down to the reality that we humans believe in our arrogance that we own Earth.
You know, we feel we own a lot of shit that we don't.
We do not own Earth. We were placed here. We are guest workers. We are a bio-created, self-replicating bio tool. And we are sharing the commodities, and anything that any of these people that you talk about, like Rebecca was talking at the beginning of the show, these scientists. I am a scientist. I have determined that I'm a scientist, and I don't give a shit.
We are. Observation, experimentation, repeat. We
documentation.
We do that on a daily basis. I don't give a shit if we don't have a plaque that says we're scientists.
Yeah, I don't.
We do science.
We don't need no stinking badges.
I mean, all the people that we follow, all the people that we, all the science that we follow now, we're basically in the same place we are now, where people ridicule us and laugh at us and don't believe us. They were there once too, Sam. A lot of great science. Most science. My brother was asking me the other day, how do I deal with the trolls? He was seeing me deal with somebody and commenting back to them, and he said, how do you deal with all that hate? And I'm like, when you know something is what it is, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter what
because we have documented it. We have seen this for so long now. There is no arguing with this.
It's like if somebody tells me, hey, you're a girl, that has no effect on me. How is that going to offend me? I know I'm a guy. Like, I don't care what you could call me a girl. That's not, why would that have any effect on me? It doesn't mean anything. I would like to get people on board. I would like to teach people what's going on, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to change, where I'm at.
Well, if anyone was to say to you, Jesus, Atu and Atu's moon isn't real.
Well, I've been having a lot of a lot of my videos have been called CGI this week, and I'm like, that only validates me. So
I mean,
what I've noticed, Sam, over the years is that when shit in the sky gets weird, and then we start posting our stuff, that's when the trolls come out. When they're needed, basically, when they feel they need to be out there running their mouth. Yeah. People from, I was called a coward this week. I was called a liar.
You are not a coward, sir. You are very brave. You have your face on TV.
I was called one of Sam's henchmen.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we should get on with the show. We've been talking for an hour and a half, and I'm getting antsy because I got stuff we want to look at.
There's a lot of cool stuff to talk about today.
And I've not even said hi to everybody yet. So let me just run through here real quick and finish this up. But Girls Be Gaming asked where I get the music from. It's from a website called Epidemic Sound, and it's all like free to use music. You just pay your monthly fee, and it's not copyrighted. So there you go. Here that was. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's like we're just going on and on and on. We're not showing anything, so I got to get the show going. Richard Brooks is here.
I can't wait to see some of the
AKA
stuff
Rick. But good to see you, Rick.
Hi, Richard.
And Sussy is here, our friend. Sussy, here he is. Good to see you, as always. And let's keep going. We might be getting down to the nitty gritty. Hey, David's here. Good to see you.
Hey, David. Very long time member of Montana Skywatcher.
I know, very long. Very.
He is he's one of the grandfathers in Skywatcher history.
How you doing?
Hey, Tara.
Our friend Tara. Good to see you, Tara. I bet it's hot in Texas. OMG, right? Yeah, she's sorry she's late. You're not that late. We're still just saying hello, so you're going to find
I know, right?
It's a stumble out of bed day.
I guess. Let's see. Keep going.
It's the ground running.
Hey, Russell's here. Russell Neal is here. Good.
Hi,
Russell.
Russell.
Awesome to see you again.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Long time friend.
It's already dinner time.
He's joined us on.
Thank you, Tanner. Wow, that's beautiful. Big cheese omelet. What do you know?
Awesome. Oh.
I thought I smelled something. They treat me so good.
And Sussy, yes, it does. It does take. It does take getting out of your comfort zone to share.
Oh boy.
That is true.
By the way, Ollie's here. Ollie Wally.
Okay.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Donald's here. Donald, good to see you, Donald. Boutique. Good to see. And I'm a fan. If I haven't said that lately, I am. I'm a fan of Donald.
I look forward to his TikToks. He's definitely seeing the planets.
He's got it. Yeah, he does. He's got it down. And he's got a cool filtering technique of his very
I don't know
own.
He really brings them out. Really brings them out. Yeah.
He does well. So
you can always tell somebody that gets lucky from somebody who knows what they're seeing.
Right. He points right at them. He knows.
He points right at them, yeah.
Let's see. I figured out Ice to the Sky is Dennis. I forgot. I just now remembered that. Ice to the Sky, that's Dennis. Yeah. It finally clicked. Wow, Tara, I just saw this. Get up there.
Again, you guys out there, if you'd like to be a short time, even pop in visiting guest, we would love to have you. Please contact Rebecca so we can have you physically on the show. You can limit your picture. You can put up a pre-posted picture. You don't have to go live or touch forward or whatever, but we'd love to have you anyway.
Perfect. But thank you very much, Tara. That it's very helpful. Donations have been down last couple of months.
Thank you.
I understand more than anybody why, but it all adds up. All the little
Attention cuts are always worth it too. So.
I know, right? That's what you get for donating. You get a cat.
Do you have any background music for us, Rebecca? A little classical, maybe. Mm-hmm. I'll turn my fan off here so I can hear it.
Yeah. Hang on one second. Let me finish this real quick, Sam. Because if I go,
I just noticed I wasn't hearing any. I apologize.
I barely hear it. Yeah, sorry. That's okay. If I leave this screen and come back, then all the order of people changes, and that's
I can't do that.
Fun. Hey, Chiggerbait.
How you doing?
We have cameras on my phone, right? Is it your neighbor then? Your neighboring state?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not far apart, are we? Not far at all.
Speaking of chiggerbait, I got bit by a spider in the elbow this week.
Ow. Right. No.
Yeah, I had to relearn the trick on how to make it go away. What you do when you get a spider bite, you got to squeeze the poison back out within a few hours. You have to grab the darn thing and then evacuate it, because otherwise it'll just keep itching forever.
Let's keep going.
It was crawling on me. I closed my arm and it bit me twice.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you very much for that.
Where's my dancing cat?
I know. Kiki. Meow. They're having a good time. I want to go to that party. Yes.
Well,
but
I want to know if Mittens
that's
is safe and
correct.
got back from its Mittens
Is she
abduction the last
safe? She's
couple of
right
weeks.
here by me. She's in the
Right.
window.
Okay, she's
Ta-da.
back.
Okay,
They
good.
abducted her a couple
Yeah,
of
I keep
times.
an eye on
Scary.
her.
We're all worried for her.
I don't know if abduction is the right word. She seems pretty willing participant.
Yeah, she's a spy. I'm
Demanded
telling
it.
you.
I don't know.
Demanded it.
She might have been commanding that. Shit.
I know. Let's see. Do I still have that? It was like a miracle that I had it on video. Here she is. There she goes. Wait.
I'm not seeing it, but
She'll be back. There she goes. Yeah. But
Now we need the return
How you
footage.
doing?
I mean, she's She's like a queen as far as they're concerned. I mean, that's probably their god.
I
or
see
some-
you just record it going backwards, and then
Didn't Egyptians used to?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Didn't Egyptians used to hold them
Revere
in
cat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
did see a guy who on TikTok, he has a theory that cats are a cross between lions and snakes. They're some special hybrid, and that's why they are
Right.
worshipped and this and that.
Yeah, look at their eyes.
Their eyes, yeah, lions and snakes.
I mean, that's interesting.
What if? Let's see. Yeah, he's here. Oh, John's here. The Christian populations are absolutely skyrocketing, you guys.
I agree.
What is it? Nostradamus said that in the year 2025, people will start to think differently. Not just we'll tap into the more spiritual things that you can't see, touch, or feel.
Well, the planetary hum, the noise, the vibration, it's all changed. The harmonics. We've also moved into the upper hemisphere of our galaxy. Just recently, we entered a new electrical cloud ratio. That the southern cloud is a different electrical, shall we say, temperature or environment than what we've ever known. And right now, we're in a brand new stage of higher electrical behavior. So, and there's been portals all over the planet. There's been doors opening where people are sighting giants, and there's Sasquatches and cryptids and wolfmen and you name it. The sightings are way up.
It can't be ignored anymore. Even
I hear it. I hear the earth tones. My ears are going absolutely crazy. There's a wall going on, and this is what the geologists are talking about it too. Now there's definitely a pattern from the 28th at the end of the month going all the way to like the 4th, but I still feel it in my feet. I hear the house is shaking about once or twice or 4 times a day here as well, thanks to Stanley, Idaho. But around the planet, everything is moving and shaking. And we talked about this coming for the last couple of years, knowing that the tectonic plate movement would increase. And guess what? We're here. And this coronal hole that's facing us right now is direly important as well. That does increase geological events. It's proven. So be ready. I mean, everybody, there's nothing but videos all over YouTube talking about how this volcano or this mountain's in red flag warning all around the world. And so, people, we are in interesting times. Go ahead.
Laurel's here. Laurel Ann.
Hi.
Good to see you pop up. Nice to see your name. And Third Eye Cam is here, and he just got off work, by the way. So good. Congratulations. That's a good feeling. Yep. Good to see you. And we might be down towards the bottom. Let's see. Sharon's still here. Okay, good to see you, Sharon. Yep. I feel like
Did you miss Brendan?
I know. I said Brendan. Well, I haven't said Jennifer yet. She's our fellow Earthling. Good to see you. And it's 88 degrees. That's not bad.
Perfect.
I'll take it. It's a little warm, but I wouldn't send it back. I would keep it. It could be worse. But good to see you, Jennifer.
That's perfect.
I know, it's not bad. I mean, 78, yes. I'll take
Yeah,
78.
that's ideal. Yeah, but I mean, 88. I can bear 88.
Hey,
Like the
Ola
90s.
Wally.
It's
Ola
like the
Wally is
90s.
here.
Yeah.
Ola
How
How you
Wally.
doing?
Olu.
Alu.
I'll try to
Okay, I'll
remember.
call you Alu.
I gotta forget Wally. I'll try to remember.
I know. It's not very often we get to see Alu.
He had
So-
been,
When we
he had
first
been out
met,
of
he-
the loop for a little
Wally.
while. I think he was
Yeah.
having some phone issues, and then he's been popping up everywhere lately. So
Well, neat. He's here.
I'll let your
Good
brother.
to
Well,
see you.
after he got bombed a month or so back with that pornography slam that got directly attributed to me, and I spent a couple of days in Facebook jail over it. That I had nothing to do with it, but I think they were using like my profile, one of my or one of the fake ones that are out there. And if anybody ever questions my Facebook profile, the current one I have a beard, and the previous one I did not. So I think they may still be using the old photo. And then I heard from some folks in Ireland that there's that other extra channel that has an S at the end of the name of Montana Sky Watcher. And so
Gosh.
avoid that, people, because it's not that they've got like 17 members, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, that whole group of things is still trying to come through around the corner. So yeah, trolls are fun. I miss them.
No, this is the reason.
DJ's here.
This
You know,
is
it's
the
not
reason
fair. Carol Ann has not been giving us let me play with any trolls. She beats me to them, and she's hogging all the trolls.
Come to my posts and you'll have the fun you want. Lately, it's been a shit show. So come on down. Help me fight them off.
On your
Sam, I almost tagged you last night. I was like, where the hell are you, Sam? I could really use you right now.
Yeah, I spent a
arguing
week
with them at a time.
in
I was like,
crazy town doing homework. I was lost in study, and I went through a really reminiscent period like 1980 when they first originally threatened me, and I went farther down that tube because the reality of what we're doing. We talk regularly as friends and hi, how you guys doing and everything,
Right.
but the realization that is actually this dark guy with the sickle and everything is actually standing in the room with me every time I get on the microphone. And I had forgotten that. And I took a deep swan dive into the reality that I am playing with matches and gasoline here. So
I agree with what you said earlier. I always assume that somebody's listening, somebody's watching, always assuming. And to prove that somebody is listening, I don't ever really use the word planet in my videos because I feel it's a key word that'll get me flagged. And that's exactly what happened this week. I used the word planet in one of my videos, and I got flagged. Somebody reported my video as being a lie. So I got my first strike on Facebook. I've never had one on this account. That is 5 years old. I've never had any issues.
I have been in Facebook jail so many times now. I lost count after 50.
I used to have more problems, Sam, but after I started having problems, what I did was I just started being very, I wouldn't say vague, but I just wouldn't use keywords. I would just use, instead of using the word planet, I would just say they instead. So I'm going to start doing that again, unfortunately.
Well, that is why I stopped using my face in videos. Of course, also I had trouble with my Show More channel issue when I was first making my videos.
So try to keep either abbreviations, those kind of things is what I'm going to be doing more often. And I would recommend it to everybody as well.
I see, DJ.
They are keywords.
DJ's here.
I've been waiting to say hello to DJ. DJ, I did get your letter. Thank you very much. There is one on the way back to you.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, hello, DJ. Good to see you. Ninja, peace be with you as well.
How you doing?
Always good to see Ninja. And are we at the bottom yet? Are we? Maybe. I don't want to miss anybody. That'd be sad. Anna's here. Are you all worried about the sun?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I wouldn't say worried, but I think about it.
Worry is a big word for. I think a lot of us here we don't really. The fear part of it is kind of in the back. Takes the backstage.
Yeah,
But
we know that we've known
concern.
it.
It has been on my radar more than it used to. Like I'm paying more attention to it now. Something just tells me to pay more attention to the sun. So
Well,
definitely of concern.
if we believe what is happening, oh God,
We're hoping
it's
not,
not really.
but we need to focus and pay attention to what's happening with it for sure. Definitely a good time to pay attention to what's happening with it.
I got some more pictures again this week that match the smaller star behind the larger star. And
today, I think even Herculovis was in view because what I was seeing, I don't think was a regular sun, was just a halo. I think it was too pronounced to be, and it wasn't being cut off. It was actually, I'm thinking even Herculovis was in view today. Like it
or
was,
slash Imaru. Yeah, you could, if it's orange or dark brown or whatever.
Yeah. And it wasn't. I might be. I have a video of it. I'm gonna later on. So I'll show it.
That would correlate with the conjunction as well.
I have not seen a halo that pronounced ever. I think so.
What if we go through an exact binary system alignment? What if this Lion's Gate is a special Lion's Gate in this time period, and we could literally see volcanoes? Now, this is of course an extreme. We could see volcanoes just suddenly go up all around the world, or we could see tectonic plate movement of serious movement, where where they slide hundreds of miles, if not thousands.
I think the electrical. I think the electrical activity is pretty high right now too, Sam. I just don't know. I could feel it in my body earlier. I went to the farmer's market earlier, which delicious freaking peaches, but that's another story. But I went to the farmer's market.
Not fair.
I was parked underneath some electric wires, and I could hear them, Sam.
Yeah, you can feel them.
I can not only hear them, but I could literally feel the electricity. I'm like, yes, I know they're power lines, but I park in that same place pretty often. It's at the park. I've been there.
By the way, that's not a good idea. Don't park near high tension wires.
As soon as I opened my window and I heard, what is that hopping, snapping that I hear? And I opened my window and I looked up, and it's the freaking electric wires. And I'm like, I better move the hell out of here.
Yeah, and they put off a magnetosphere around them for a block.
Yeah, and looking now, like we saw a thunder strike that went across 5 states.
Yeah, and that was the released information that came out in 2017.
5 states.
And that was 515 miles, I believe it was. That was old information from 2017, and we've seen far worse go on since. And this is, of course, NASA releasing old information to get us ready.
That is something that me and your old buddy, your old partner used to discuss a lot. His concern was the electrical discharge. And I could tell you, because I've seen the way an opacity can discharge before, I've experienced, it is scary to think of one of those passings.
And we are entering that period now. End of August, September is going to be the end of the discharge period, and it's going to be dire and drastic. It already is, and of course China's flooding, and Spain is doing this, and France is doing this, and all the other countries around the world that we too many to list is all seeing this excruciating extreme weather, because it is really affecting the entire planet. And people have got to realize that we are so far, even from, remember back in 2022, 2023, how the planets were, but what's happening now. Back then it was every month you'd see a catastrophe happen somewhere here, there, this country, this state, up in Canada again, oh crap, this, South America got it this time. But this is now every day around the world, people. And China has been flooding, and there are people dying all around the world right now every day from these extreme storms, the likes we've never seen, and yet they are going off every day around the world. Not just, here it is. This is continual. It is happening right now as we speak.
As I was saying to somebody, Sam, like, if you really want to see what's happening, you need to go outside, man. Don't take our word for it. Go the hell outside. earlier when shit started getting crazy, I posted on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, hey, get your ass out there. Get your ass out there. Like you're only going to come so far of learning through books and pictures. And I'm not saying what we do here doesn't have value. Absolutely has value. We can help you understand much faster than previous members have. So much has been compiled over the last 5 years. But you cannot replace seeing it for yourself, because this shit's so crazy that the only way you're going to believe it is if you see it yourself. The only way you're going to believe it. I can show you a planet and you'll still be skeptical, but unless you see it for yourself, that's when it all makes sense and everything comes together. But get your ass outside. Get off the computer. Get off your phone. Go the hell outside and check it out. And Gillian, you're on mute, by the way.
I fixed it.
All right.
I lost my mic, or I lost the camera. I don't know what happened.
Where did you go?
I'm here, but you know what I mean.
I was trying to
the camera quit working.
I forgot that I figured out how to
Stacey's
put myself
here.
on mute, because I thought,
Hi, Stacey.
people don't need to hear me coughing. But Jesus,
Okay,
are
I want
you
to
using
finish real quick.
pictures?
Let's see. Let's
What
see.
about-
Hey, Matt is here. Hey, Matt.
Hi,
Good
Matt.
to see Matt Eagle.
Hey.
He's here. I love his videos.
Matt's in
Like he
Minnesota.
shares, I don't know, a few a day or something, several.
Matt does
I
the
love
work.
it. And he's on top of a building, so he's got the perfect 360 view. And I love it. So, yeah. So good to see you, Matt. Good. And hey, Indica Land is here. Yes.
Hey.
Hi, Indica Land. Good to see you.
Matt
Always
said you had
is.
some good stuff from the other day. I said you should send it to Rebecca so we can check it out.
Yeah. He could, or I maybe I'll just see it on the. I don't know. I watched several yesterday.
There's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff that was being posted. That's why I was paying attention. Stay current, guys. Pay attention to what's
I
being posted,
think.
and then you'll know what to expect.
Oh no, we're not. Here we are. Place Beyond Space is here. That's another new one. Place
wow.
Beyond Space. Neat.
How you doing?
Okay. They discovered the moon rings like a bell. I've heard that before. Yeah.
Heard of it as well.
Cool. And Robbie. Hi, Robbie. Awesome.
Hi, Robbie.
Glad you're here. And wow, Sussy, surprise.
Hey, Sassy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, our moon is actually volcanic,
Yes.
and there are
Gene.
lava tubes under the moon.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm happy.
I did not know that. I thought it was just a dead body.
Sweet.
I mean,
No, it's actually volcanic. There is more lava activity on the facial side than on the backside. The backside has one major, very large dot on it that you should probably check into. And, we are fervent believers that there is a alien space station on the backside of the moon.
Well, I mean, it'd be a perfect place for it, Sam.
Yep.
Perfect.
Well, look at Star Trek and a high hide, HIGHHIDE, high hide. So they can sit there and watch, and stop in on the way out, and then you get, then they leave and go out to wherever they're going. And remember, space travel is very, very easy for those guys. And not only that, when I say those guys, remember that there are multiple factions out there. Some with different tech levels than others.
Scientists don't need to
what
please.
you
Absolutely. It starts with being passionate about something, that you're so passionate that you keep learning about it and learning more about it. And then it becomes, where you have, so much documentation, because again, we didn't start this off to be scientists. We started it out of just seeing some cool shit in the sky that we wanted to share with people. And then you realize, hey, we're doing science here. And then you start taking it a little bit more serious. And yeah, I completely agree.
Thank you, Sharon, very, very much. Thank you. Definitely appreciate that. Helps completely. So thank you, everybody who's donated. Really, pay for all the goodies that we have here.
Right.
Mostly StreamYard. That's the most expensive of all of this. $45 a month. I feel like that's
It keeps
kind
getting more expensive, but they're not
Started
updating
out at
much.
20.
They're not like updating anything. It's like if you're gonna
Very
charge me
little.
more, maybe offer me something, a new feature or do something,
Yeah.
something.
Well, the embargoes went into effect as of yesterday, so everything's about to get twice as well. Yeah, a little bit, about 15% more
Not
expensive.
again.
There's been 150 Walmart closures around the United States so far this month. I could go on and on and on because, of course, I study all of that stuff.
Workers' loss. I have zero.
Yeah, the jobs report is one of the lowest jobs reports since literally the 1930s depression.
Oh,
Yeah, food production is also taking a huge hit. We have been embargoed by numerous, up to 8 different countries, and no one is buying our corn this year, nor our soybeans, nor many other grains and products. The world is boycotting us.
Or milk. There's over $2 billion from a loss from Mexico not buying milk from America anymore. They're going straight to Canada.
Canada is completely embargoing all of our products. They're not selling any American goods in Canada. They are very, very mad at us, and I do not blame them, and I love everything that they're doing. Keep it up, Canada. It's going to kick us in the butt, but literally the tariffs took place as of yesterday. And it is a tax on the people, and their reports are, we're bringing trillions of dollars in tariffs. And guess where it's coming from? Our pocket.
I'm not buying anything, and this is my recommendation. Everybody, stop spending money on shit you don't need. And if you spend money, go to a small business.
You can't afford the things you do need. It's just
the corporations. All right. Go to a mom and pop shop. This is what I'm doing. I'm not buying stuff at Walmart. This is my way of fighting back. Right?
If you want to see what's going on,
I'm not buying that extra cup of coffee. I'm not buying that. I'm not spending anything that I do not have to spend on.
If you want to look up this information, the FAFO, which is F around and find out. Or the leopard eating my face movement on YouTube. Those are 2 keywords, and you will see a few thousand videos saying, "Gosh, guess what? These tariffs." Because anyone that has any real economic sense, and everyone who does, has been screaming to the American public and not only that, the executive branch of office does not have the right to impose worldwide tariffs, which is just bullying and threatening other countries and sending them letters saying that we're in charge of the entire market, which is totally absurdly ridiculous. Because we do not work with our partners that way.
If you're going to overprice, if you're going to sell a product to your neighbor for twice the amount, expect that neighbor to do the same right back to you. But
they're smart enough to know that doesn't solve any problems. That just makes more. That's why they've decided to entirely boycott America.
This is why I'm not even paying too much attention to all this, because it's so stupid.
Well, our entire market is about to crash.
It's so stupid. I'm like, there's no possible way. I'm with Audrey, and I don't know who was it. Audrey said that a lot of it. Tara said some of it's distraction just to keep us thinking about other shit.
Right.
I'll tell you, this is the only thing anybody can talk about.
And then they're sending it and then saying something horrible. And then
people that I pick up every day, that is all they can talk about is politics and news.
Right.
And I'm like, you need to disconnect because you're too stressed out. You need to disconnect from that shit.
I agree with you, and I wish to God I could. Unfortunately, I do have to keep studying to make sure that I know what I'm talking about for you guys out there, and so I do my homework. But the big message of the week for Sam. It's in the third person. The message of the week for me is people, the long box cube, the Texas cube, the Star Destroyers, the robots, the orbs.
That's what's really happening in our world right now, guys. That's what
Take it away, please.
That's what really is happening right now. All those other things that the news is, all that's just distraction. Pay attention to what's really happening, because they don't want you focused on the fact that a planet just basically blocked our sun this morning, completely blocked the sun.
I'm saying hi to Heather. Heather's here.
We are seeing.
Yep, these guys were here last night, man.
I really think that some of these fires are getting started by small stuff getting through. I really do, because I've been seeing a lot of green shooting stars above us, and I know there's a meteor shower all that, but I do feel that there's a lot of shit happening right now, guys. And I think most of the action, the real things that matter to us, that really are going to affect us, are in the sky, not on the news.
But there's action of it that I don't talk about, and this is what I've got to talk about. There are connected people on Earth, in administrations, in places of power, that are directly dealing with these guys.
Well, I mean, that goes like for me, that goes without saying. So, I mean, every time that I see something weird or crazy in the news, I'm like, how is this connected to what's happening? Because it has to be connected in some way. It has to be. There's no way that what we're seeing is just something us here are dealing with. Like these people, they're making choice. A lot of the decision making in every government right now, in most governments, has in mind what's happening in our sky right now. It has to be. There has to be. There's just no way around it. It is so big. It is such a important part of the planet right now. And
did you ever see the Roddy Piper movie?
I've heard of it, but
there's I don't remember what the title is. They're here, where he puts on this pair of sunglasses.
Oh yeah, okay. They're here.
They're here.
Or no, wait.
Yeah, I have
the sunglasses and
right. They live.
Or they live. Why did I say they're here? They live. That's it.
The title of that movie. Yeah, I saw that in the 80s when it came out, and if you guys really knew what is really going on, all the way going, and this is part of my horror connected to all of this, is I was born right in when all the shit was for the next, putting into the stage 2 of the plan, and the realization of how our society has been direly changed, going all the way back to 1964, and that has a prominent date, and I can't say any more than that. Although the horror of knowing what that means is so vile to me that it actually emotionally and physically affected me this week. And then, 1980 rolls around. I write this stupid paper in chemistry class. And 40 years later, here we are today. And it's still turning in my stomach. Realization that in 1980, when I'm signing this non-disclosure agreement, and the government is admitting to me for the program I'm about to enter, which is now declassified, which is why I'm talking about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have mentioned it. And they're explaining to me that they are already physically aware of this planetary bodies that are coming in, and the fact that there's other races on these planets. And there's, the next 9 years of study for anybody and everybody to stack onto that topic alone. The fact that they know about it and they're connected to it and they're part of it, and it goes all the way back to the late 40s at the end of World War II, etc., in connection to treaties and everything, which I can't elaborate on. Mm-hmm. Knowing all of that, and then the fact that, the more I talk, the more trouble I could get. It all stacked up into the still ever-present shock and horror of how important this is. And yet we sit here week after week after week and we mention it, and it seems like we're talking to a small auditorium rather than the magnitude in which it actually really does deserve.
Well, Sam, I do feel that we reach more people than we know we do. I've been getting PMs from people that I've never heard of, not from the group, not from anywhere. Now all of a sudden they're asking me, questions and, being actually interested in this topic. Some are trolls, but other people are genuinely concerned and genuinely are seeing something in the sky that they can't understand. But I do feel that out of the 500 views that they report, it's more like 1,000, maybe, who knows, maybe more than that. I do feel that we're not getting the real picture. And I just feel that way. This last week has made me understand that we are definitely being watched, for sure. absolutely being watched because everything that happened this week just felt had this creepy feel to it, like somebody's
Yeah.
doing, like somebody, like I'm watching you, like I know what you're doing, and I'm gonna stop you, and I'm gonna attack your credibility. That's what it feels like they've been doing. Is they're trying to attack the credibility of what I post, because some of it you just can't deny. A lot of what we post is so undeniable that the only thing that they can do is just try to discredit you. And for some people it works. For other people who have a brain of their own, all it takes is just watching what we post to see that, yeah, maybe one could be a coincidence, but literally thousands of them. I mean, it's gonna make you think. At very least, question something.
Well, we're watching climate change being rammed down our throat around the world, and it's not being shared in mass, which is what should be on the nightly news.
Nah,
Right.
It's not. It's other crap. This is what I
I
mean.
mean,
Please.
I grew up with Walter
saying
Cronkite and all of
don't
that. So,
Look, I'm not saying don't be informed, guys, but try to limit the stress from the news. Try to limit that because it's not conducive to anything well.
oh well, that is true on one hand, but we have to also
Well, yeah,
see,
Sam, but I mean,
we
one
have
thing
to see the magnitude. Well, this has to get out. The fact that we're embargoed, and I talk about this every week. I mean, we have these damn things flying over the top of us, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of beings or people, whatever you want to call them, on these craft that have been floating over the top of the Earth as well as these planets, because they're hanging out with the planets and they're parked next to each of the moons.
I've been seeing a lot of crazy shit sent out there. A lot of
Oh
crazy
God, it's just insane what. And about a year and a half ago, I'm in my driveway looking straight up, watching the long box cube, watching shit fly out of it and into it and then around it, and
Crazy.
the support craft and the big huge ass star destroyers, just like in the movie Star Wars. I am not kidding you. And I'm standing in my driveway watching this shit for like an hour, and then my neighbors come out. I'm going, look, the long box cubes and the star destroyers, and they go, oh, cool. And then they get in their car and drive away.
Can you highlight Nicole's comment? I think.
Yeah.
I love that comment. That's so true. I do feel the same way, Nicole. I feel like some of us here who are in the know, we operate on a daily basis knowing that there's a lot of shit that isn't being informed to us, and there's a connection. Everything that we're seeing politically, everything that we're seeing worldwide has
oh my God,
a direct connection. One way or another, we might not know what the connection is, but a lot of these choices. Who was it said earlier that a lot of the immigration things, because every country wants to just deal with their citizens because they know what's coming. I also agree with that. I am not taking responsibility from the horrible shit that's happening, but I do feel that it has something to do with that on some level.
Well, yeah. Well, we're at a stage where we're going to have to start dealing with climate migration.
Yeah.
In the early horror stories of the Nibiru crashing into us planet syndrome, everybody was believed. Some of the stronger tales at the time, like Zeta Talk and all of those unfortunate folks, we're talking about where North America would literally have to go down to Mexico and South America in the Yucatan Peninsula because it would be too hot to live with. And all. Remember that?
Was it 2012 or which one was it? Where they start migrating to Mexico.
Right, yeah, and all these dates and oh my God, this the any penny, the sky is falling, and again, never give dates.
Attention is what we the policy here, what we push. Like no need to freak out today. Just pay attention, and then you'll know.
Well, part of that's how we collect our information as well, because I'm gonna again scream 15 years. We go back so far that we have documented all of these events to a culminated thesis, and which is well over a doctorate. And I love the background music. Thank you, Rebecca.
Oh, yes, you're welcome.
And good piano concerto always makes my day better. We have gathered this information very strictly, and we have high science
Yeah.
rules, and we try to always interview the sources of information. We all seek sister sites. We're a collaborative group
Oh, that's
of
another one that I can't
scientists around the
stress.
world. But
I cannot stress this enough, guys. Please do your homework. There's a lot of bad information out there. Please confirm. I know there's an abundance of propaganda, but pay attention. You could narrow it down. Do your homework. Please do your homework. And be self-taught, because at the end of the day, the only person you can really rely on is you. Learn shit on your own. You have the ability to do so. Go do it. Go learn it. Photograph your sky, record it, take pictures, go look at it, go through your footage. Just do it yourself. Stop relying on them to tell us what's happening there. They're not going to. They're not going to tell us there's freaking
oh
planets
God, no,
passing so close to us. People would have freaked the hell out.
we're way late.
Think about this. Think about, there's a quote in the Bible that says, men's heart will fail. Every time I look at one of these planets, I'm like, that's what they're talking about. Because your average person could not handle what's happening right now.
Okay, I could give an example of someone who I watch pretty regularly, among others. I don't always just watch one person. I watch everything, haha. Or as much as I can find. Anyway, look up on YouTube. Look up the Earth Master. He gives a very good report, and it's a regular report. So and he's not once a month or anything. He's regular. He's like literally almost every day. So go to YouTube and look up the Earth Master. Write it down. He will give you a report.
I think all local news is biased because, okay, so Canada's news is going to be molded for its citizens, right? So you have to get multiple. My teacher told me, okay, so I had a teacher in third grade who always used to tell me this. When it comes to war, when it comes to history, it all depends on who's telling the story, right? So you have to get multiple sources of news so you can narrow down who's full of shit and who has a different perspective and how things affect you.
And do not forget the old axiom that the victor writes the tale.
That's right. That's right. And they say that the guilty one is usually the one that tells their story second. That's the one that ends up looking.
Well, an example of that.
We're emotional beings, guys, and you have to remember that we're emotional beings. I can go to court and I can get 5 years if the guy had a breakfast, or 10 years if he skipped breakfast. Right? That is, unfortunately, we're emotional beings. Like that is a part of being human that we need to keep in mind constantly.
I love this piano roll. Oh.
No, it's kind of chill. It's kind of chill. I like it too.
Yes, it's very me. Moonlight Sonata, good piano stuff. I'm thinking this is Chopin, but I could be wrong. Anyway, yeah, guys. God, I in this dive that I took this week of searching for information for everyone and relearning myself, where I'm going, I don't know. I'm kidding. The important, it's so damn important that everybody sees what's really going on, and it's blowing my mind that we haven't gotten farther. And I think everybody out there listening ought to do something about that. We're doing our bit.
Well, when it comes to world events, guys, you can't just think locally. Okay, look at the storms that if you look at the local news, they're only going to tell you about the storm that affected Salt Lake City, right? Because that's my local news. But they're not telling you, and you're not, and a lot of people, a lot of them probably don't even know, right? If you track world weather events, they're connected. They're not just happening in your area. And you have to think about this in a bigger context, right? Not just when it comes to news, not just when it comes to weather, not just with everything.
I'll give you an example.
Learn, guys, to think bigger. We have to think.
What's going on the southeast coast of Florida and Georgia and South Carolina right now? in about a week and a half is going to hit Gillian. So
That's what I
these
mean.
patterns,
Most people aren't making that connection, Sam.
I mentioned this here a couple of times now. There's even larger Fibonacci sequence going in the facial weather patterns. I called it last week. I called it a cinnamon roll, but it's literally a Fibonacci sequence because our electrical.
What you meant by cinnamon roll? I'm like, what is he talking about? Oh, yeah,
It starts as a spiral that starts tight in the middle and gets wider as it goes around.
Oh,
Cinnamon roll, or a Fibonacci sequence.
Almost like a hurricane kind of.
Well, no, it's an electrical circle where the sand would fall into. Say, for instance, if you were, and I don't want to use the gravity well scenario.
I see. More like a. Okay, I see. Like
There's a connective, larger cyclonic circular storm pattern going over regions instead of areas. And that was what happened with the backpedaling all last month of the weather coming off the ocean from South Carolina and literally heading backwards into the Gulf of Mexico. The weather has been rotating, and then the Yucatan Peninsula moisture came up through Mexico, flooded the living shit out of Mexico, which they don't normally get. And then it went up into Texas and then wiped out all of that middle of that Texas flood where all of those people died. I mean, unalive.
The Yucatan as well. I've been paying a lot of attention to the Yucatan. Isn't
right?
That
Look at it. Oh, watch what happens to the Yucatan this week.
Yeah,
they are having monsoon like they've never seen before.
Isn't that the site of the one that killed the dinosaurs? Isn't that in Yucatan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on the tip of the hook.
Yeah, they call it. So there's cenotes, which are these deep blue holes, right? But I was trying to explain to my aunt the other day because she just went to Mexico on vacation. She was talking about it. So, I mean, those are asteroid holes, right? From where.
Well, a lot of them are limestone sinkholes also.
Some of them are sinkholes, but some of them, and you can see it on some of the Graham Hancock's work. If you see it from like a satellite view, it has to be. It has to be because you can see them gleamed up.
We really direly.
And then you'll see a bunch of smaller holes that line up.
Right. We have to direly realize that our understanding of real science and past history on Earth is now just getting its ass kicked every other day. We were wrong on our history.
Well, the thing is, Sam, is that now we're looking in a bigger context. And this is why I love Graham Hancock and them, is because they have learned to do what we do, but here down on Earth. They've learned
he had the money to travel. He got to go places. He was direly funded. And I love the man. Of course. I think his timeline is wrong, but why I am obsessed with this is that he watches the world through a bigger, wider view, and not just the people thing that we do locally, right? He doesn't look at just local occurrences. He looks at the world in a global view, so you get a bigger picture of what's happening. And he's very learned and very studied, and I agree with 90% of what he says.
I agree, and the other is just him not knowing any better, not making this connection.
Right, because I have awful information he does not.
One of these days we might run into each other, and it would be really nice to talk.
I mean, we're talking two different leagues.
Some crazy shit is going to have to happen before he even listens to us.
I bing, ding, 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 ding.
I think the trick to figuring out a lot of what happens on Earth and space is to start thinking in a bigger context. The problem is that most people. And I was watching the video of my one of my Saturn videos that I posted maybe a week or two ago. In that video, it's a wide angle shot, right? But in that video, you can see a huge mountain range on the bottom, right? Most people's vision only goes as far as that mountain range, right?
Right.
The mountain range was a tiny little speck compared to the planet around that was actually in the frame, right? But most people only look at that little mountain range.
And they centralize their focus and they look at the illuminated light areas that they can see, and then they don't look anywhere else through the rest of the photograph.
They're not going to put together something to look from one freaking horizon to the other. that's an entire planet. And that's where I emphasize a lot into getting people to think that way, because once you're able to make that distinction and start to think bigger, is when you start to see what's happening. As long as you only think in that little window that is our peripheral vision, you're never really going to grasp what's happening.
You have to look at the dark areas first.
You have to look at the dark areas, and you have to think horizon to horizon.
When we started Montana Skywatcher all of those years back, that was the number one thing, because in the early days, before we really knew what was fully going on, you know, we had so many submissions, you know, we started out with the 80 members, blah, blah, blah. But everybody, we were the centralized hub where everyone was sending in live information. And then everything was coming in for 2 weeks late. Then you had to go backlog and start taking notes and write down the, you know, IP address to look this up and all, you know. And that's when I started saving photographs and dating them and setting files and doing all of this stuff and correlate all of this information. But over the time, I was going, whoa, there. And we were seeing, we first saw the star. It was this bright illumination this is after we were watching it arrive in Antarctica. In the northern hemisphere, in the shots from around the world in the northern hemisphere and then the equator, we were seeing this bright, starry, tiny little illumination. That was like 2009, 2010. And then there was a warble of darkness that went along with it. And then I went, look at that. There it is in that photo again. And there it is on the left again. Oh God, hey, look, this guy sent this in from Germany. And look, there's that star and that dark warble along with it. And we saw the star, and then we saw the object cluster group, which is where it got its name, because we saw this tiny little microscopic illuminated cluster of all of these multicolored little objects, including the red asteroid, blue asteroid, green asteroid, blah, 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 tan asteroid, etc. Lead asteroid, which puts off this weird illumination on its own. And we were seeing this bioillumination that was in addition to the star, this shaft of light. Some people, I could make a history, the Anno Domini star. Look that one up. It was a cross. You could see this tiny little brilliant ass shaft light cross star and other stuff in front of it and behind it. And then the star would change and do weird shit. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I saw a close pass in 2009 of a planet, and it was the size of if I held a grapefruit up at the end of my arm. And I knew that was no way one of our planets, because our planets are so far away they couldn't possibly be there.
And that's also the reason, Sam, why people don't think this is happening, is because as far as we're concerned, the norm is to have a really spaced out planetary count, and that's normal. But people's idea, and again, if you're gonna learn this stuff, you have to leave what you think you know at the door, because you'll never.
Well, when I was told about the planets, that's what I expected as well. I never expected to see them up close. I expected to see, look, that red dot, or
That's an insider talking right now, guys.
Yeah.
Didn't expect it. He's an insider, right? I mean, who would expect it to happen this way? But as long as
Nibiru in trying to area means planet of passing, and boy, is it passing! Wow.
Yeah. As long as you're trying to make the connection and trying to connect old information with the electric universe that we discuss here, you're never going to. You're going to have to leave that way of thinking, and if you're beyond that, you're probably going to think we're full of shit, but you have to change your gravity kind of way.
Well, gravitational is one thing, but it's electro-gravitational.
It's a small part of the story.
But see, it's cyclic. It happens over and over and over again. That way, it's not. We don't crash into each other. This happens over and over and over and over and over again throughout history. And it's a chemistry equation. It's polarity. It's electrical.
And it's
over gravitation.
And it's more or less stable. It's not just willy-nilly, as you say, Sam. like there's stability. You can it's stable, more or less stable. And of course, stable in the way that might and will and is affecting us, but stable. I mean, these things are predictably stable.
If you look up
I've been
binary star and binary star discharge patterns, they're this chemistry equation that rotates around this pattern. And then every so often they come close together, the two atoms come close together, the two stars. Then they discharge and then they go about their way. And then for a period of time, they do their whatevers away from each other. And then they come back and do it again.
Pretty much. So yeah, you can't marry the old way with this. You're gonna have to start new, start fresh. Because I catch myself very so often when I'm confused and I'm like, oh, gravity well way of thinking. I need to throw that out and start to think, not dinner plate. Dinner plate is really the one that gets me all the time. All of a sudden I'm thinking flat dinner plate. I'm like, God damn it! They're moving, we're moving.
Yeah, we don't in the same way. Yeah,
we are behind our star at all times, guys. We are playing catch up. We are magnetic. Which, like Sam says, when you pull out a sock from the dryer, you're gonna have another static cling, and that's basically what we are. We're attracted through our sun, and it's just dragging us along. If it
and we travel in a path in literally like a radio wave. We go up into the northern, which is what we're just now doing. We go into the upper equator of our galaxy. Our solar system actually physically moves. And what you have to do with this model is you have to add two stars in a harmonic repetitive pattern, also traveling together. The higher percentage of all solar.
I visualize that every time I watch this video, Sam, and I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin. I'm like, would the second star be on the side? Would it be behind?
It's larger. It's larger. So,
that's got to be the reason why we don't see the second star that often, right? Because it has to
goes
be
far away,
or even in front of our star, right? Like they have to be lined up, right?
And then again, it boils down to lighting and the distance. Now, if they're on the other side of Hercubus / Nibiru, we're not going to see them at all.
We'll see, and that's what I think. That's what I've suspected a lot. That sometimes that second star could either be behind Hercules or in between us and Nibiru, or I call it Hercules. That's.
But when we watched the first arrival, it was so
gas
small.
giant is Hercules in my mind.
Okay.
Nibiru is our second sun, right?
/ electron cluster, which holds the two atoms, two stars.
Yes, brown blob, so to speak.
Orange brown blob, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Gas giant. It's a mega gas giant, so big, we'd have to take 10 photographs to look at it.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think you said it takes up half of our solar system, didn't you, Sam?
Oh, I think it's bigger than our solar system.
And you start thinking in those terms and those sizes, it just takes training. It doesn't come naturally. You have to train your brain to start thinking that way.
Having a nice sneeze here.
But once you start making that transition to starting to see the things in a bigger context, I think is so immensely helpful. So you can start seeing what's really happening, guys. Okay.
And then realize that, in our galaxy alone, there's like 1 million stars or more. I mean, I haven't even looked that up recently. There's maybe way more. And each one of those stars has solar systems around them, and there's the conditions for life in the Goldilocks zone in each of those solar systems. And you have to realize that there are also races out there that are far older than we are. And
we're the new kid on the block. We're in.
Well, not only that, we are not a natural being from this planet. Yeah. We are a manipulated something else. And that is the huge part of what.
And we haven't really learned anything that's going to get us out of that context. And the faster we get on board with what's really happening.
Well, we earn our way out by realization of facts.
Make real change on here, because as long as as long as we're still in this worker bee thing, we're never
Throne,
going
yeah.
to really grow. And I understand that it's really hard for people to kind of let go of everything they believe. But I've always said it: belief systems are a bitch to let go of. They are. I've never been too much of a believer, and I never had. I was never in a place long enough to be indoctrinated. I went to many different schools, so I never really had time to get indoctrinated with one single belief system. So thankfully, I didn't have, and even I struggle sometimes. Well, letting go of an old belief system that this is all you know, all that's familiar to you, it's hard. It's not easy. It is not easy, and you will struggle with it, and you will fight with it, and your body and your mind will want to go back to what's familiar because that's just what it does. Our minds, got to understand is that our brain interprets what our eyes see. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people are missing what's happening because our brains are wired for safety. They're wired for us to be safe. That's basically, it's one of its major functions. So a lot of that you are seeing is going to just enforce that. So there's a lot of stuff that you're seeing, but your brain just isn't really interpreting clearly enough. But there's ways around that. You could train yourself, you could train your eyes, you could train your brain to start thinking differently. It just doesn't come naturally. You have to do some work, guys. You have to do some work. But I assure you, if you give us the time and put your trust in us, we will show you some shit that nobody else is going to show you. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let go of all that crap that they've taught us. I wouldn't say teach because it's not even real information,
It's old.
It's perspective at very best. It's
You
perspective.
see that comment, Sam, from Egg asking? Okay.
We earn our way out of this by learning. And as Jesus was just saying, we change our perspective. And when you change your perspective, what you see all of a sudden changes and your values change, and you start to realize that some of these procedures that we live off of and think we need or have to have suddenly no longer are as important as the realization of our house and our family and our we're caught up in this exchange thing where we want to get more money to buy more stuff to have. And I'm looking around my house while he's speaking, and I'm going, I got so much shit that I should never have collected in the first place.
Yeah, consumption. That's the mindset we're on, is consuming. That's the mindset. But most of the shit that we consume, we don't even need or have use for. But that's what we do. We spend, we eat, but the real important stuff, we just don't. They don't teach us, right? They don't. That's not what our function is here. They want us just smart enough to work the machines, but not smart enough to know what's really happening. They don't need. They don't want a smart society. The reason why they teach us what they teach us isn't because they don't know any better. It's because they don't want us to know better. In
every sci-fi movie we've ever seen of a big city with space cars flying around, they've always got these billboards, and on these billboards, what are they showing? They're showing some woman putting on mascara, pair of shoes, or dancing with the gold card. We are literally, it's such a parody in reality, just like the Roddy Piper thing. Consume, and all we're being handed is these sexual icons in these brief, over glamorous, over dramatized, fast commercials of consumerism. We are being literally hypnotized by this shit on TV.
Yeah, we are. And I don't think people realize how powerful that TV is, how powerful, how it molds our opinion, not just of ourselves, right? It keeps us doubtful of our power. It keeps us at such a low vibration. It keeps us depressed. It keeps us scared. It keeps us with anxiety. And that's not by accident, guys. That's by design. They don't want us happy. They don't, because when you're happy, you're smart and you're more logical. But when you're on edge all the time, you can't even think right. You just don't. When I'm angry, I hate the version of the person that I am. I'm not a angry person. I'm a very happy person, thankfully. But when I start to get upset, I don't think properly. I just don't. I do not think. Common sense is not in my vocabulary. Part of what we're seeing now, there's so much going on, but at the same time, so much distraction. It's all by design, guys, and we could flip the script, and instead of it being a weakness, we could use it as a power. It's like when I see them spaying their sea trails up there, I don't get angry. I get, oh wow, something's coming. I'm gonna get ready and see what's happening. You have to change your perspective. That one thing that you thought was crippling you might be your superpower. So yeah, they leave all the anger and fear aside and realize that we are capable of pretty much anything. We really are. We're a perfect example. A lot of us here barely knew what a CME was when we came across Sam. Now we have a whole doctorate of studies.
And nice pause there. Yes. What do you got for us, Rebecca?
Yeah, you want to look at some videos? I do.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm gonna go ahead and play Alexander, one of his, well, not one of his, a video I have for him from his YouTube channel. So, because I know it's later for him, he's in Germany.
Alexander, yep.
So let's see.
I will add something real quick, Sam. I like how you said how your perspective and your morals and your whole everything changes when you see what's happening. Those things that you thought were so important before, they kind of just take a back seat. You start to realize what really is important in life. I think that is why I feel that getting this information out there is so important, but because I think that it'll make humans better.
Well, I'm kind of irritated with how hard things are stacked against all of us.
So do
the
I.
system implied that goes all the way back to the 60s, and how we've been manipulated even from then, or even the 1940s or the 80s or anything. But that's what pisses me off, and I'm fearful of, is the factor that a very large population of our society has been manipulated. And this is why I go back to 1980 again, where I've always believed that if people knew what I was told in 1980, that we'd be in a different society right now. We would live different lives right now.
Absolutely.
And it's dire, it's manipulative, it's dastardly. It's, in my opinion, it's a crime.
It is.
And now I'm putting my nerds on the chopping block, and free salad, rotten tomatoes and cabbages. Okay. But it's what we're living today, and how hard we're working. And my father, he went to work and he supported. We got vacations and stuff. We had, a pretty good life when I was a kid, and that does not exist right now. We can't afford a car. We can't afford a house. We can't afford to. I mean, the American dream is being stolen by the corporations and the billionaires, and that is a fact. And I can hand you 18 different YouTube videos to prove that. So that's what I'm upset about this week.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't agree. And I agree with you, Tara, as well. Gravity in most science is based on theories. I mean, that's what science is. It's constant. It's constant learning. It's not ever complete, right? It's never complete. And if you think you've completed a science anything, then this probably isn't for you, because it is never-ending learning.
Well, we can't not. We have to. I'm just like addicted.
Is Alex with us?
Go ahead, Rebecca. Do play, Alex.
So, I know he's been chatting with me, so I'm sure he's here. Give me a sign, Alexander, if you're here.
And I agree with Audrey as well. Human ego is a lot of the reason why we're in the mess that we're in now.
Well, don't forget greed.
Well, I think they go hand in hand.
Here.
I think.
Yeah.
He is here. All right, good deal. All right, well, let's go ahead and get it rolling. I can't wait. It's a video time. Yay! I don't know what happened to the music though. Okay. Hold on. Do you hear any music at all?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Can you hear me? Okay. The
never-ending struggles of podcast
I
production.
know. It's like, okay, well, hold on.
Please stand by.
Alexander, I'm going to fix that. In the meantime, I'm going to play this. It's a few minutes and some sun clips. The first one is over Minnesota. And Sam, I believe this woman caught the two suns.
Yeah.
And it's not through glass. So something interesting to see. And I'll fix the music, Alexander. Check that out.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Nippers.
Yeah.
It matches.
The water reflection also matches. It's not perfectly inside,
but you see a yellow and a red sun.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
And it's a little out of shape. It's a little misshapen on the water too.
Yepers.
This is what the sun's been looking like everywhere I go. It's like just.
We love you too, son. Yep, see it rising up in the top? The top doesn't look right, does it? Oh, lovely dry in here. Oh. Brought to you by Ricola.
Oh, pictures.
Now, we first started getting reports on this about 8 months ago from in the southern hemisphere.
What's the date on there? Because this one also had a little orb.
If you could hit pause.
Yeah,
but that looks like lens flare. The date on this is...
It's going back behind the clouds.
That's 2012.
So weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is when the two stars were joining.
Oh.
So this is...
well, that's still cool.
Okay, 2012, that white dot is the Empire orb.
Ah. Cool.
I don't know where I got this video
And
from.
on the left,
15 years ago.
2012 on the left, Nibiru, and Nibiru is on the right, and Yuri is in the lower right horizontal. This is a few years old. That's when Atu actually got in between the sun and the moon. That is a cutoff space anomaly.
This was shared as a current capture, like a recent capture.
Interesting.
If
it is current, then that would be a Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the sun, causing the double halo.
It was caught in two different countries. Basically, two different people caught it, and they both caught the same thing in two different locations.
Okay, well, that's a cutoff halo.
Current capture.
And we've got examples of that in 2015 and 2018. Jamaica man.
Jesus, that's just
This is a light pinch. There's a body on either side of the sun pinching it off, and the sun is shining between the bodies. If this is recent, we'd be looking at Mary Moon on the left and the side of it Saturn on the right. Basically, mostly normal atmosphere through the clouds.
Matt concurs. He agrees. We both saw that same thing.
Okay, if it's recent, then I believe this to be the blue asteroid somewhere in front of or near the sun.
I bet.
Because the funny thing is, the blue asteroid has been really poking me in the nose here recently for the last year or so, because it's not moving and the other ones are. I have suspicions behind it, but we'll leave it at that.
I'll show you all in a moment, but there's several people who have caught the sun looking blue. I'll show you in a moment.
Now, remember, on the left-hand side currently, and some of Gillian's photograph shows this, on the left-hand side of the sun is very blue Matim. She's bright blue.
Right.
Yeah, I was getting that today. I got some. I'm not sure if it was either a halo or if it was. I'm still looking for my footage. It looked like it was either a halo or it was freaking Matim looking like a freaking halo. It was crazy. I'm still checking that out.
Happy Halloween, people. This is
Yeah.
a big ET looking at us with bleeding eyes. Okay, notice that cutoff line on the right-hand side. That is the side of its Saturn Ephesus current.
It is within the last couple of months or so.
Okay, and then that would be the side of the Saturn cutting into that straight line on the right. And then left would be either Uri or Matim, depending on when the capture was, within the last month or two. It's like got a beard. And then what that is that's the light shining between the planets. You have to learn to look at the dark areas first, not what they're showing you is the yellow and the purple and the blue. Look at, although that aquamarine is awesome. But you have to look at the dark areas, people. And these planets will jump out at you.
Hello and welcome. Good to see you.
Again, this is the side of Uri. That's the stripes of Uri on the left. This is Alexander's?
No, this is just some sun captures.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, we have to do this.
It's a variety of people, yeah.
I wonder what kind of lensing they're using.
I'm resaving his video so we can make it sure it's right.
There's a top right-hand side illumination lump.
Yeah,
And you can see the stripes of Uri there. The shaft lighting is showing Uri right there. And that's the tan asteroid dead center. And Lorraine and Pappy and all the rest right there over there. And Matim is just to the upper left of the sun. And on the right-hand side is orange, the Saturn and the lead asteroid, etc. And that's what's and a whole bunch of whole new asteroids that we haven't even stopped to count yet because there's so many of them. So stuff that used to be tiny is now very noticeable.
Yep.
And that's what we're going to be dealing with from now through September and October. Edge of Uri cutting into the upper left-hand side of the sun, and it's Saturn on the right. Angled light. See, you're seeing the rounded side of Uri, very large rounded edge. My ears are ringing. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the shaft lighting is important, people. It doesn't just do that. It does that because it's shining between two bodies. Because the light is shafting from being interrupted on the left and on the right. Not only that, look at the size. It's the refraction burst coming out bigger than normal.
Something with ion tails on the right there.
Yeah, there's asteroids and planets right there on the top. Why the color difference? The orange between the gray and gray-purple. Gray-purple are big planets, people. Probably Uri and Atu. On the left of the sun.
I think
Nibiru is on the right.
Great Britain. Great Britain.
Cool.
That's what she means.
That could be the lead asteroid dead center over the top of the sun there. And we know the long box cube and the Texas cube are visible every day. We get sightings every day, people.
The moon was full last night, and it was some kind of color as well.
Now we were cloudy. All I got to watch was illumination from behind clouds.
But when I was shutting the curtains and that last night, I could see it looked like something deeply, beautifully purple.
Watch the animals, people. Yeah, watch what the animals do in this alignment. I said that, and then I did this sort of neck twitch head thing, and just like brain glitch, completely unwanted. And I don't do that. That was interesting. Yeah, see that rounded line of Uri right there over the top of the sun. And you have to think big, huge, massive sky pillar. That's Birdie.
Okay, like water.
Probably the red asteroid, dead center.
Water.
Well, if you see the core, there's that rounded red with the purple blue dead center. And that the
It's
shape
oval.
is very red asteroid-like. And if it's casting a shadow, it's breaking up in refractive material on the cloud. Rainbow effect.
Like looking through water.
Well, we are. Air is thin
Good night.
water, and water
Night,
is thick air.
Heather. Good
Good
night.
night, Heather.
We'll see
Hi,
you
Heather.
next
Thank you
time.
for coming.
Be sure to watch the rest of the show tomorrow on YouTube. Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Please subscribe, like, and comment, people. Nobody's commenting on our videos tomorrow again. Come on, guys. I look forward to them all week long.
Okay, I just got it saved, so let me send it to the computer, and then I'll play yours next, Jillian. Okay. It's sending. Maybe just a moment. Oh, speaking of blue sun, here's a few pictures I was telling you about.
Okay.
So, different people, different locations.
Wow.
These are just things that are being shared to the group.
Interesting. Yep. Wow.
Uh,
Look immediately on the left right there. See that dark circle? Matim. Planet Matim is on the left.
See, this is what I was seeing today a lot. Like this is very much what I saw today, right here. I don't know if my camera caught it well, but yeah, that's what it was. What it was
Yep.
showing up on.
Matim is very bright blue. It's the smallest of all of the planets, and it is a really unusual orbit, unlike all the other planets.
Can
And
you imagine such a tiny planet among those monsters, Sam?
well, you know, I mean, we also talk about the OCG, the Object Cluster Group, and you know, I'm sure some of what we have tagged is inaccurate. I'm sure there's quite a few moons that we're not accounting for because gas giants have a lot of moons. So, you know, we're only running off the information that we have been able to prove. And I'm
and
sure
with our
there's a
level of
bunch
tech,
wrong on it.
as Tara elegantly and so eloquently mentioned earlier, we're limited by our tools as well. So
Yeah, that's true. And we don't have
I gotta
math.
say, on a shoestring budget, we've done so well. You gotta admit, we have done so well
Yeah.
with the limited budget that we
Use
have.
with what we've got.
Well, you know, we are such a huge collective with all the sister sites around the world. And I mean, we have faithful followers that we've known for many, many years. And I love all of you guys because, you know, those are the ones that make all of this compile. That,
Well,
you know,
it's the
we get the
collective,
comparatives.
It's the collective, and this is what I mean about once you get your sources from more than just one place. The reason we have been successful and we've been able to get the bigger pictures because we get submissions from New Zealand, we get submissions from everywhere on the world. So instead of seeing one little piece of the puzzle, we get the entire puzzle pieces, right? And it's easier to put that puzzle together when you know what the pieces look like. It's why, and this doesn't go again. This goes for every topic, not just the planets,
Absolutely.
but let's emphasize on the planets, right? But you need to get your information from multiple places.
I watch world news from Hong Kong and from Japan and from Australia and from
Because we're all
France.
biased. Well, we're all biased on some point, some more than others, especially now. But if you look at the bigger picture, you'll start to the patterns will start to appear, and then you'll know what is what, or it'll be a lot easier for you to narrow it down. It's the reason why, and you say this a lot, Sam. Like Mr. MBB333 does great work, but he's never really focused. He only looks at one little piece of that puzzle, maybe 5 pieces of the puzzle, but he's not getting a big overview. And I think that's what makes us different. Is that we have done a collective, and that not only proves that cooperation is power, but it also proves that we can figure this out. We don't need these fancy telescopes as
Below
a
1,000
lot
acres.
of people keep
Or aces.
insisting on.
Aces.
But
Acres.
we're very, very capable guys. Get out there and check it out.
I have your video ready,
But it's
Alex.
aces.
All right.
Oh, aces. I thought it was acres too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where my brain went. I don't know why.
Aces. I don't know. Mine did too, Sam. Funny.
I think
Okay.
we've all been watching too many fire pictures and acres and
Yeah.
hectares.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
all have our homestead in our mind.
Hey, I'm going to blame the sun. That
yeah.
thing with the large coronal hole that's putting electrical crap through our heads. Okay, hello, Alexander's videos.
No antihistamine study soon.
No, God, no.
Not just a little bit.
No,
Okay.
just pure unadulterated insanity.
So it's all you today, huh?
Yeah, my level of rubber room mental illness. Overthinking to the nth degree and
Look at the dark
overthinking.
side on the left there, guys. There's something there.
There's something there too.
There's a darkness there that didn't belong. There's darkness all over the place.
The asteroid is Saturn,
There's another one right there,
moon.
right in the sun.
Tim in the upper left. Probably an asteroid. Normal. Or is it?
There's us down there.
Do we see a conning tower? We see a lot of straight lines in there. Is that a star destroyer floating along, taking a census? The answer lies in the next bat episode.
Watching the windows.
Oh, Nicole, I agree. I recently had I went to the doctor yesterday, checked my uric acid levels, and they're normal. They're not high.
Good.
But whatever's going on with me, I feel has a lot more to do with the electrical occurrences, which always seem to start at my feet. But I really think that's what's going on.
I'm
I think
feeling
a lot
the ground
of what's
move,
happening
man.
to a lot of us is more external than it is internal.
Grounding. Yeah, Alexander, that did sort of kind of look like a star destroyer parked in the clouds there. And I wouldn't put it past him for a minute.
See, that's what it looked like this morning. When was this, Alex? When did you take? Okay, yeah, it says a day right there. Never mind. July 25th.
That white wall.
Yeah, 7:25:25. Yeah, that would be Uri right there. And facially illuminated. Saturn's yellow moon, right there. Saturn is the dark area in the background behind the white. That is the Saturn's yellow moon, that whole white blob with its gray right there on the upper right.
Huge.
Yeah.
Boing.
Okay, I'm sick now. Can I get off this ride, please? Okay, back to reality.
You get
Thank
the dark circle. See, there it is.
Yep.
There it is. There it is to the right. Look at
Then
that.
the ion tail going, yep, exactly.
Yes,
Bingo.
there you go. Look at that's what you're looking for, guys. You're not looking for CGI. You're not looking for it's that subtle. It's just a dark circle. That's what you're
And that's
looking
the bottom of Uri, and it's rising up now. So we're seeing it at a bigger, exhausted, graduated axis tip. So it goes all the way farther back because she's rising up now. Yeah.
People really want to think it looks like, like it does on TV. No,
Yep.
all it is just a really subtle, dark.
The white area there is the Texas cube on the upper right. Right there, that white, brilliant, Texas cube. Now, is that the red asteroid? Remember, there's like 3 or 4 in the front of it and a couple around it, so that could very easily be the red asteroid right there. Including a little sister. And a whole bunch of tiny stuff behind it. And, when we hit September, it's going to be way closer and we're going to see more discharging. Because this is coming towards us and over the top of us by the end of the cycle. And that's why we always warn about the 180-day cycle in the beginning and the end. Now, Matim is the circle on the left of the sun. It's about the size, and this is about the size of a tennis ball. See the little stripes and the little circle right there. And then Uri's farther over now and farther up. So it's bigger. She started getting smaller at first, and now she's getting bigger because she's going over and beyond us. So it's closer and bigger. And so is the Saturn's yellow moon and Saru, as Saru is coming in at the end of the day on the right-hand side now, which is freaky.
All those things moving.
Well, there's a shitload of things underneath Uri.
It's a really good way to see what may be there that your eyes are really picking up, guys. I mess with the darkness on my camera while I'm out there, and it's very helpful sometimes just to kind of dim a little bit. And like right here, it would really pop out that. There you go. I was hoping you would do that. You see that? Sometimes you could just darken a little bit because there's so much sun glare out there, guys, and a lot of it, your eyes aren't necessarily really picking up very well. So maybe just adjust the color a little dimmer.
Craters?
And you'd be surprised. You would be surprised how much comes out.
Craters of Atu's moon. The white illuminated area is Atu, and coming back around is the side of Uri.
What's bouncing light back, guys? You gotta ask yourself, what is reflecting the light?
And that would be the Texas cube, is the big white area again on top middle. That's the Texas cube right there.
Atu's moon yesterday literally blacked out my sun. Like there was, the picture I posted recently.
Wow.
My last post, that was not edited. That's exactly what the sky looked like. It was black. It was literally black. And the weird is that it was dark, but even though so, I couldn't look at it. It was reflecting so much light. I had to record with my eyes closed because I could not look in that direction. It was just so reflective. And I love how well defined that circle above the sun is. Look at that. How can you not?
That's the Saturn's yellow moon.
Stunning. Wow.
Look at the dark areas.
Jeez, that is
not the light.
Really, again, guys, it's really subtle sometimes. Other times it's a little more extreme. But a lot of times it's just very subtle. People want this extreme spectacle. No, it's very subtle, very
Right in there is the long box cube, although I don't really see it, but just over in the middle right, that little black square is where the long box cube is.
Jeez, look at that.
Been there since 2019, people.
Look at that. There's two of them. There's the Saturn.
Yeah, the Saturn and the Saturn Jello Moon.
No.
And wait a minute, and Saru.
And yeah, you can actually see the third.
Okay, that illumination right there is probably the lead asteroid.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Tell you guys, there's
Like
some
you're
crazy
drawing.
shit happening out there, but you have to train your eyes and listen to what we're telling you. I mean, you could have to just pay attention to what we're trying to teach you guys, and then put that information to practice outside.
And Rebecca, if you could go to the monthly site drawing for your Saturn Jello Moon on the right-hand side.
Sorry,
Yes,
Sam.
yes.
Go.
If you could interpose it, if you could pause this and then and interpose this month's site drawing.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's been like that here too, Alex. It gets really crazy for a little while, and then all of a sudden it just gets really like gloomy, and you can still see the dark circles, all the darkness, but it just gets too cloudy.
Okay,
Like
so put the pattern in the upper right corner in your head, and then go back to the video, and you can just leave it on pause for the moment.
You could
Watch
you could literally overlay that one on that video we're just watching.
Right there.
Yep.
And that circular illumination above the point in the center of the pick, you have the sun, and then you have a secondary sort of like bell-shaped illumination, and that is the lead asteroid.
Wow.
In front of a Saturn Jello Moon is Saturn and Saru, just like on the monthly site drawing.
Yeah, it is. It's a hell of a show here, guys. Hell of a show you're missing.
Ta-da, although the sun is lower than in this drawing.
Yeah, it's
Right.
Where's Alex? Where's Alex? The UK? Is that where Alex is at? The New Zealand? Where's Alex at?
He's in Germany.
Germany.
Oh, sorry.
And
I like his big skies there. There's no obstruction whatsoever.
there are parts of Germany that are pretty flat, and as you can see, the mountains in the background are honed down and rounded by time, the age of the mountain range. Of course, Holland is far lower. They're actually below sea level in some places.
I do love my mountains, but I'll say sometimes the obstruction could get really irritating. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I get a little
Sometimes
shorted here by them too. Yeah.
Sometimes I have to drive, and sometimes I miss stuff because I just can't get away from the mountains and the trees, and yeah.
And there's your answer from the guy earlier going, are the planets here? You know, no, they're all around us, people. We're underneath them, and they're huge. See the cut in? That is the sun shining off the bottom of the edge of the planet, and it illuminates in that weird rounded flaring because it's going through the atmosphere. And each of these planets has an atmosphere of sorts. Even asteroids have minor atmospheres around them of whatever gases that they are omitting or drawing in or gathering. And I like the soundtrack. Yeah, it could be the core of Saru as well going off here. Look at that. You know, I'm shocked by this regularly. What are we going to do when these guys move? And they're no longer where they were. We're going to miss all of this, people. We're going to miss what we're seeing right now. Yeah, that's the bottom core of Saru, definitely. See the shape in the dark areas? See that bottom? From left to right, both sides of the sun, that dark looks like eyebrows. that is the bottom of Saru. Wow. And she's tipped to the right at an axis tip. And Miss Saturn's yellow moon is directly up center, as you can see the dark blue area right there. And Miss Saturn is more over to the right, but it's behind Saturn's yellow moon. So yeah, that's the bottom of Saru, is Saturn's yellow moon. And there's Yuri. And the tan asteroid. Could be the skull even too, which would be cool. I saw Tony had posted something about the skull asteroid. And that could be it right there. The skull does peek out around behind Neptune's moon, and if we look at the monthly side drawing, that's where it's drawn. It's so weird when I do draw this shit, and then it comes out to be true. Every time I just laugh. Accuracy, people, for well over a decade. Hello. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Zeta Talk. I shouldn't even mention those guys. I feel sorry for them. I really do.
Last thing we want is for somebody to go and check them out. Yeah. A little bit further.
Go ahead, cast yourself down that dark, empty well.
But they continue to predict stuff that doesn't come true.
I know.
And then people still remain. I don't get it. If I trip over the same rock over and over again, I'm gonna stop going to that freaking road. Jump over the rock, something. They made a lot of predictions that haven't really panned out, and apparently it still has yet to bother their fans.
I can't get 15 minutes into any of their shows. It's like I'm screaming at the TV or the computer and going, "You gotta be kidding me! Are you out of your effing mind?" And I hear what they're saying, and it's just so wrong. And and the planets, and oh my God, the misinformation that a lot of people are spewing on the internet, on YouTube, everywhere, on Facebook. Oh, I want to scream. We've been only watching them.
I hope you take care of yourself. I hope you stay safe. We'll have you in our thoughts. So give us an update on how you're doing up there.
Avalon. Yeah, there's a lot of fire, and there's going to be a lot of fire, people. And then, God forbid next year, when we switch in through the La Nina effect and the extra snow and flooding and bad weather, and who knows what the Earth is. I mean, we've been watching the behavior of Antarctica as well, and that's really freaky. There have been some warnings coming from Antarctica, and then the North Pole's acting weird also. So we're watching all of those patterns. And look at this, you guys. This repetitive pattern. Thank you, Alexander, for filming this. There's a blatant example of Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail there.
That is a perfect example of what you're looking for. Not CGI, not Star Wars, none of that. That's what
all the way across the sky.
That's what a planet looks like.
That's what he's filming, and then it goes all the way across the sky, leading on and over to where Nibiru is. And that would be the red asteroid underneath Neptune's moon, which is beyond Earth at the time he's filming.
Amy, I have mixed
That's
feelings.
probably the long box right there.
The way I look at this is kind of like it's part of the reason that Earth is so abundant in life may have more. It's like a domino effect. So many things have to be a certain way, and I feel the planets, the crossing of these planets, might contribute to that. I mean, of the reason why life is abundant here on Earth.
Cool. Alexander's not mad at me.
I think about it like a volcano. Volcanoes are destructive initially, but then you have very fertile soil afterwards. So part of the process. You can't ignore part of the process, even though in that process a lot is lost, but also a lot is gained. So is it bad for us, or does it continue giving life to this planet? I don't know that information yet, but I like to think that everything that happens here on Earth, everything contributes to the state of the planet in one way or another, good or bad, good and bad.
Look at how fast the illumination has changed.
Look at the breakup of our tectonic plates, that are breaking up right now. I mean, they're making way for new minerals and all these things that we use on here on Earth. Some are for greed, and others we genuinely use and need. So I don't know. It's a weird thought. It's a weird way to look at the world.
Well, overall, we've been doing something for 3+4 billion years of a repetitive.
Exactly.
When all these planets formed, we had the 2 stars. We always have had 2 stars.
Yeah.
We always will have 2 stars.
So who's to say that if that process didn't happen, Earth wouldn't exist? At least the Earth that we know now.
Right.
It could be that we are dependent on those minerals to rebreathe.
Well, we are a Goldilocks, one in a lifetime
we are
mineral.
In a very special place in our galaxy.
The Earth is the sorcerer's stone. We produce soft-based atomic structured metals here from our core. So we're rare in our area, and that's why the Anunnaki created us to mine down here, because they can't do it because they're from a different atmosphere and it's too hard for them. So they made us to do that. And the Federation of planets from other races are also here to oversee.
So we're not the only ones dependent on this thing to happen.
Right.
So many people are hounding. We're in a special place in the galaxy, guys, and that attracts.
And this is why I say,
not just here locally, but intergalactically. There's a lot of people, willing who want to exploit our.
That's a good word.
Yeah.
And we need to renegotiate our contract, I think, in a diplomatic way, and this is where we have to earn our way out and survive whatever's about to happen.
And again, back to the thinking bigger thing. You have to think on a global, galaxy-size way of thinking, that things happen a certain way, not just geologically, but politically, and I don't mean our politics. I mean Nibiru's politics, because at the end of the day, it is politics, There's a lot more going on, guys, than what's happening down here. You have to start thinking much bigger, much, much bigger, that there's a bigger hand at play here. There's many hands at play. As Sam has said it, there's many factions out there. So you have to stop thinking locally and start thinking our place in the galaxy.
Cosmically.
You have to start thinking cosmically. That's the only way we're going to figure out what's really happening.
Rebecca, how goes your Jedi training?
It's okay. It's okay. Taylor, he's off Sunday. Wait, no, Monday. He's off Monday. And so he's going to watch it. We're going to have a binge watch. We're planning on it. So probably at least 2 or 3 videos by then.
Popcorn ready.
I know. So
a watch party. Like a watch party.
I know. Yeah. He wants to sit there and watch it with me. Help me
well, you could go live.
Nerd out, I guess.
Set up a camera and go live and film. Would you get in trouble for refilming Star Wars?
I don't know.
Probably.
Probably if I try to repair it.
They safeguard that shit like it's gold, man. So.
Well, I think Paramount just went to Skydance, and question is who owns it now. I think Disney owns Star Wars now. But who owns Disney? Oh, anyway, I
I've lost my
I
mind.
know.
And
That's
we're
a
only
Yeah.
3 hours
whole
in.
It's going
other
good,
can of
though.
worms there, Sam.
My
That's a
turn
whole
now.
other can of worms.
You're gonna love it, Jesus. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
Yeah.
to
Oh, I know.
look forward to see what I feel like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. You know.
Right.
Maybe
Right.
it'll open up maybe it'll give me a different perspective. I'm kinda hoping for that.
Have you seen them all, Christopher? Have you seen all of them? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, he's a
No,
pro.
I
Then.
haven't seen
So
like the new
yeah.
ones, but I mean, I've seen all the older ones.
Okay.
Shame
Like the
on
last
you.
few they
Oh,
made, like in the past
dude,
few years, I haven't seen.
the last two are the best. Or the last three.
Okay.
The last three are the best. They answer the full circle of why this, that, and the other thing, and you get to see Palpatine come back. Spoiler.
Right. I've seen them maybe like once. Not like the other ones. I've seen like 100 times, over the
Yeah,
years.
my next time will be 116 and counting.
100
Yeah.
more.
That's awesome.
I have my popcorn and my lightsabers, Star Wars days, although the battery died in my lightsabers. So
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of snacks, Rebecca.
and I've got my Darth Vader helmet and my
Oh man.
Presents and M&M's,
other what's his face costume I could wear if I wanted to, but
coffee,
Kylo Ren outfit. I have not even taken it out of the package yet. It's still in the container. That way it has more merch value. I got a Kylo Ren suit and I'm ready.
Right. Yeah.
AC's got it right. It's called pirating. Yeah, I think that's
right.
about right.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
Hey man, they used to bootleg.
I used to warn us
Frank
about
Zappa, man. They got away with it. What Frank Zappa bootlegs, man. Anyway, I'm old, dating myself on that one. Or Grateful Dead bootlegs.
Okay. I'm gonna play. Gillian has a reel first, and then she has a slideshow. Okay. And then she's got to go to bed. Go to bed. Okay.
Rest.
So yeah, here we go. Here's Gillian's reel first.
Chicken soup and echinacea. Hey, there's that weird note. There's that weird. Why's he always got his hand on his chin?
I'm not crazy.
No.
Listen to the kill song. Listen to the kill song.
Okay.
You said the camera adds 10 pounds.
Hey, that one with the red asteroid is really not me. I look like something from an old Bible.
Yeah, that's how I remembered. I remembered how you didn't like yours either. I was like, okay, now I feel Sam. I don't like it.
There's a lot of them out there that I'm not thrilled with, but I gave up owning my face, I guess, and you can do what you want with it.
At least 20, 30 pounds to my face. Maybe last year but not this. I think I'll give myself more credit this year.
Well, that one of the Electric Universe with me has got my hairline like I'm some old bald guy that's dancing, out of some mountain cave or something, in jungle pants, MC Hammer pants, So, anyway, I'm gonna go get another. Keep going.
Okay. All right, Sam. He's definitely got to be here for the slideshow, though. I love it, Gillian.
Yeah.
I love it. Pictures and song.
Really cool stuff.
All right. I know. Now wait till you see this slideshow. There's a few captures she got. Remember, Gillian, you caught something another time that was like this, and we talked about it on the show, and Sam said, yeah, it's got to be crafts. It has to be. I can't wait for him to see this. It reminds me of that.
Oh, unbelievable. It was like so surprising because
wait till
you
you
know
see
how
it.
you examine your stuff after you've taken it. And I know that I went to stand at my front door because I'd let the cat in because she couldn't get in the window. So I went and opened the door and I looked outside and I seen like this. Well, you'll see it. I couldn't, it's like.
I know. It's very strange. Very
strange.
Kind of
like
large looking.
A rainbow thing, and it just opened like that with a big long.
Kind of large, kind of strange. Big
and then
strange.
right at the bottom, just near the trees, there's that wee tiny thing, as if they came down
Yeah,
Down
they came
rainbow.
down. They were there to pay you a visit, I guess. I don't know.
I've got a med
And
bed.
I'm back.
All right. We were waiting on you, Sam.
My
I'm
med
sorry,
bed.
I'll be paying for the second Coca-Cola. If I drink 2 pops in a row, man, I get all bloated.
Oh no.
When you're
All right.
old, people.
Here
15
is
years, you guys. We have all together spent 15 years gathering this information for you guys out there. Dang it, we earned this. Dang it, Gumby.
Here we go.
Here's the pictures. Check the pictures. I just.
Ooh, cat in water. Interesting.
Yeah.
With
That's
wine
Gillian as a
or
cat.
champagne.
I thought cats hated water.
For the most part, they do. Some do, some don't. Some panthers actually enjoy water. Tigers don't do too bad with water. There was some sort of an edge to the sun. Well, look at that.
There it is. Mm-hmm.
Where is that versus the sun? Is the sun in the upper right, Gillian?
Huh,
The
interesting.
sun's way up on the right, and that thing's down way low.
Holy shit.
Well,
What's
that could be the red asteroid and all those little ones I was talking about.
Look
It's in the
close
right
to
place.
Hmm.
Although
But
that is
isn't it
unusually aligned.
Unusually, I was getting ready to say, it's just very straight across.
Yeah, that is unusual that they're all in a straight line. But it could be
Smaller ones underneath
the light
it.
effect of the camera, but it's weird. But
There's the smaller ones around it.
yeah,
Right.
there are a bunch of, and in some of the older drawings, I did draw them in. Because we've been watching them for years, people, and there's a whole bunch of small shit that is now getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and this is what we need to act on. And I don't want to go there. I don't want to add new names. And
What is that?
it's probably the red asteroid, and it's a bunch of small shit.
Huh. I don't know. It's really low to the ground, too.
And that's the
It's like-
Death and Yellow Moon right there.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh,
And that's see the white faceplate.
Awesome.
That's the white base cloud faceplate of the Saturn Yellow Moon.
Wow.
Right there.
see, I don't know if it's because the septum has risen a little higher, but
Yep.
the ion tail seems a little out of place.
Well, that's because it's now going over the top of us. It's actually from being on
That's
the far
why,
right.
yes,
You're coming in
yes.
overhead right.
yes,
It's still to
that's
our right,
it.
but it's now over our heads right.
Yeah,
And that's why the
like,
tail is
what
going
is up with
beyond us.
That
It's
ion
going
tail
up
just
beyond us
look-
to the west.
Yeah,
if you're looking at sunrise.
Yes, it
Look
looked
at
like
that
something
white
was-
ball on the left. Whose white ball is that?
That is an asteroid, okay, because the sun is behind us. That could easily be the Tan asteroid or another asteroid therein. Although I kind of do see Pappy and Lorraine, so I'm going to say Tan asteroid. Which, if you look at the monthly site drawing, they are illuminated this month on the drawing.
Look at that. The little gizmos went right down that rainbow tunnel on the top of that tree. That's where the little blips were.
This is kind of what my skies have looked like all week. I haven't been able to make heads or tails of what I'm staring at. I got brief minor glimpses up in the depths, but I didn't get anything per se. Yeah, this illumination is beyond the light because the light is behind us. So yeah, this is definitely an object that is illuminated. And again, most likely the Tan
It's
asteroid.
incredible. Look at it.
Yeah.
You know, what I've lost track of is where Nepesity is.
Yeah, me too.
I think he's right above us
He's
where we
above
are.
us. I'm thinking
Look
above
at
us.
the
a
cosmos
little out
with
of
that
view.
white. Look at it.
You know, and then at the same token, Nepesity has 3 asteroids underneath her. You know, the big 3. And we haven't seen them really at play for quite a few years, but they actually are a very large part of the 180-day cycle. So, you know, we talk about the discharging and we talk about, the rain bombs and
And the single discharges, which is what the capacity is famous for, compared to At-2 sheet lightning and discharging off the asteroids and then the moon. Now, At-2 also discharges, and At-2's moon also discharges onto the asteroids around Uri and on Uri. We've seen that many years ago when they were way smaller.
There, look, see, there's the wee bubble down there.
Now, remember, the light is behind you, so therefore you could be seeing a backlit crescent flare illumination in a rainbow-type pattern or whatever at the horizon. So.
Yeah.
I already have my caffeine buzz, thank you.
Messy up there, just messy. That ball thing went right over. See, there's the ball moving.
That one little bright blip is pretty bright.
Yeah, look at it. Down there, look.
Well, we are not alone.
See that? I was outside. It's actually down. Mind boggled. I'm just mind boggled.
Well, it's a really good time for them to pop their little noses out into the reality of the world and say, we are here, because they are here, and they have been here for many years. The arrival of the Norway spiral orb, which we refer to now as the Empire orb, we should actually call it the Federation orb. They got here ahead of time. I've seen it by eye. It's in the startup of our video. Actually, it may not be anymore. But we have, sightings that match exactly a decade apart of that, as well as the cubes and the Star Destroyers from around the world for over a decade, people. We've been screaming where their placement was since 2019. We are in Earth embargo right now. The world leaders know that they're there. And that is why they are producing exactly what they're asking for, because we literally have no choice, because they out-tech us, period. And there are factions that are selling us short. That is the part that I have not been talking about.
Well, Sam, but wouldn't like, because this is what the patterns tell me, is that we're being squeezed and being squeezed and being squeezed for more. And I don't know, like, I feel like it's gone so bad that they can't possibly be just out of being greedy and stupid. Not that they aren't greedy and stupid.
I'll drop this poker chip onto the playing field. The other countries have asked for us to ship their gold back to them.
Well, yeah, but again, we're talking about local stuff. What I'm trying to say, Sam, is that I think a lot of what's happening isn't necessarily happening to us from our local part, but it's coming from somewhere higher.
Well, yes, this is part of when I say sold out.
I mean, look how much we are in debt now. They just added like $2 trillion to that debt.
4.9.
Anybody economically sound, and not that this administration is really sound, but you have to wonder: is it coming from stupidity or straight greed, or is it coming out of fear?
Well, it's an intentional dog and pony show.
Because we're being asked for these things. Well, I mean, we're not being asked; we're being told.
There's an old Roman statement from Rome. When you're fighting an opposing force that outmatches you, has more troops, you can't really break them from the outside. You have to break them from within. And that is what has happened to us, is we have been broken from within on purpose.
Well, I suspect that, not suspect, I think it's pretty obvious that most people will have a brain that what's happening is we're seeing a dismantling from inside, because from outside it just couldn't be done. America spends
We stood
twice as
together
much.
because we felt that we
Yeah,
were the United States.
America spends more than twice the next country in military
Right.
spending. So nobody even comes close.
Right.
So the only way to bring America down would have to be from the inside.
Right.
What is the motivation for that? I'm still.
Well,
I'm not-
I can.
I can't imagine it, Sam, being all just local. It has
Would
to
you
come.
Would you like the easy answer?
But yeah,
I can go easy, medium, and hard.
Point.
Hard.
There, Manchurian candidate.
I didn't even consider that, honestly.
That's
Okay. So
easy.
Rebecca said this one time before, and I really thought it was really sound judgment. Is that, and I think you said it too, Sam. Things are so stupid right now that you can't help but think there's no way it has to be on purpose, right? Like you can't do something to degrade.
You can't be this stupid
unless it's done on purpose.
Okay,
right?
and this is where I talk about 1933, where a little chancellor from Belgium, a lieutenant, managed to manipulate through the public eye and the newspapers and forward his constituency through propaganda and media to a level of godlike personal reacceptance by finding a scapegoat to point the finger at. And we are exactly there again, worldwide. There is a war on the poor right now, and the immigrants and the migrants going on around the world.
Well, yeah, again, Sam, it's easier to kind of point the finger at the little guy who, is barely getting by, and then point the finger at the real person moving the puppet, the puppet master. And I think it's just very important to realize that a lot of what's happening isn't just happening locally.
Okay,
And
if you have a very large commodity that is in stockpile, and the world is counting on that as being there, but you have to give that up, how are you going to account for it later?
That's right. Yeah. Exactly my point right there.
And what's happening.
And the simplest version right there is that a lot of shit that doesn't make sense to us is because we're not thinking, cosmically. We're just thinking here locally. And here locally, a lot of what's happening doesn't make any sense. But when you start to think that bigger things are at play, it still doesn't make sense. But at least you have a wonder, well, maybe there's some things that are beyond us. I mean, at this point, beyond our level of knowledge.
Well,
Right?
you have 100 cell phones you wish to sell from your corporation, and your boss tells you to send them to Tom in Chicago, but you decide instead of sending them to Tom in Chicago, you send Tom in Chicago an empty box, and then you tell your boss, God, dude, they were in the box when we mailed it.
Yeah. See, I don't take anything at face value anymore because there's just so much hands at play right now that I'm just waiting to see what develops because I just don't feel that we have the big picture yet. Some of us down here that know this information maybe have a little bit more of knowledge on what's happening.
On this way, I was watching the congressional report.
But even us, I think we're very limited as far as what we really know what's really
If you're interested, go look up the UAP congressional testimonies that just happened a few months ago. Go actually watch them.
I'm not gonna lie, son. I can't stomach watching stuff like that anymore because none of it feels as genuine.
Yeah,
what it feels like to me is it just feels like old hat.
They hand you these little tiny treasures and omissions, and then you catch on, especially how many times they threw out the immaculate.
So it's worth watching. It's worth the time because, like most Americans these days, my time is limited. I sent
everybody a copy of one of my favorite guests that worked for the government, and he was coming out as far as he dared.
And having rewatched him behave in cross-examination during interviews, other interviews that were not in Congress as well, and having watched him again, I revisited that spot that they put me in when they said, you tell anyone and you're going to be really, really sorry. And I went back to that. And that's where I spent my week. And that was my rabbit hole dive that I would have rather never seen again. It's a reiteration of my caution. It's that panic that I've apparently forgotten about that I should maybe think about. Because, I'm not alone. I get face panic again.
I'm not experienced what you have, Sam, but I think anybody here has at one point or another felt like they were being listened to or watched or all of the above.
Yeah, I've been in
this last week. I felt that again. I felt it strongly. Like we are being not just watched, but we're being short of coming here physically. They've done everything in their hands to kind of.
I don't mention this a lot, but
discredit everything.
When you're in handcuffs and they're taking you away and leading you through metal detectors into federal buildings and putting you on buses and for days on end, then you realize, it's a bit different ball game. And I don't think people take into account that has happened to me on more than one occasion. And I think, and I've said this to my friends all week, I think seriously people discount me because how often I share this story with everyone. Everybody gets used to Sam and everything's normal. And it's okay, cool. No, damn it, you guys, it's not okay, cool, which is why I'm doing this.
But do not underestimate what kind of deep shit we're messing with. I was telling Gillian this the other day. Like, we're very callous sometimes because we do this on such a regular basis that we forget the kind of deep shit that we're involved in. But do not underestimate it. Do not underestimate the people up there, how much they want this to be kept secret. We really are poking the bear, guys. We really are. I'm not here to creep anybody out, but the truth is that we're all taking a risk, especially you, Sam, because you're already on paper. You're already on somebody's radar.
Oh yeah.
But
more than one.
Definitely, this information comes at a cost that we may not even know yet.
Right. So. And that's part of why I got so emotionally involved in this is because 15 years, people, 15 years I've been trying to scream this information to you, which is so direly secret and so left field fringe, pardon the expression, batshit crazy, but it's the reality of what is really going on. And the proof is in the pudding. And we've been watching these planets since day one, since they were a tiny speck in the sky and since they were coming up from underneath us in Antarctica. And this has been known about. Look up Dr. Harrington. Look at the SETI Alpha project. I mean, all of this stuff is all connected. It's all tied. The immaculate constellation is quite real. It's quite here. It's happening now. And we have proof. And that's why we are number one. Nobody else out there is doing this. And why we don't go viral, is insane. And it's not for the money. It's for the damn importance of this issue.
I have to go to bed, okay?
Okay.
All right, Gillian.
Okay, Gillian.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Yeah, get some rest.
Chicken soup.
Yeah, any soup. I just wanted to hang out for a bit, try and start feeling a bit more normal again, but
Yay.
No, you're a trooper.
I'll take a ling again.
I'm not too far behind you, Jillian. I got about another hour and I might take a nap before I head out to work. But
naps are good.
It was a good nap day for me. I slept extra.
Night, people. Night.
Night, Gillian.
Night, Gillian. See you next week.
Very, very important. Yeah. Have a good night.
So, okay, now what?
That's Rico. You're right. That has been one of the things that I say over the last 4 years that has me the most stressed is that. That's the one that really, really gets you old and just gets you just in a bad place. And it's, I think about 60% of Americans right now, they don't even have $500 in the bank for an emergency. I know I'm one of them, you know.
Right.
But yeah, debt is a silent, well, not so silent killer, actually. It's pretty loud when debt collectors are hounding you. I haven't got to that point, thankfully, but I know some people have. So I am ripping up every single. I mean, well, we're pretty much done with that part of it, but that is. I don't wish that on anybody. It's bad. It's really bad of the way. You'll lose sleep over it in a way that alcohol or other things.
Oh boy.
It does. It really does. So try if you can't afford it, you don't need it. You know, short of
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You have to stay within your means. We are debt free.
We've forgotten how to do it, especially here in America. We're so dependent on credit, and I think that's what's got us all in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, Britain too. The UK has unbelievable debt. So does Greece and France and all these other things. But now those guys have unbelievable benefits in Europe that we do not even experience in the United States, and we have been paying for that. We have been subsidizing other countries for a very long time, way to our own detriment, which is why we work our asses off and can't afford a car or a house now, because we gave it away. Now, there are certain parts with the regime, I will agree that we have been writing unbelievable checks to the world. However, the shorting, and the estimates now are about 14 million people are going to die just from when now that we've stopped sharing with poor countries the food that we used to share. Now, all of this corn that farmers grew this year is going to end up wasted. And watch what's coming, people. Look up the Great Depression. Look up the Dust Bowl era, which happened both at the same time.
Didn't that happen in your area, Rebecca? Was in Oklahoma where you saw the Dust Bowl? Wasn't that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the Dust Bowl era was horrible.
Right, like in the 20s, 30s.
30s, in the 30s, 1937, 1938. And it started in the mid late 30s, and then it just got worse and worse, and then people just had to leave. And this is where they left and drove in caravans on these old cars all the way to California. If you would like a reference video movie for that, there's a movie called Grapes of Wrath, and I recommend that book even for anyone. It's a classic. The movie is good too.
Google says it was from 1930 to 1936.
Wow. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that was the Dust Bowl era.
6 years. Wow.
Yeah. My dad, I mean, he's no longer here, but he could remember it. He was born in the late 20s.
And so was my father. Yeah.
Yeah.
My father was born in 1926.
There was a whole series of that on PBS. I used to watch. I love PBS. I haven't watched it in a while.
Me too.
My dad was
too. Which was, by the way, defunded.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Unfortunately,
they're battling Elmo still. And
I love their masterpiece selection. They have
good. I'll start
really good entertainment. It's really good entertainment, and it's mostly local. So it's a good
did you get your letter this week, Rebecca?
Yeah.
The big manila envelope.
I got it. There it is.
And
makes my collection up to 9.
I mailed her a thank you card, and the address was correct and everything, and they sent it back. And like, what? Everything's right. Why did you send this back? Non-deliverable.
Yeah, I'm a fan myself. Yeah. So 9.
Well, anyway, there was a suggestion on the top of that letter that I wrote, and I included in the manila envelope as to a video to watch on YouTube. which you could share now to tell people. I can't remember exactly what it was, but if you have that letter, you could read it to them.
Let me see. I don't remember either.
It's in a parentheses on the top of the right-hand side of the page.
Okay.
Norma, that is the ultimate plan for me. I don't know if Indonesia, but that's the ultimate plan.
It's called, he says, YouTube, How Earth's 23-degree tilt affects our everyday life. That's the name of the video?
That's the name of the video. Write that down and then go and watch that video. It's very informative. It's semi-long, but it's very informative, and it'll help new folks understand part of the axis of the Earth, what the axis tip of Earth, and it's part of what makes us special, because we do have an axis tip.
23 degrees. Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Which, by the way, has changed, and they don't tell you that either. That's like, the 23 and me thing, 24.
Well, they say we're tilted 20 inches. 20 inches, that's what they're...
You mean 20 degrees?
I would say 20, yeah, it's more like 30 degrees. They said
standardly right now, currently 23 degrees. And of course, they're fudging the numbers. They're not telling you everything that's really going on. And
last I heard was 20 inches. And I'm like, yeah, that's not even close.
Again, we are, in rotation speed and all of that crap. Ow. Oh, thank you, hips. I love the weather. When the weather's changing and my hips start to hurt lately. Either that or that's, the coronal hole at the sun. Ow, my left hip. Ow, mommy. No. It's a very interesting science, medium level science video for you folks that may be interested in watching that. I'm always trying to send a little, I sent some to everybody this last week because I was doing antihistamines and being silly. But I bombed everybody with music and you name it, which is what I do. Including my woes from last week. Oh, I can't believe I went down this rabbit hole again, and now I'm so sad, everyone. Anyway. Yeah, I kind of almost, behave like a little bit of a adolescent, because I did revisit the 1980 thing in my brain and realize while watching the people in Congress that this is a very, very large story, people, and it absolutely will affect our future. Even if we never say another word, this will affect our future, and it's happening right in our faces right now. And the question is, where do you want to be in this? Do you want to be informed, or you want to be in the dark? You want to bury your head in the sands? You want to say we're crazy, lost our mind? Call me the Antichrist one more time. Call the police on me one more time. Write me bad letters one more time. Whatever. We already know this is real and it's really happening. And so I took the swan dive into the pity pool. But I think it's important. A good reminder for Sam that maybe he should STFU.
Yeah, get up and walk around, guys. I'll be back. Grab me something to drink, get some blood into my feet.
In my chair, it's blood into my butt.
Yeah, I think that's really the one screaming at me right now, Sam.
Get up, walk around, y'all.
I'm going to go grab
3 hours, 54 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Oh, here, I was going to put it up on the screen. There you go. How Earth's 23-degree tilt affects our everyday life.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
On YouTube, and type it in. It's a good watch. It's educational.
Yeah, it's like 40 some odd minutes.
Okay.
So
good. That's why I included it in the in the letter.
Right. Yeah.
A little side info.
Okay. I'll be checking it out tonight. Cool. Tara's back. Welcome back, Tara. She's been listening in and out. Yep. That sounds like me. I'm like always moving around doing stuff. Okay. I'm going to play another video, y'all. There's a lady in our group. Her name is Catherine. Michelle Henry in Idaho, and I really like her captures. I mean, she really something about Idaho is either that or her camera, or both. But I don't know. She gets some good stuff. So I made a slideshow of her captures. So let's look at that a second.
Just west of me.
Yeah, not far at all. Let's see. No.
Idaho is awesome. There's a whole bunch of Idaho that nobody's ever even walked in before.
Yeah.
Not white man anyway.
Catherine.
There, that's where Lewis and Clark almost got defeated because they didn't know how to fish. Which is weird.
I didn't.
If they would have listened, even the American Indians know how to net and trap fish in the downstream pattern using sticks and laying it out. I don't know why they, that's where, from Lowell, which is right, it's like a block away from my house. If you ever read the journals of Lewis and Clark, they stayed here at what they called Traveler's Rest in western Montana, and that's in the Lewis and Clark journals, and that is right next to my house here. And then they went west of here and almost starved to death.
Oh, no.
I think they were, choosing the worst time of year in which to travel, I think. Yeah. I think they try to make this pass through winter, which would be stupid. If they would have stayed here at Traveler's Rest, which they're doing archaeological studies, which is a big hole in the ground. And if you walk near it, they yell at you at the Traveler's Rest State Park. And they don't let your kids ride on the sleds there either because somebody pooped in a hole about 100 years ago. Yeah, I know. It's beyond reality.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Weird stuff out there.
Yeah, they claim it's a really cool place because there's a garbage pit, and we're Lewis and Clark State. So.
I know. Well, you got to do something to drag in the tourists.
Yeah.
Something. Anything.
Sacagawea went there. Bad joke. Bad joke.
Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you, Catherine. I'll change the subject and laugh at myself for being,
I know. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I got to do one potty joke per show. You know how it is.
I know. Well, it's guy humor.
Hey, that's almost as good a ratings as the cat videos. So there we go.
I don't see many ladies talking about.
No, it's, we got to get a little bit, some guy locker talk going once in a while. Little food joke every show.
I am outnumbered now.
Good taste, bad taste. Yes, I'm from Cockney, England. No offense, Cockney, England. Right, mate. We're talking about sailor jokes, right? Stupid dad jokes, etc. All right, look at these planets, people. Look at the dark areas first. That's Attu's moon. That is the tan asteroid in Uri. With Matim in the background in the dark and just over the sun. That is Isatum shallow moon and Isatum. Okay, the light is coming from our right shoulder. So that is Attu's moon and the Texas cube.
Wow.
That one. That's a good one.
I'm smelling ketchup and some sort of baked, breaded something.
Dinner time.
Yeah, Christopher, did you recover from your eating spell on our last show?
Yeah, I think so.
What happened?
I couldn't stop eating last weekend.
Oh, the eating.
Yeah, he had the Royal Munchies last. Yeah, that's the long box cube right there.
Yeah.
That's the side of Uri.
Wow.
Dan asteroid.
I forgot about that. He was like hovering around the
Now
refrigerator.
he ate for half the show.
And then he had to go eat.
Right. Then he had to go for dinner and have dinner. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm getting hungry because I stopped eating. We have pizza night here, and they're in there now, I think, cooking. But that's not what I'm smelling. That's weird.
But we have pizza night, and I stopped eating that because I was getting such really bad, acid reflux from frozen pizza. So
Right.
yeah, that blue is the side of Uri there, people. All that blue. The sun is not that big. The sun is behind us. That is the bottom of Atu's moon.
Donald's back. Hi, Donald. Matt just ate tacos.
There we go, talking about food again, you guys. I'm gonna start
good.
buying meals for myself to eat during the show.
Yeah. What are you gonna have?
Yeah,
Sam?
plan ahead. Yeah, unfortunately, I'll probably with something frozen, which I don't do. Yeah, I should have my own cooking show. Get a halfway decent, camera and film little cooking shows. That is the bottom of is Saturn and the Saturn Jello Moon. More Saturn than the Saturn Jello Moon.
Hey,
And
Blackberry.
again, that is the bottom of the Saturn, more Saturn Jello Moon. Okay, and the green top is probably necessity in the core illumination. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that nice? What'd I say? Idaho.
That's Uri, and the white area is edge of Atu, and then on the upper left corner is Atu's moon. 1, 2, 3 stacked. And then again, still. The blue area is Atu. The gray area is Uri. You can almost see the craters on Atu's moon. That again is Uri.
That's a good one.
Yeah, look at that.
You can see the asteroids are the little circles right there at the base.
That sounds good, Norma. Smoothie. I like that idea.
Not fair. Now I'm smelling the pizza. Maybe I'll have one. I don't know.
Yeah, well.
That is the side of his Saturn, I believe. No, wait a minute. Wow. That might have been Nibiru. That looks like the bottom of Necessity, but it could be just Uri. That's definitely Uri. See the bubbly?
Yeah.
Is this recent?
10 asteroids above the left pine
Most of
tree.
them are. Uh-huh.
There's the 10 asteroid again in front of Uri.
Keep moving up.
Yep.
Wow.
She's rising up, and then we'll go over the top of us by September.
Yeah. I'll tell you, man. 2 days ago, she made one of the most dramatic entrances I've seen. Jesus Christ. That was insane. I have not seen her come in that way.
Every year for since 2013, every time that we go through the 180-day cycle, it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, Jesus, I got a lot of faces in the clouds comments. I'm like, those, good for you for the wishful thinking, but they're not faces. Those are some.
You guys remember last Halloween?
Oh, yeah.
When we had the dramatic visitation of the Skull asteroid, which was so plain as day in our faces, and NASA even announced it, and yet it had been going on for like 3 or 4 weeks by the time that NASA finally announced it. Oh, you might see this thing in the sky that looks like a skull. Well, it is, right at Halloween. Perfect timing. Maybe that's where Halloween came from, man.
Hey, I mean, that's where the dragon came from. So
yeah, that's where the dragon came from. You are very right. Look at that.
Tara, these are from Catherine Michelle Henry in Idaho.
Yep, very much. That is Atu's moon, red asteroid, and a very a support craft. How interesting! A big cross-shaped support craft.
Oof, jeez, this is cool.
Norma, those pictures from Australia were Nopicity, what you're talking about, those striped. There were so many people sharing Nopicity.
That white bottom illumination is the bottom of the planet.
Yeah.
And look, we always start at where is the sun coming from, and that way you know where you're looking.
Well, the angle of light is coming from, guys. That's the normal. That's unfortunately that's what they have everybody believing, that it's man-made, that everything's happening is man-made.
It's geoengineered.
It's not. It's not.
No.
We it's no.
That is
Sit there and count. I
the
like
moon and the lead asteroid.
Look, when Rebecca goes live, she'll count the planes compared to the trails that are there, and they don't even. They're so far
Yuri.
apart.
I know.
There's 3-4 planes to 20, 30 freaking trails. It's simple math. They're trying to mimic them to make you think that that's why it's happening, that it's man-made, but it's not. And all it takes is for you to stay out there. As I said in one of my last videos, I know we live busy lives. I get it. I do too. But 20, 30 minutes, even if it's during your lunch break, sit there and watch. Park, go have your lunch outside in your car or something. Sit there and watch. When the sky looks odd, start recording, maybe time lapsing, and you'll start to see that things happen within those 20, 30 minutes. A lot happens. The thing is that we rarely look up, let alone for 20, 30 minutes. And also, so another thing that I haven't really emphasized is that most of the times these things are in the path of the sun, and most people have learned to avoid to look at the sun. I'm not saying look at the sun, by no means. It's not good for you. But a lot of the most of the action you're going to see is going to be in the line of sight of the sun.
On the right hand or on the left hand side.
Exactly, and sometimes right over it. Wow, that is a hell of an asteroid there. But the thing is that most people have been trained not to look in that direction, and rightfully so. But once you learn that a lot of things happen to the side, to the sides, and even above, because you're dependent on the angle of light for them to even be visible in the darkness of space, you realize why a lot of people just don't. They just don't look. They just don't look.
Yeah, and don't just look out, look up too.
And more than just a minute, you can't just glance and expect to see a planet. You have to sit there and let it.
That's the yellow moon.
Let things progress. Let things progress. As you sit there, you will see them come closer. You will see its effects. You will see the base cloud. You will capture this, and the more you do this, guys, the more you'll pick up on those patterns. Once you pick up on those patterns, you're done. Like this thing will just jump right at you. It's just getting those patterns. Get used to those patterns. Get used to looking at the dark sides. You get those things that we teach you here, guys, and put it to practice out there. And I promise you, you'll see that something's really happening. It's not just in our head. It's not just craziness. It's craziness, but it's not just something we concocted out of our imaginations. Like, it's not. It's really happening, guys.
Look at the orange.
Early in the morning, man, that's my favorite time. Is because it's easier on the eyes, as opposed, like in the morning, it goes from dark to bright, right? So it's easier to watch it with your eyes. And afternoon, it goes from bright to dark. So there is a difference there. I like the morning. That's my favorite time to watch. And also my schedule allows me to see more in the day, because usually around 6, 7 a.m. is when I'm coming home from work. So it's a good time. Or I'll push it to 6 or 7 a.m. sometimes, just so I can catch the sunrise. If I see something interesting, I'll be like, I'll just work an extra hour or something. Cool. And then something will happen and I get lucky. But whatever works, whatever's in your schedule, guys, just make 20, 30 minutes. I promise you 20, 30 minutes of watching alone will kind of help you get a handle on what's happening out there. Patience. There's no the one thing being a Skywatcher teacher is patience. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. No, I'm just gonna say my favorite is sunset.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Going to cut pizza. Be right back.
I think it's because I'm not really awake in the morning. I'm like,
I was gonna say,
I can't.
Right? We've all gotten some pretty incredible things in sunrise though too. So.
They both do really cool. I've gotten some really cool stuff in the afternoon as well. maybe because I've caught more stuff in the morning, and since I've moved here to Salt Lake, maybe that's why. But yeah, they both can be hella cool.
Right. Donald, he's not picking favorites. It's all day for him.
Right.
I'll tell you, the midday could get pretty cool too. Even though things blend in, there's no color, you'll see mostly blue. In the day is the best time to train your eyes, I think. That's the best time because at night it's a little more obvious. In the afternoon, the colors are, when there's stuff there that's a little easier to spot. But in the midday, it's a good time it's a little bit more challenging. And once you pick it up in the day, you'll automatically pick it up in the afternoons because it's just so much more obvious. In the day, it's blue behind blue. So you have to kind of use your depth perception and see that this is just a slightly darker blue than that blue. But yeah, it's the day is the best time to kind of hone in your skills, because it's a bigger challenge in the day. So
that makes sense. I'm gonna show yours next, Jesus.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I'll wait for Sam to get back.
There was some really cool stuff this week, this last few days.
Yeah.
The night illumination was really the one that got me. Well, it was at night, it was dawn, but that illumination was like, wow. I just sat there in complete shock. Like, again, I'm there looking around, like, really, am I the only one watching this right now? Wow. While everybody's rushing up to work, I'm just sitting there on the parking lot, just watching it, freaking
and I'm back.
Never get used to
I gotta check. Donald posted new pictures. I gotta take a peek real quick. Are these from today? Oh, 27 minutes ago.
Cool.
Okay. Well, give me a minute, Donald, and I'll save them, and we'll look at what you've caught. How's that? Cool. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and play Jesus's video.
Yay.
Captures. And I added a couple to the end, Jesus. Of what
We also, you guys both, Christopher and Rebecca, you guys both made some shorts this week. We should try to include that for everybody.
Okay.
You don't have to play the long ones. I think Christopher made a longer one as well.
I do. Yeah. I have all his too. So we're
Cool. Posted a lot this week. A lot more than my usual. It's been a busy week, and I've spent more time in bed than I would care for, but it got me doing other things, so I'm not completely complaining.
Me too. All right, let's see what Jesus caught.
Let's see what we got.
Oh, that is not it. I mean, it's it. It's not. That's not the one though. It's yours, but hold up. That's not it. Yeah. How can that happen? All right. Yeah, this one looks better.
Robbie, we've had a lot of overcast here as well. A lot. I like that.
Yeah. It's your famous finger.
This was pre-dawn. The sun's behind me, guys. Look at that. Like, how can you say that's anything but what it looks like? You got the curve there, you got the glow there, you got the illumination there. And it's all coming because it's right in the light of, in the angle of the light coming up. This was, 6 a.m. in the west. This was that same morning, about an hour after. Wow. I'm up at about 9,000 feet up.
That's bottom of Uri.
Yep. Yeah, this is the one that gave me a lot of. Look at how dramatic that is. Look how it's moving up. But look at the plane again. Look at that little trail, guys. Come on, how can you say what's happening is man-made? Those little asteroids underneath Uri, those things are like 20 times the size of that, probably bigger.
Right.
Those things are probably about the size of a city. That is. You have to understand that, it might look close and it might look, those things are huge. It's so
But
huge.
don't you think people will go along with the man-made idea because they can't fathom what else it could be?
Yeah.
Because they don't know about the binary system, most
Well, it's
people.
an easier explanation, Rebecca, and it's also a safer one.
Like they'll just go along with it. They'll just hop on board and be like, I guess it's got to be a plane because what else could do that?
Exactly.
Even though that
Geoengineering with they use these laser beams up in space.
All that right there you see in asteroids, guys. All those are asteroids. And do you see that curve right there on the corner, Sam? Is there a chance that's Matan? That's center.
Yeah.
I don't know why I see a curve there. There's like a
That
little,
is Saturn's yellow moon right there. How see the flame like and it's yellow. Oh, look at that.
That's an old little one, but
Now, is that the skull asteroid, dead center, middle left?
Really? Okay, this right here. This happened yesterday. That is not edited, guys. That's
Just like
literally
the drawing, the asteroid going down in the center, it's going away from us. That's why it's dark. It's Neptune's moon and the Texas cube.
Yeah, look at that.
This is what got my attention because there was a Saturn's moon above our moon. That's a night shot. But that's what got my attention. That's what got my attention to watch that night. And it went into the day. And look at
It's
Uri.
early morning, the bottom of Uri again.
Yeah. This was that same morning. Wow. Thank you, Blackberries. Glad you're watching.
Bottom of Atu's moon illuminated.
There we go, getting Samuel dizzy here.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Sam, like when I'm recording, I'm doing it blindly because sometimes things like are just so reflective that you just can't.
Look at the dark areas. Dark area is planet. Light area is real sky.
Yep.
Bingo.
Same purple, guys. And there it is, time lapsed, all coming towards your way, all holding its shape, holding its curve, everything.
Oh, look, craters.
Okay.
Craters, people. Atu's moon has lots of craters, and when it was smaller, we saw them regularly.
Great stuff.
Yeah. I think we're going to have another great Atu's moon event,
Cool.
as well as the Saturn's yellow moon.
I have not seen it that close. I don't know if I didn't send you that video of that picture. There was a video of that picture. If not, go to my page and check it out, guys. The sky was black. I've never seen it quite that black in the midday. Like it's literally dark. Like it is dark. I've never seen it that way in probably since even in 2018. I don't think that I saw it that way. Something different happened yesterday or the day before. I have not seen Atu's moon that close in the day ever. I've had some really close, cool passes in the afternoon when I was in New Mexico, but that midday pass was absolutely insane. Go to my Facebook page, check it out, guys, because it will help you understand what to look for, because that's not edited, it's not darkened, it's just the way it was, and I wanted to leave it that way people know. So I don't like to edit my pictures too much, but sometimes I just reduce the glare so things pop out. But that one, I want to leave it just original because it didn't need anything, and the glare wasn't really a problem because the sun was still coming out behind me. But go check it out, and you'll see what exactly you're looking for, guys. You'll see the big dark circle. It's just so obvious, and also you'll even see a reflecting light. Even though it's dark, it's reflecting the freaking light that I couldn't look at it. I had to just record it. Thankfully, I recorded. I knew it was happening, but I recorded with my freaking eyes closed because it was just so freaking bright. I couldn't even open my eyes, and I didn't have my sunglasses at the time. I just walked out of my car. So yeah, it was a cool 2 days, guys. And then we're gonna go back to nothing for another week. Like that person said, well, my skies have been nothing but blue. It happens. You can go a week sometimes too. In fact, I've gone a whole freaking month with nothing happening. It's annoying. It's really annoying and boring. But sometimes, like people just want to see that a planet is parked there. It doesn't work that way, guys. We're moving. They're moving, and they'll hold a position for most part, but sometimes, we angle this way, they angle that way, and they're not necessarily, or a light angles as well. So there's a lot of factors there, so keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
We have to learn to look for the secondary clouds, what's beyond the normal clouds, that second layer back.
Yeah.
And even if you see just a little wispy something weird, that's what you watch. And if you watch it long enough, it will all of a sudden become way more.
That's right. But you have to wait for the progression, guys. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it could be 20, but sometimes it could be 3 minutes and it just comes and goes, and just like that, it's gone, But just pay attention. Take pictures and video. Again, I can't stress this enough, guys. Our eyes are very limited. There's a lot that we miss. Somebody was telling me the other day that why are the planets transparent? They're not.
No.
It's just they have an atmosphere, first of all. So you got to think that you're seeing hundreds of miles of atmosphere, first of all. And second, it's just the way your eyes perceive stuff or don't perceive stuff. Not everything that your eyes are seeing is completely accurate, guys. There's a lot that we see.
God, the early years,
we're only
we saw with the dark sides.
There's so much, guys, that not only our eyes don't pick up, but even our technology doesn't pick up. Cameras. There's a lot of stuff out there that is yet to be discovered because of our limited technology. We only experience, what do they say? The spectrum of colors could be back to back. You can measure it from New York to California. We only see about this much of that. We only see about an inch of it. There's so much that we miss. But cameras will always pick up more than our eyes will see. Always. And that's another thing that you have to keep in mind, is that our eyes don't always perceive things. And when they perceive it, they might perceive it differently. They might perceive it in a way that looks transparent, because I could see why to him it looks transparent, because it does kind of look, but it's not. It's just the way your eyes are perceiving it. And you have to remember those things when you're out there, or else you're gonna really confuse yourself. But remember that we're very limited. Remember that we're seeing through a pool, basically. We're at the bottom of a pool looking out. So there's a lot of distortion. We have the fishbowl effect. There's they orbit, they spin. There's so much movement out there, guys, that it's hard to really wrap your mind around it. It's really hard to pick up on. There's patterns, yes, but sometimes those patterns, it's the only way you could really get a handle on it is to actually see it for yourself. But once you do, you could sort of predict things, or you could kind of see them coming and then kind of know what to expect. And then sometimes they'll fool you. You think something's coming, and then they'll rise up and go out of view, and you won't really see the show that you thought was coming. It's a great experience. It's never a dull sky watching. There's days that are boring, but if something's happening up there, it's gonna be entertaining. I promise you, it's gonna be entertaining if you watch long enough. You'll start to see the asteroids. You'll start to see. I ran into pictures the other day where I swear it's surface up there. You could almost see the waves of water. I'm guessing maybe Saru something.
Right, Saru has oceans.
Yeah. It looked like an island, maybe, but I know it was whatever was going on up there was surface of something, but a lot of crazy shit, guys, that when you put it into words sounds. It's like, man, I sound crazy saying that, but it doesn't make it any less true,
And once you see it for yourself, like I sat one summer just 2 or 3 or 4 years ago for hours watching the Texas cube go from one side of the sky to the other side of the sky just below the sun, plain as day, no cloud wrap whatsoever. And I'm watching the Star Destroyers, and there's that damn cube, and it's literally, it's the size of my fist in front of me, directly up. And I'm doing the parking lot 360. And I was out there so long I got a sunburn.
And if once you see this shit for yourself, you're gone, because the reality of it is beyond any sci-fi we ever dreamt possible, and yet it is really, really happening.
Yes. Beyond the craziest sci-fi movie is, yeah. So some of the shit I've seen up there, I still struggle with to this day. Like, did I really see that, or am I just imagining shit? Because God, the shit that I could put just into writing, and if somebody came across my writings, they would absolutely think I was bonkers, and I'm okay. I learned to live with that, but good God, guys.
Hey, maybe you should start a diary that you just keep for yourself.
I started that on I started recording videos where I'm just like talking about my thoughts and what I think.
There you go.
There's nothing really, no outline of anything I'm trying to do, but just get my thoughts out. So I've started posting them on Facebook, but I only do one. They could be 15, 20 minutes long, but it's just me giving you what I think and what I thought. I call it my journal, my Nibiru journal.
You should do some 3-minute lives from your car. I just drove down from up here and I saw this, and you don't even have to show video.
Yeah, because you know what? One day I'm gonna be gone, and maybe somebody will run into this information.
Right.
And it's good to just put it out there, guys, because you never know. Maybe it might not take hold in my lifetime, but we are setting the foundation for this information.
Just like show number 104 at 4 hours and 20 minutes, when Christopher captured a perfect, unbelievable capture of the Texas cube that matches a decades-old photograph to the T.
That's right. And it was in multiple frames, guys, in multiple frames at different intervals in the recording. So you can't even chuck it off as a camera anomaly, because it comes out.
No, it's perfect.
It comes in at least 5 different frames and in 5 different altitudes, so it's really there. It's the real thing. I think Chris even ran it through AI identification app.
Yeah, I laughed at that. He's checking his own work. Did somebody else do that for you, Christopher? No, it was you. So why are you?
No, I did. That's how I learned how to, check and see, when people are complaining, oh, it's AI.
I learned
how to.
I was gonna tag you this week, Chris.
I figured it out.
I was gonna tag you this week because I got accused that one of them told me that it was CGI, and I wanted to tag you, but then it was so late that I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait. It was last night, so should I tag him? Maybe he could jump in and maybe run this through AI, so we could plaster it in this guy's face. But I knew the guy, like it didn't matter what I was going to tell the guy, so I was like, I'm not even going to bother Chris at this time. It's too late to argue with someone.
I'm always up at night. You can call me anytime.
That's good to know, because that's when I do my best work, is in the wee hours of the night. But yeah, I told him, hey, look, there's tools, there's apps. I'm not going to do it for you, but you're happy to go run this.
Oh, and we absolutely want anybody to check our information. I mean, I absolutely down dare you to.
That's what I was saying. We encourage people to do their own work here. I said nobody's going to hold your hand, but I'll be more than happy to wait for you to go check it out and then come back and say, and then we'll continue this conversation. Crickets. I got crickets after that.
Yeah.
But again, they're not there to learn or even debate. They're there just to disrupt, And you can kind of get the vibe from them right away. Like, you're not genuinely discussing this like a real debate. You're just wanting to argue and dismiss this information. Because honestly, I think a lot of these people, they're not just bots. Like, they're literally getting paid to do this. To attack credibility, where with things that they don't want out there. I really do.
There's AI generated personas now doing it, and the bots ended in November of last year, and then they moved forward with an AI.
It feels like there's no real emotion there. It just feels like it's just words. Like, there's no human connection. And I know it's just like a text, and trying to get somebody's point of emotional view in a text is difficult, but there's just something about AI that is really recognizable to a human, because there's nothing there's nothing organic about it. It just feels very computerized. It just feels really detached. It really feels, if you can't tell between AI, I think maybe your brain is fried, or all you know is AI. You've never really seen
Well,
anything
well,
else.
well, I hate to throw this out on the floor, but it depends on the news you watch also, and there are some people that are literally almost AI not informed by the news that they watch. They're so blandly coaxed into lulls of one narrative that is completely distractive, etc., and bigoted. Look at that. That is the bottom of Yuri for Shuri.
Wow.
Jesus.
That is beautiful.
That's moving up. It's moving up. I've noticed that the other day. It's definitely moving up.
Yep, it's going to go over the top of us and scare the crap out of us for the next 2 months.
Yeah, and it's really darkening our skies. You guys, like the light cutoffs these last 2 days were freaking insane. The darkness that they're creating up above us is freaking insane and so hard to miss. Like literally, there's black skies up there. It's not clouds. It's not black clouds. It's freaking black, a dark blue that is so dark. It looks like the ocean. You know, that dark blue.
It's the shadowed bottom of a gas giant going over the
Yes,
top of us.
it is. And so the night before was when I don't know if it was Atu's moon or I'm thinking it was a Saturn's yellow moon. But that night, our temperatures dropped because there was an enormous moon above us, right? And a lot of people were talking about it. Why is it that I felt like putting on my sweater on? I'm like, because there was an extra moon above us last night. That's why. Moons are cold. They're basically dead bodies. Yeah, they're volcanic, as I'm saying, but mostly they're cold. They're cold bodies. If you ever experience a close pass from Atu's moon, I swear you'll feel that cold. You will feel it. I even did the other day when I was in 80-degree weather. I swear I could feel the cold coming.
The crickets stop chirping. The dogs start barking. Everything feels really weird. The birds don't, say anything, and you just always. It's like, what the hell just happened? Who just changed the volume knob?
Sure.
You feel
This
it
from Nicole, just so you know.
This is Nicole. She has some pretty cool stuff as well. She has some pretty cool stuff as well.
Right. I just thought she sent it to me because she said Jesus asked for her to send it to me. I think is what I understood.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I told her it would be a good one to discuss because of these straight lines here. Kind of got me.
Maybe we're wondering, like, what are we seeing here?
Well,
straight lines because we were seeing something similar earlier.
This is Atu and Atu's moon because the sun is behind us. And I would say those straight lines are probably a group of star destroyers. And the Texas cube is very large in this, and we're seeing the bottom of that in the middle. Dead center middle is the big square bottom of the Texas cube. Very big, very over the top.
I had a feeling the cube was in the mix here somewhere.
Yeah, well, remember the straight lines come from support craft, star destroyers, and the passing of the boxes, and they leave these straight lines out.
Yes.
This is a group.
It's right in the right place too.
Yeah, this is a group of 3 lines again, even though there's minium in each one. But this is 1, 2, 3.
There's 3 base ones there.
And we have seen over the years that the straight horizontal tight knit tiny micro lining always indicates cube and ships. I remember there's like 150 star destroyers parked right next to the cube, and usually on the right hand side around the long box there's 5 or 12 and then a bunch of other ships that are flying around doing all of their crazy shit. But the majority of the fleet is parked next to the Texas cube.
See when did you take this? August 6th. When was that? That was 3 days ago. So this looks like a day capture of the night. Not the night, but the dawn video that I just.
That's 12:13 p.m. So we are looking due west.
Yeah,
with the
mine
sun
was
behind us.
perfectly west. This has the same vibe as that video that I just took, which happened. I took it a day after this, and it was right in the west. And I used a wide angle, and this looks like it's just the right size, and in the same area that I would say it's the same thing. What did you say this was at?
At Tuatu's moon.
At Tornato's moon, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking because
And the
it's the
Star
same.
Destroyers and the cube, and I mean, I look at this and my brain is going dun 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 dun. The Star Wars theme song is going off in my head as I stare at this. Oh, look at that!
Here's a perfect example, guys. Well, my skies look perfectly blue. There's always
Look
something
at
that, if you really pay attention, you'll see how it's very shadowed to the right of the sun, and the sun isn't even completely there. Something's cutting it off.
Christopher, what's the second criteria when we're looking at a wedge shape?
Second criteria of a wedge shape.
Yeah, wedge
I,
shape is one. What's number two?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank here.
Conning tower.
The conning tower. Oh, okay. See, I thought this was Casper.
And no, and
You think
number three is shadowing.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, because this thing stayed in that spot like for a few hours. We had to drive.
Yeah, this looks
Jackie's
like a Star
mother's house.
Destroyer to me. Now remember,
And
they're cold. They're up there, and then when the sun shines
Right.
on them, they put off a atmospheric vapor around them, which is their natural cloaking. But when you see a wedge shape, it's elongated, and then number two is looking for the conning tower. Number three is you identify its shape by the shadowing. That if it sat in one place for a long time, it's a Star Destroyer.
Yeah, it was there for like a couple hours, and of course the vapor cloud around it would change, but it remained the same shape, but it was wild. I thought it was Casper, but that makes a
Casper
lot
would
more
be
sense
round
now.
on the other side. It would be rounded on the right hand side with a trail behind it to the left.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'd
cool.
scream Star Destroyer. I've seen one of these up close fly over the top of me. I've seen one parked up close. They're massive people, and they're real. That's what's freaky about it, is they're freaking real, just like in the movie. And that's what really blows me away.
I almost have Donald ready. Donald.
Good. Ready when you are.
But yeah, almost. I got
That
one more
sounds cool.
thing to do on it.
This is the bottom of Uri being blatantly illuminated. In the dead center orange area is the Tan asteroid with the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon behind on the right. From wherever this is probably filmed in Europe. I don't know.
Like
rolling farmlands, tall, thin.
The cypress trees kind of make it look like it's somewhere in Italy or something.
Yeah, or France or.
Okay.
No real mountain range per se.
Those clouds, is that mostly the yellow moon? Those
No,
clouds?
the yellow moon is behind on the lower right.
Mhm.
This is mostly the bottom of Uri. And the Tan
Wow.
asteroid is just above the sunset.
Sure is up high. You know.
Yep. Rising up.
Okay.
Changing the axis.
Yeah.
Last week we were seeing it the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, where Saturn's yellow moon were predominantly everything in our view, and Uri was being pushed all the way to the north. In this shot, this could be a couple weeks old. Uri was rising and cutting off. Interesting. In fact, I can't call anything on this shot.
Nicole says it was
God,
at
my ear-
12:13 p.m.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah.
This photo is incredible.
Yeah, at noon. So the sun is behind us. So it's pretty much in the southeast. So we're probably looking west by northwest.
What is a populans? Anybody know what that means? I don't know. Hi, Aaron. Hi.
Right. No,
Hop,
you lost us.
hop,
Can you define? Can you
you.
define the? Is it a typo? Is it populness?
Yeah. But
Populness?
Aaron's here. Good to see you, Aaron.
I've been having
And
trouble with
Andrea's
it all
here.
week.
Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Hey,
I spent some
Okay.
time trying to read French.
Mark is here.
Drove me
I
nuts.
looked down for 5 minutes. All these new people are here. They just come filing in.
I'm
now.
glad you're here.
Um,
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Almost. I'm saving Donald's video now. I'll watch that in a moment. And Mark, I see 2 circles. I bet you do. Okay, let's go. Is that the red asteroid, or I thought it was just so.
Yeah, I
oval.
was looking at that. Yeah, it's a punch cloud from the red asteroid because the shape is perfect.
Yeah.
Rounded on the right hand side, square on the back,
Yeah,
and then little sister
perfect.
putting off the ion drop tail in front of it.
yeah, that's crazy. Look at that. That is so cool.
Yeah, look at that. I wanted to come back and work on this, but look at those little dots. I mean,
Yeah.
those aren't stars. You could tell the way they're, organized.
Okay. Well, let's examine this. We see that the sunset is on the left hand side, so
Yeah.
therefore we're looking at what's going on the right hand side, and so what is on the right hand side? The long box cube, and what we talk about all the 10 or 12 star destroyers parked around the long box cube. Zoom in on this picture, people. Those are slices of pizza. Those are not dots.
Right. Hey, Laura. Good to see you.
If you can, Rebecca, blow those up.
Yeah,
I
it's not
will.
the
Okay. Yeah.
it's not Orion's belt or something like that. That is
No, it's not.
That's definitely not a constellation I've
No,
ever
those are
It's
seen
not
before.
nighttime.
Those are not
Right.
stars either. If you look, I can see them. Remember, I'm on the. Let me blow them up even bigger here. Oh yeah, those are star destroyers.
Yeah.
Every
I'll
one of
come
them.
back.
See,
That
1,
is
2, 3,
crazy.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13, plus some smaller craft. Like I said, about a dozen are parked in front around the long box cube, and those are shining in the sun because they're higher up, and they're briefly illuminated for a short period of time. But I myself have seen those, and Gillian captures them all the time from sea level. At her angle, and so yeah, those are star destroyers.
Yeah. I'll zoom in on
Absolutely,
it
they
here
were
in a
only
minute.
slices of pizza. Oh, okay, all right. I guarantee
No.
you, and I don't. Oh, look at that! Awesome! This is the bottom of his Saturn's yellow moon
Okay.
in close pass.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Look,
I
see
would
the
not have-
flame-like clouding.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just didn't
Yeah,
look
nothing
like
else.
ice
Nothing else does that
Right.
until you really look and you go, God, those do look like flames.
Yeah, they do.
That is
Absolutely.
the bottom of Saturn's
Yeah.
yellow moon. And this is save this photograph. Oh my God, what a beautiful freaking
All
shot.
right.
Ah,
Nice.
Ah!
Yes.
the longer I look at it, the more I want to scream. This is awesome. Oh my God, look at this is the base cloud of a Saturn's yellow moon. Looks
Some
like
might argue
demons
it's
that are on
scary.
fire. Excuse me?
Beautiful as it is scary, Sam.
Yeah, that is just insane. Big ass yellow moon.
It looks like a fire above us with
Right.
embers and everything.
Yeah.
Good God. So you gotta.
And we've never
this
seen it
is
this close
where
before.
this is where the red destroyer and the red iron oxide. This is where all that internet misnomer comes from, guys. It's interpretation. It's misinterpreted. It's a Saturn that they were seeing in the sky. It wasn't so much that it was inaccurate. It's just a wrong depiction, right? It's not the destroyer, right? Well, I mean, Saturn is basically the destroyer because it is winged. The yellow moon puts off those.
Look at the inner illumination.
That people attribute to the the winged planet, and I've seen it. I've taken pictures where you can see that it is winged. It has those crazy clouds because it's so close to the moon is so close to it. It's
Andrea, these are not mantis clouds. These are flame-like. Well, we know there's an electrical occurrence going off of the face of the yellow moon that wraps around all of Isatum, which is what creates the winged. Now, we also believe there's two littler moons on the side of Isatum. They're also co-enveloped in that pathway of why it has the winged planet Isatum. And we saw it all the way back in 2015, 16, 17, and 18, and then it went away. Well, actually, it went away. Yeah, okay, it does, because it did go over the top of the sun, and then after that, we lost pretty much track of it for literally a year and a half, and then they've come back. But we've never seen Isatum's yellow moon this close, and oh my God, it is beautiful. It's also hideous and scary. And this is that electrical field in front of it doing whatever it does that creates this either burn off of the moon or this ion electrical whatever that it's creating in the atmosphere around the larger planet that it belongs to. And we have pictures of Isatum's yellow moon going back when it was the size of your thumbnail.
I ran into a pretty cool picture of Isatum that I took a while, probably in 2016, and I have no clue what I was looking at back then. And I was like, holy shit, that's actually Isatum when it was still about the size of a quarter in the picture.
Cool.
Right.
I'll work on that one. I was going to post it because I want to just isolate because it's not a, it might be a panoramic. I don't know, but
then in 2019 and 2020, we started watching it come back towards us, and we realized that Nibiru was on the way back.
It looked a little. There's a picture that looks almost. Again, I hate using the word translucent, but it looks so. You remember that Yuri picture that we really like, Sam? Where it looks kind of gassy and it almost looks like you can see through it. But of course you can't. They are gas planets, guys. So to I guess some certain extent they're gases. So, anyways,
Yuri has one ring you can actually see inside with, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what it said to kind of look like back then, where it had kind of like these little, almost even flame-like lines across it.
Yeah, and then that's the ion tail because we were looking at it from the side view.
Yes, exactly.
And now we're looking at it. We only see now. The other day, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I briefly saw both ion tails coming home from Walmart. I actually saw Isatum's yellow moon. I saw Isatum behind it, and then on the far side, vaguely the far side, other ion tail, and then the bigger, more prominent ion tail in front, but yet lower. And I saw both of them trailing all the way into the south sky, and it was just like, oh my God, I'm seeing both of them in the dark shadowing of it, and I saw the yellow moon, and I just went, oh my God. And of course, that was just a while ago, and this is very, very quickly. And if you look in the upper middle part of these white circular illuminated areas, everybody, then look at the lighting on the side of the building, the one with the window or the brick wall or whatever. Look and notice that the light on Earth is nowhere in comparison to the illumination that's up inside this cloud.
Yeah.
That is not a storm cell, people. That is an illuminated bottom of a moon.
None of that's even in our atmosphere, guys. All of that is beyond Earth's. Earth's atmosphere. I was gonna say, or
this to date, and save this somewhere, everybody. This to date is the greatest base cloud shot of a close pass of Isatum's planet that we've ever gotten.
Is this a random picture? Do we know who took this? This is a great, amazing.
I'll look and see if I have it saved. Sometimes I save it.
Is it recent? Do you know that much?
Yeah, it's recent.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you put this photograph,
we should add this to heavy rotation in the groups because it's a great picture to teach.
This is a keeper.
Yeah.
The flame-like patterns, and Christopher got on board with when
I think from the beginning of the 2019 return of Nibiru and Satum Jello Moon, and he has got to watch it with fresh eyes as the approach and how I drew the drawings and everything, and the ion tail. And I think Christopher's gotten a really good handle on what the ion tail looks like, and has seen it
Yeah,
and
you
filmed
can't
it.
miss it.
I agree. You
Many
pointed
times.
it out the other day in my night shot, and I was like, I didn't even notice that. I was still kind of between Natu's moon and Saturn's, but I was like, it's gotta be a Saturn's moon. And then you pointed out the ion tail. I was like, yeah, it's definitely Saturn's moon. So, yeah, it's
Okay, it's in Texas. I can see that much.
well,
Galveston.
Galveston, really.
Yeah, that's what it's coming up as. Let me see.
Of course, the song comes up in my mind. Galveston, no. Okay, back. I'm trying to think of the singer that.
Crappiest. If you're gonna see the ocean for the first time, make yourself a favor. Don't go to Galveston. That's not your first. That shouldn't be your first idea of what the ocean looks like. It is so bad. Don't go there. Not to mention the weather is just no, thank you.
It's a little bit breezy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't take your brand new camera to the shore either. A lot of people don't know about ocean sand dust.
Yeah.
It will get into your car.
That's why. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I'm not big on ocean. Like I would much rather mountains and forests, and I would never live on the ocean. It's just not my thing.
Well, you think you're careful, and you come home from the ocean, and you're pulling sand out of your butt.
Yeah. See that I can't do.
Microscopic sandpaper.
It's one of the reasons why I don't own pets, and I hate to say this because I don't want to sound like a Grinch here. I love pets, but the hair, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. The same thing. I would feel the same way with the sand everywhere. It would drive me nuts. It would just absolutely drive me nuts. I just can't do it. And because I'm sure there are ways around it, but I don't know if I'm that committed. So.
Nicole does bring up a very good point. That was part of the congressional discussion topic, which is part of their distraction from telling everybody that flyovers are regular, and they were pointing it at the UAPs going in and out of the oceans to suboceanic base stations, and very, very true, and more and more and more. And when I was with the folks that were doing the remote viewing, we discovered all kinds of stuff in all kinds of places that your average man is not prepared to think has been going on the 60s and 80s and 40s, and nobody really considers the mass amounts of abductions that are licensed that go on every year, given permission for, and we don't talk about that regularly. We talk about the planets and try not to create animosity toward the extraterrestrials, although I try to warn people that you do not necessarily want to have any interaction with them unless it's on real credible terms and you have very, very friendly feelings in your heart.
Okay.
They can read you so fast you can't lie to them. So don't even try.
God, why would you want to? Seriously.
Is Donald still here? Are you here, Donald?
I need to come down.
Let me know if you're here. I'm gonna play your video.
It's such an awesome photograph. It's insanely awesome.
Yeah, whoever took this, wow, great stuff. That is great work. Great eye.
I am heartened by seeing it. I knew it was happening. I just hadn't gotten any really great captures of it, and this is just the flame is just phenomenal. There's an echo.
Yeah, every now and then. It doesn't stay. It comes and goes.
And Andrea, I hate that UAP. I hate it too. I just hate it. Why did we move away from UFO? Just to take away that. stigma. I don't know, but I don't. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's a UFO.
Well, unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Yeah.
Unidentified flying object. Maybe they got so many UFO files they don't want to mix them anymore. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That is the bottom of necessity. Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah. I wondered what that was. I was thinking maybe.
I'm looking for the big 3 here, and I think I see 1, 2, 3. Yep, big 3. I was tossed at first. It's like, look where it is. Look where the light is. Look where yeah. Well, we found necessity. She's hiding right there.
That dimple kind of would have a little dimple kind of confused me with Saru, but I mean the size. The size difference is clearly not Saru, but
there are the 3 base rings if you really look at the light going up a little to the white. But the blip thing in the middle, I do see the 3 asteroids.
Yeah, and also how illuminated that whole thing is, that open core thing.
And it's on the right-hand side of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think Sarah has like a lighter. Oh, wow. Jesus. Yeah, those things are flying in our sky, guys. Like, there's big chunks of rocks flying through our sky, floating, like literally tumbling up there. I saw one the other day that was just tumbling right above me. He just the craziest shit. I'm like, this is really happening right now. There's a freaking rock tumbling above me. That's the kind of shit you're gonna get when you actually.
It's not one. It's hundreds.
Yeah. There's hundreds of them, Sam. There's hundreds. Yeah, that was just one of the bigger ones, but they were all over that day. And I was like, the way they're moving, they doesn't, because yes, they are surrounded by clouds. They're encased in clouds because we're 70% water. Keep that in mind. And as they come close, they come from the cold into the warm light. So you're gonna have those. But if you actually pay attention, you'll see that there's something solid behind that white, little cloudy, wispy stuff, and they're just tumbling. It's really slowly tumbling above you. It was the craziest thing. I just sat there.
And then what's the dark circle, which is usually an asteroid.
Like just listening to you say out loud, there's a freaking rock above you tumbling, just like almost scares me of who's listening to me. Jesus Christ, it's some crazy shit, guys. If you're here on the fence, just get ready, because there's a lot of crazy shit happening, man. Not a day goes by that I don't question my sanity, man.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Looks like a
base cloud. That the base cloud of Nibiru?
Wow.
It's in the right place. The light's coming from the far right.
Wow.
It's too big to be at, too.
Yeah, Andrea, looks like a spaceship, and they'll probably push it as a spaceship, a mothership.
Well, mothership, yes.
And not to say that that's not always the case, but in most cases, it's as simple as a base cloud, But I remember in my earlier years, they pushed a lot of, because a lot of these base clouds were a little bit more, good God, I love when opacity does that. But these base clouds were a little bit more obvious because the planets were a little bit more distant. And they always used to push it off as a mothership. There was so much mothership this and mothership that. And then all of a sudden you just kind of stopped hearing it as much. But it came from just giving people a reason to stop wondering and just kind of be like, okay, it's a mothership, and kind of move on. But now this opacity effect is just nuts. This is opacity, right, Sam? I know
I'm looking at it. I agree with your initial assessment on that, but I'm still, it's like, wow, that's an awful lot of fingers.
I know Yuri can somewhat have this effect too, and from what I see from the light, it
Yeah,
might
but
be in
the light is coming from the left, so therefore
yeah.
this has to be either necessity or nothing. It can't be anything else.
Well, it can't be nothing.
Well,
Right.
it's not Zeru. I don't think. It is more likely necessity than Seru.
Yeah,
And that's what's on that side of the
that'd be my guess too.
current, If this picture is current, it would literally have to be necessity. Although, straight over the top of us, you bet she's got a lot of fingers.
That is such a dramatic, and I think that's another feature of Nepacity that I like, is that it's so dramatic. It's so dramatic and hard to ignore. Like, it's just hard to dismiss as, oh, it's just crazy clouds. Like, even if you think it's just clouds, it's gonna get your attention because it's just so crazy.
And of course, this is the red asteroid underneath Atu's moon. And if you look at the top middle, just slightly the right side of the middle, you will see the illumination side of the Texas cube.
Rebecca Norma wants to know
Wow.
where she can send in her pictures. Will you put that
Oh,
address,
sure.
that email, or anybody wanting to send your submissions? And we always love submissions, guys, because
and we see that
it only validates what we talk about here, and it gives us more to add to the.
Thank you for being here.
The evidence pile,
Okay, I'm zooming in on those little Star Destroyers.
Yep, you're going to see some pizza slices.
I know. Well, they're interesting, that's for sure.
Who doesn't like pizza slices?
Right.
Yeah, after last week's show, I think I was talking to Gillian about 5 o'clock in the morning in my sleep. Going, good night, Gillian. God, go to bed. No, I'm joking. Yeah, my brain kept going all the way through the whole night after we did last week's show. Didn't disconnect the line. Oh man, I tell you, I am feeling the ground under my feet doing some weird shit right as we speak.
Have you been feeling that, Sam? I've been feeling
I feel like I'm, there's a spin cycle going off in the next room.
Mostly at night. Well, I mean, at night when everybody's asleep here in the house, which right now it's just me and my brother. But at night when everything's quiet and everything's off, I can feel my bed rumbling.
Yep, I feel the tone. I feel it in my rib cage. I feel it in my feet.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's not the house settling. That's
my house is popping. My neighbors were commenting that they thought they had to have their house reset because, and we had just like 3 years ago, we had that 6.6 over in Stanley, Idaho, and we were up here rocking and rolling in the house.
Wow.
And we all had to stop what we were doing and hang on to the surfboard. And then there's been aftershocks going on, and again, I will say again, they are underreporting USGS. It trimmed at least 1 point off of every reported quake size. For one, if you look at it statistically versus the rest of the world, we got these tiny little quakes while the rest of the world's going off with the big ones. And that's been going on for years. We've seen where the computer laid out and called it a minus 1.5 earthquake. Well, you can't have that unless you have an adjusted scale going on that the computer is trying to account for.
Sure.
So we've known that, and now we see that if you go into the USGS reports and you actually go into the physical footage. And you count you got to learn what's a quake and what is not. But there's these little spikes, and those are the localized quakes. And if you count the localized quakes in Mount Rainier versus what they're reporting, it is direly different. And this is why I recommended that you guys go maybe to some of the past editions of the Earth Master. Yeah.
Hi, Carol. Nice to see you.
Hey.
Glad you joined us.
Thank you, Rebecca. Those, yeah, you have the top ones are Star Destroyers, and there's two shapes on the bottom left, and then I think that object in the bottom, excuse me, on the bottom left is one, and on the bottom right is two shapes. Excuse me. But I think you have a very interesting larger ship on the middle left there, because those look linked. Yeah,
Hey,
you got ships.
Yeah, I
Told you
knew
they
it.
weren't dots, people.
I
Told
knew
you
it.
they were not dots.
I know they're not stars.
Nope.
Not when the sun's still out.
Yep.
I don't know.
And they don't match a pattern in the street lights, so it's not glass refraction.
Well, all right. I'm gonna play another video.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Donald's not here right now, so be on the lookout for Donald. He'll be back eventually. So,
Hi, Carol Ann.
you know, if he's like me, he kind of like skips around the internet, popping in here and there.
They are here.
All
They
right.
are here. They are here.
I'll show you a picture real quick. Remember I told you about my great uncle created Coca-Cola, right?
Yeah.
I found his picture and then I put it side by side with Taylor because he looks just like Taylor, or Taylor looks like him. I'm going to show you a picture of them together. Tell me what you think. Let's see. We always thought he did. It's kind of weird. Here we go.
That's definitely a cipher.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A lot of features there. Very much.
The nose is very similar. The eye, the
eyebrows.
Yeah.
Even though Taylor's working the eyebrows a little bit more on the right, and then
yeah.
But yeah,
It's his
definitely
legacy.
Definitely a relation there.
Yeah, just very distant, but still, I don't know. Back when Taylor's beard was longer, but still.
Spooky.
Is that the Coca-Cola guy? Is that the?
What was that?
Is that the Coca-Cola guy, or is that? Really?
Yeah, back when they actually used to add a stimulant in there made from the cocaine plant.
Yeah. Like when it was really Coca-Cola.
Right.
No, we get caffeine at best.
Wouldn't you love to find a centuries-old case of that in bottles?
Mm-hmm.
Would I? Oh, okay. I am going to play Christopher's video. How's that? Let's do
For
that.
any of you who have ever chewed coca leaves, I don't recommend it.
No, I never have.
Oh boy, talk about indigestion. Woo!
Oh, no, that'll be fun. Okay, here we go. Christopher.
Years and years and years ago, I had somebody actually bring me a few coca leaves from South America.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta pop them in your mouth and chew on them for at least 15 minutes. Okay, right. Wow. Didn't even get me started about peyote. Anyway.
Oh, look, you got Vegas in the background.
There you are.
Gee, look at that iron tail behind your head there.
That's a picture of a Saturn I had in mind when I was talking earlier.
Yeah, that was way back when it was still tiny.
Yeah.
That one too, and then that one too. Yeah. That red one with tiny little red one was the Saturn. Yep. We have so many photographs. I don't think anybody's ever seen all of them.
2 different countries. the same exact sky phenomenon. What you're witnessing is not an average sun halo. Two observers, separated by thousands of miles, captured these identical halos in Canada and Jamaica. Mainstream science can't explain this synchronicity. Samuel Hofman's discovery of the binary twin solar system backed by 15 years of time, proven evidence demonstrates what we are truly witnessing. These halos formed identically because planetary bodies from our twin solar system are crossing between our planet and the sun. Their alignment refracted sunlight identically across continents. A cosmic signature predicted by Hofman's binary twin solar system model.
That is crazy.
It's not a sundog, that's for sure. Cosmic cutoff halo. Atmosphere.
This isn't atmospheric chance. It's celestial mechanics revealing itself. As these planetary bodies transit between Earth and the Sun, they project unified optical effects worldwide. Proof we're part of a far grander cosmic architecture. We're not just seeing halos. We're witnessing our twin solar system's presence.
Well said.
Awesome.
Yeah, there was a couple of good days this week.
I like that. That was awesome.
And now I want to be bigger.
Some chicken noodle soup when I get sick. Nice. I'd love to be your neighbor now. I love those underlays. I love how they just.
You think it's wrong?
It's just like under the clouds. I love that. What are you using, CapCut for that, or what are you using?
I'll show you how to do it.
You can do overlays like that, because God, that's awesome. That's so cool. And I think it's so helpful to help people actually visualize what's happening.
The dark blue.
Sometimes all that people don't see past the clouds, right? And sometimes that's where the action is happening. But people's eyes are just directly. They just automatically focus on the clouds.
Look at the horizon, the light blue. Look at the dark blue above. The dark blue above is a planet. Sky filler. And then another planet and another planet as you spin around. There are many planets everywhere you look now. Including up, bottom, that's Atu's moon right there. And then it's Saturn Jello moon right there. And then you go to the left and you're looking at asteroids that are coming out from underneath Uri, which is farther to the left.
Okay, I see it now.
They're enveloping in our view and they're scrolling in from both sides. It's so weird. It does not make sense, but that's what it does. And they're not really this close to each other.
Right.
Look, craters on Atu's moon. We're going to have a hell of a September. And I haven't even done this month's site drawing yet.
Is it going to be one drawing or two drawings?
Well, two, of course. I can't not do one. I can't do. I'd like to do just one, but I have to do two because I have to show the movement of how Uri's moving farther back. Even though
you could make both. Maybe you could make one drawing and two drawings.
Which
You're gonna have to do
drawing for me. Make one just for me.
North, south, east,
I
west.
can't-
More drawing.
I can't line up people's pictures anymore with 2 drawings.
I know. That's why I
I'm
came up
having
with
to
that
use your
immediate.
old drawings
That's why
because
I came with that. That was that side view of placement showing which planets were past Earth last month, I think. I'll try to come up with a smaller version of that where it shows more.
I don't know, but
Because on that
Somebody
last drawing,
has-
I did omit Matim, and I need to add Matim, so I'll just do the drawing again from the side
Yeah.
view. Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
show which
But
planet is there.
thankfully, your last August drawing has been pretty accurate for the time being. I've been using that one a lot.
Yeah, they usually are. Yeah,
I miss one
every time we do it changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I like doing just one drawing, but the scale
Yeah.
got so big I couldn't do it. You're only going to see 2 planets and not know where the rest of them are.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I thought about changing the scale and then just dropping everything down
I mean,
again.
that's
that
how
would
you always made it before.
Yeah, but that way you couldn't do the layovers like we are. That would change all of that.
Well, I know, but
If I scale down, which is what I should do, I'll do the side view again, and I'll scale that one down, and then I'll just do the
I
normal
just
2.
need the sun in the middle of the drawing. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right?
That's yeah. Because most people, their pictures have the sun in the middle, or so.
Well, last month I taped the 2 together, and you get a little overshot on the other side of the sun, and I figured that way it would be a little more informative than the 2 separate
Right.
pictures.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with.
Right?
Ah!
Becca's wanted you to
No
make
pressure.
a single
No
or
pressure.
picture
I'm
for a few
placing-
weeks now.
I'm placing an order. That's all. No.
Okay.
Right?
I will ponder it. I will ponder it.
Right. It's been so long, Sam. It's been like half a year since we've got to see it all in one,
Well, Saru started coming in, and it was so big. I had to move to a larger page.
right? Well, darn it, Saru. I'll blame that.
Yeah, there you go. Again, look at the dark area. Ooh, echo.
Yeah, it comes and goes. It's strange. It's like we're at a ball game.
I'm getting computer blind here. Ah.
I know what you mean. I can't believe how hot it is inside tonight. It's like by this time of the evening, the house is hot.
Same temperature inside.
Yeah. I mean, it says it's 92 outside right now. It's pretty hot.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, I love how the orange and the yellow have been bursting to sunsets the last couple of weeks. It's been phenomenal. And even if you don't know what you're looking at, they're beautiful. Atu's moon and the Texas tubes in there too. So the sun is setting in the west, so you're looking southwest and then south. Planet up above. Now you're looking more due west and planets up above, including Atu's moon. Which has moved. Yeah. And then there's the yellow moon and the ion tail. That's insane. I still wonder how the heck, we're looking at that light blue there, and that's supposed to be a red planet. Because it's so close to us, it's light blue. Weird. Asteroids and ships and things that go bump in the night. Oh, okay. Atu's moon Uri. Atu's moon Uri.
Man, that's like the whole sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, the real sky is down at the horizon. Everything else is planet.
Right. Man.
And if you look closely in the deep blue, you'll see land masses. And that light green blue is, of course, Saru.
Yeah, right.
And she's coming in right in behind us, Satham, and it's literally hard to tell the dividing line between the two of them within the last 2 weeks. Christopher, did you notice that? That Saru was coming in, and then it's Satham yellow moon go over the top of us at sunset. And then Saru comes in and turns everything green-blue. That can't be our moon. If it is, it's really north. That, of course, Atu's moon.
Was that your stuff, Chris, from the other day? I love when those colors come in that way.
I don't think he's answering us. I think he's locked.
Oh, is he frozen?
Oh, there he is. He just jumped.
Oh, wow.
I've been muted this whole time.
Yeah, maybe
sorry. I've been talking, and I'm just like...
I think you might have a career in one of those what do you call those meme guys?
Right?
Yeah, you were sitting way back, and you were locked, and then all of a sudden, boom, you were in front of the camera.
I was like, is
Weird.
he sleeping? Or
I think he was just
no fair. No fair. He gets a nap.
Yeah, we're talking to him, and he's locked. He's sitting there with his arm crossed, and he's not even moving. And then the longer I stared at it,
I'm just I must have been
frozen
with the mic off. I don't know how I did that. That's funny. Yeah, this week was intense, for sure.
Yeah.
The sunsets have been unbelievable. The colors and the oranges and the yellows. Oh my God.
And then after it changes to gray, and then boom, all of a sudden you see the green blue of Saru behind the whole mass as the Satsuma yellow moon now goes over us. And it's insane. And then we saw that picture earlier, the one with, the base cloud. It's just insane. Flame-like clouds. And it's the only one that does that. And it's the coolest because we've never seen it this close. And I'm like in elation going, oh my God, look at that. We've never seen this before. It's so cool, And everybody thinks I'm going cuckoo. But I am going cuckoo because it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on this one.
Right.
We haven't seen it yet. It's like, wow, learning,
Okay.
new shit.
Yeah, Howie's going to go up on the cube. He's planning it. He says, we will be entertained as we go up in the Texas cube.
Whoa. Going anywhere near that damn thing.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Let me know
don't
when you're back.
don't
Let me know when you're
attribute
back.
light years as an issue for these guys. We saw the cube in deep space around 2008, and it did take a few years to get here, but then it popped out through a wormhole. So I have no idea what the deal behind that is, but thank you. I will pass. You go right ahead. I'm not going on that thing.
Yeah, you got to document it for us.
I'll speak for yourself, Sam. If I can die, I'll die in peace if I get a bird's eye view of what's out.
Yeah, send us a postcard.
Get a view from up there. I'm not planning. My plan isn't to leave Earth. Everything I know is here. I get that, but I would love to.
But you take a vacation.
Yeah, I would definitely take a joyride for sure, and a vacation. And if they have med beds, who knows? I might not even want to come back. I don't know.
Okay,
Ezekiel. Not beyond me. Not beyond me. But let's start small. I would love to see the system from up there, even though I know that it'll probably be dark and not as easy to see as most people would assume. But I still would love to see it from up there.
I'll get your clay tablet from the British Museum, and you can find your way there.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do it. I'll be your guinea pig.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're ready. Like I said, send me a postcard.
Oh, let me check, Norma. Let me see. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, I think Norma missed the Sam pictures for Sam thing. Yeah, I think you missed it, Norma. Give us a second. We'll put it up there again for you.
Oh, I hadn't sent him yet. Okay, hang on. Sorry.
I think she missed when you put up the email.
Yeah, it's skypics for Sam@gmail. Or if I don't know if you're on Messenger, you can send them to me on Messenger. Whatever is easier for you. Okay. Now what?
Well, what about one of your shorts?
One of my shorts. Well, I played the new one I made at the very beginning. I think you were not. You were rebooting or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I was starting my computer for the third time.
Right. Yeah. Let me look and see. And I'm waiting for Katie Joe to get back. I have current events. We can look at that.
I was on in the back room. We were talking, and then all of a sudden, it just went down, and everybody in the house is going, "What's wrong with the internet?"
Oh no.
Well, let's look at stuff that's going on in the world. The storm effects. Let me get that pulled up.
Yeah, those things we're going to have more of. Oh man, I am not looking forward to this winter.
And I've started to see more and more people. I don't know if they're speaking on their own behalf or if they're like propagandist type people. But anyway, they're coming on hot and heavy, insisting that since these are just so destructive, the events that we're seeing, it's absolutely man-made. I mean, that they're not even considering it being anything else. They're calling it sabotage and you know,
Weather warfare.
right. They're just saying they're out to get us, everybody. Let's fight back. You know, they're going off like that.
Jeez, I can't tell you how much that one bothers me. First of all, because as far as Earth goes, we just don't have the technology to affect the planet on that scale. We just don't. We can manipulate locally. We can make it rain in a city, but to change the world, the planet,
Right.
that only the sun has the power to do that. Only the sun can actually change the planet weather. We can't. There's no way. There's no freaking way.
They're counting on people not figuring that part out or thinking about it.
We don't have that technology. Not here on Earth. We don't. I don't. I'm sure other races might know how to manipulate that kind of stuff, but world weather, we can't do it. There's no freaking way.
With the change from 2024 alone, 1 degree in climate change, for every degree our overall atmospheric temperature on Earth goes up. Our atmosphere is capable of holding 7% more water. And now we are seeing the weather pattern from that event as well as others. So next year we should see another increase in 1 degree in global warming, and then it is going to get even worse, people.
Yeah,
I can't imagine it being any worse.
It will be.
These videos are just devastating to watch. It's hard.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it getting worse.
A lot of it we're being spared from all of that for all the money that the G7 countries are actually spending on some weather protection, because we'd be frying even more here. But the reason why we're not as affected as other countries is because a lot of money is being spent to kind of taper off the extremes, maybe slow it down a little bit, but it's going to happen regardless, guys. And don't give so much credit to our technology. We're still pretty behind, guys. Like I know we're more advanced, that they, the technology they have is like 15, 20 years ahead, but still to be able to manipulate world weather that way, it takes way more than that. I mean, the energy alone it would take.
I always chuckle and say they don't need to.
Well, exactly. But just to change just to warm it up a degree or two would be an insane effort. As far as energy goes, like we can't do that.
We go back to what tipped the planets in 2011, and why did all of the normal planets in our solar system all have an elevation in temperature? It's not just Earth climate, carbon-based climate change. All of the planets in our solar system are heating up. So it goes to the basic science question: what heats planets inside a solar system? It's only one thing. It's a star. And we know that we got a second star came to visit. We know the Earth axis tipped in 2011. We know it came up from underneath us. We know that they joined in 2012, did the back blow CME thing, and then like 2023 or something like that, they did more of that back blow separation. We've documented.
We have a timeline. If you go back to the beginning of, especially prior to me, Rebecca and Gillian, Sam, you can actually make a timeline of how they were more distant, and then they got closer, and then the weather started getting wonkier. Like, there's a freaking timeline there. There's enough evidence that you can make a timeline. Of events. Like you can.
And we watched it. We saw the first close passes. We saw them when they arrived. We saw, oh God, there's the purple gas giant. And it used to be this little tiny clouded dot right next to Uri, which at one point in time was small also compared to Saru and Nibiru. And so people, we've got the documentation that runs literally from day one when they first got here all the way 15 years later, and the devastation that we're watching around the world, which is why we're doing the shows for you guys. We're not some arrogant people standing there saying we know what we're talking about. We are the people that know what we're talking about.
I would dare not make a claim this huge if I didn't know for a fact.
Right.
Like I would not do that just for money or views. Like you would have to be some kind of psychotic nut job.
Yeah.
to make some shit up like that just for
Hey,
fun.
this is really cool, and I'm going to scare you on purpose.
And
Yeah.
unfortunately, we have a lot of those doing that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna pause this for a moment.
Okay.
Because I heard somebody tapping at the back door very quietly.
Ding dong.
Like they don't want to disturb us, but they're here. No, it's Carol Ann.
I knew it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get to catch her this time before I
know, right? I'm gonna pause this. We'll come back to that in a moment because we got bring her on here with us. Let's see what's going on with Carol Ann. There she is.
hey.
Carol Ann. Good to see you.
Carolyn, how you doing?
Hi, everybody. I got you,
Hi.
Jesus. I
know.
told you. I would.
last Saturday,
I
I was like, is she avoiding me or what's going on? It's like I left and then 10 minutes later on, but I was like, I get it. It's
It's been a hectic
There's
day.
always next Saturday, so.
I
But
know.
it's nice to catch you. It's nice to
Oh,
catch you.
thanks. Oh my God. I'd be here in tears if I missed you again. Oh my God. I love my
I was really
people.
close. I'm about 20 minutes away from jumping off here. So
I know. I hurried. I just ate breakfast. It's like what, 9:30 at night, and Rebecca couldn't make it for
breakfast for
so
dinner. I love breakfast for dinner.
Anytime.
so does Rebecca.
Right?
Yes.
I like breakfast. In fact, I eat breakfast more at lunch and at dinner than I do for actual breakfast.
Yeah, right.
I missed out today. Hello, Samuel. How are you holding up?
I'm better than I was in the middle of the week.
Okay. I
No more
know.
antihistamines.
This is a bad.
No, this was the deep dive into the congressional UAP reports, testimony that it sank me emotionally. And, I mean, as I said, now my head starts to ache. When you have post-traumatic stress disorder from things, it sometimes can take you. It basically.
than what anybody realizes. I'm telling you.
Will trigger you some. I think.
I got led into an emotional wind-up where I was so wound up emotionally inside my head, I didn't know I was going to get through the next 5 minutes.
It was tough.
Well, remember what I told you
It's
the
gonna
last
get
time
harder
that
yet.
remember some what I was telling you the other day when we were speaking. We have to be very careful what we let into our minds,
and
because there's so much negativity. There's so much bad shit out there that you have to be really careful. I mean, sometimes you can't help it. You have to go down the rabbit hole, especially in the name of what we do here. But I do feel that it's important to kind of keep your sanity, even if you have to avoid certain topics. That's what I've been doing lately, because negativity, the bad vibe is so bad that the only thing that you can really do is just avoid it altogether, because it'll bring you down so bad.
But we are at disclosure, so where people are supposed to recognize the facts that extraterrestrials are parked here now, and are they going to have to land in a football stadium like they do in the day the Earth stood still? 1950s movie. Look it up.
We'll probably just say it's a drone, Sam, because God, the denial is an all-time high, man.
I really think the congressional hearings was a semi-soft disclosure, getting us ready for the next wave of what's coming and coming in. We might have some events from nature itself, or the passing planets or the asteroids this fall, that are catastrophic. We may actually have that Star Destroyer actually land, in some football stadium in the middle of a Super Bowl. I don't know. Point being that when I watched those guys testify, and then I watched a specific person also go to a talk show, and I got to watch him personally sweating. It pulled me into an emotional wind-up where I had to see more, and the more I watched, the worse I got. And then I was immediately reminded of my own fears and the fact that I've still got the kids at home and blah 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 blah. Man. And I got wound up, and I was reminded of that fear factor that I experienced all the way back in 1980 for many years that I had to deal with after they let me go. I went into hiding. I didn't have my name on a phone number. I didn't have my name on a mailbox. I didn't pay a power bill. I was living in these tiny little apartments for a reason. I went into hiding, and I didn't want anyone to know where I was, period, after they quit messing with me in the early 80s.
Yep.
when Reagan came into office, all of that changed, and then I didn't see people regularly because he sort of got rid of a lot of that going on. I don't know how informed that he was, but some of the presidents throughout history have known about it, and et cetera, et cetera. And there's a really, really big thing about what's really, really going on. And it's if you knew the finer details, you would be in horror. And I was, and I got to revisit that.
It's not a pleasant place to be, is it,
I
Sam?
got to deal with that, Sam. I hate to, and I don't want to add to that, but I feel a lot of shock and awe. I think we're in the beginning stages of the real shock and awe that's going to come.
Yeah.
We're all feeling it,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Things are progressing in a way. Again, the way Yuri made itself seem the other day was just absolutely bananas. I've never seen something so dramatic in my 7-8 years of watching. It was just so intense and so a little worrying. Like aside from watching,
right.
It's like holy shit, that's a planet with freaking rocks around it.
Yep, a lot of rocks.
We could just drop off, and God knows what else is up there. So again, we've talked about it. How a lot of shit up there doesn't.
There's
look
stuff
right.
in there that really looks like stuff that's not supposed to be up there.
Yeah.
From a haunted house Halloween freak TV show that a really bad horror show. We've seen some shit up there. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And including the skull asteroid, and that's right in there in that whole same ball of wax. That's what's really freaky about it, and we've seen a Reaper and you name it.
That's part of Yuri's asteroid group, then the skull sound.
Right, and then and you go to the legend of let me see of Egypt, Apophis. I mean, that adds a level of insanity to it, and I encourage anyone who wants to know what I'm talking about, go to the movie. You can get the video clip on YouTube. Gods of Egypt, Ra versus Apophis.
Right.
Type exactly that in, Ra versus Apophis, Gods of Egypt, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And we see stuff where this Apophis comes in and tries to close pass on the planet Earth and steal the children of Ra and consume their souls. And we see that up there in that group of the what we call the Salamander asteroid group, and we've got some close-ups going back a decade where there's some really scary shit that appears to be up inside of that, including the skull asteroid. And that leaves a very large avenue for debate on what are we seeing there, and we've avoided it, but we've also talked about it. Anyway, that's what's going on up there. What's going on down here also scares the shit out of me.
Things are very much progressing to a scary point, to a point where we're going to start paying attention more out of necessity than entertainment is what I got.
I hope we don't go viral because it's already too late, that kind of thing.
Exactly. These last 2 days, something I think we just passed a threshold was because I've never felt genuine concern the way I did of that.
We are going into the Lionsgate conjunction.
The whole progression of it, the whole time was me in shock and awe, and I would say about 40% nervous and fear. And I don't usually feel that way. Like I don't. Right. This stuff doesn't scare me. It fascinates me, but sometimes shit can get real, and I think. I think this last couple of days was just a big,
for real,
big reminder of, hey man, this is not just for your entertainment. Like
that bottom of Saturn's yellow moon is volatile as hell, and and that's on the right hand side, and I mean Yuri's coming in with all the asteroids on the left, and they're like and directly overhead's another story, and it's just so insane. And we can all feel it. Something's wrong. We're all feeling confused and tired and exhausted, and there's been mass shootings every day this week.
Angry people out there.
Yeah.
Oh, met quite a few yesterday. We were
no.
off all day. People are really angry. I don't think they know why either. They don't.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier, Carol.
Sorry I missed you.
Those are so mean. God, they were so mean this week.
Yeah.
Thank God I don't.
It was in my notes.
Serious anymore? Because if I was an emotional basket case that I used to be, I don't know how to handle it without going into a deep depression. It was so mean.
Well, look at all the world.
I'm like, dude, I kind of felt bad for them, honestly.
There's worldwide protests going on
whatever
everywhere around the
darkness
world.
you're dealing with, I hope you get through it, because holy shit,
It's tough for me because I smile all the time at everybody. I'm always the friendly, pick me up kind of, and it's like, wow. It's like when Sam was feeling really like off the other day, it was all I could do to try, I hope that didn't show through Samuel.
The thing with it is so big. It is so big what's really happening, and I can't really come out here on the show and say so. But the enormity of the sellout. How do we ever explain that to our children? That's a biggie. And I can't even go into detail on that. My ears start ringing. God, where we are, where we could have been.
They're already screwed, Sam. I mean, look at the economy that we've left that generation.
Yeah, we just stacked up money they'll never be able to pay off.
They can never own their own home. They can't take a vacation. They can't probably retirement. By the time they retire, will be non-existent at this
Carol Ann, retire, right? We were paying into retirement, and I didn't get to retire. I had to retire.
Yep.
I got retired the hard way thanks to somebody else.
I was forced into it, but my health was not good anyway, so I was.
I got put there, and so I got retired whether I wanted to or not.
And we're still working every day.
Yeah, and the money that that we get for all the years of paying in is nowhere. I mean, the prisoners in prison make more money than we do, and it's scary. It really is.
I often say that.
Experimental.
And then they go, the median average income is. It's like, I wish.
Well, look, our capitalistic view of infinite growth is a very definition of cancer. Like that's what cancer is. It's infinite growth, right? It's not sustainable, and for anybody to say that that's normal human behavior, I'm sorry, but if that's what you think is normal human behavior, you're the problem. Like you're the freaking problem. Like
we have to view its sustainability. We have to.
We need to feed our people. We need to house our people. And we have the resources to do all that. But Bezos would rather just stockpile his billions along with Musk's billions. They would rather do that than actually do something for their fellow humans, which would be
the top 128 billionaires.
We cannot sustain this way of living. We can, this infinite growth where we are parasites. That's a parasite way of looking at life. And it's no surprise that we're in this mess. There's no surprise. There's just no freaking surprise. And if you want to go with the rhetoric that the stock market's doing well, that doesn't equate to less poverty. I'll tell you, because there's a lot of countries who brought their GDP up, but that didn't equate to less people.
The stock market is not doing well. Our GDP is not doing well.
You have access to that piece of the pie. Right?
The S&P 500 is not doing well.
If you saw economic growth, it doesn't matter if your people don't have access to that wealth.
Well, the people are at a breaking point. They are right now and worldwide protesting is going on. and people are, and then again, let's give a shout out to the Russian people. I'm not saying the Russian government, but the people of Russia, their economy has direly crashed. And now new sanctions are going to go in against them, depending on the taco movement. Yeah, we are again, and China is in a false, propped up paper, what they call tofu market, and it's gonna crumble.
That's been here too, a false economy. Something like we've been in a shitty economy for some time now, but it's just now to the point where there's no.
Well, the tech boom is what saved us.
But it's all a fake economy. Like
right.
The way homes are built, the way everything is built is just so cheap now. Everything
come apart in high winds.
Everything.
Standard obsolescence.
Sheetrock and everything. Like it's very cheap way of making a building. If you actually go to even any country in Latin America, they build out of concrete. So you don't have a fire isn't going to devastate you the way it's going to devastate you in America, because they actually build on concrete, right?
Right.
Here in America, you have a fire in 20 minutes, you're done. Like your entire life is done.
20 minutes.
Because sheetrock and everything is basically hollow. You have a hollow freaking house.
Right. And it's even like ours is a brick rancher. But guess what frames it out? Guess what's on the walls?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's not helping.
So you have to rethink how we build too. If I ever, my end goal would be, homestead and get away from the city, all that. Yeah. I would really be careful how I built. Hobbit home, concrete, sturdy
roundhouse.
Yeah, something that isn't going to catch fire that easily. Something like concrete is very cool in the summer. It's it insulates very well in the winter. You might have cold floors, but I mean a little carpet, something will work. Right. But we have to
build with Roman floors.
Everything, the way we build, the way we live, the way we grow our food. All of that is gonna change. It's changing now. I can't tell you. I just came from the farmers market. I was talking to a lot of the growers there, and a lot of them have told me that they've had to readjust the amount of sun that a lot of their vegetables are getting, because it's burning a lot of it. So they've had to do half this. They've had to adjust everything for the growing season, because not everything is growing the same way.
I watched some drone footage the other day where the guy's flying his drone through a sunflower field, and in the background is the sun. And guess which direction those sunflowers were looking?
You have to really question it.
The other way. They were looking at us as you're flying towards the sun. The sunflowers are turning away from the sun now.
Even for them, the sun is too much. Yeah, even for them, the sun is too much.
They know the truth. And of course, we talk about the seasonal growing. They were talking about how they're getting 3 cherry crops out of the orchards in Oregon.
I've been hearing from that. On one side, they're getting an abundance of vegetables, right, of certain things. But on the other side, they're having a hard time growing some, because there's certain things that just aren't growing very well.
And by the way, everybody, buy your coffee now, because it's about to double in price.
Oh God!
Well, I guess it might be time to cut back on coffee, because I'm not paying more than I'm paying now.
Yeah, tea is still cheap.
No, it's my guilty pleasure. The only bad habit, I wouldn't call it bad habit. The only habit I have, right? I am not paying $7 a cup of coffee. I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you're paying for under a
get
pound.
into that kind of extortion. No, thank you.
For under a pound, it's about $17 now.
Good Lord, that's
and it's going to go up, because there is a 30% tax on Brazil and Indonesian coffee, or Vietnamese. I think it's Vietnamese coffee, and they're the #1 coffee market in the planet on both those two countries. I mean, they're intentionally taking our coffee countries, people. That's like, no,
Maybe that'll
Right.
spark. Maybe that'll spark.
Something to
Maybe
see.
that'll spark up the uprising when they take our coffee away. Maybe that's the precursor that people need to actually wake the hell up.
$15. Wow.
Oh, jeez. Wow. I'll tell you, I don't think people are gonna until people get hammered in their pocketbook. That's when.
Well, I talked about this last week. Chocolate is about to double in price.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, now that really upsets me.
Right.
Oh boy. I gave up coffee, so I'm 6 months now.
6
No
months,
coffee.
really? How did
6
it go?
months.
Did you get
Rough.
Did you get the
It
lack
was rough.
of caffeine headaches? Because if I go a day or two, I get a headache. I'm at
I
that.
still get the headaches every day, but I gave up coffee. But I have a secret, Jesus.
So you take the caffeine pills. Is that what you're doing?
Chocolate.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's it. You know, when I quit drinking alcohol
There's enough in
and
that.
when I got sober, that's what I did. I just replaced my old habits with something healthier. Or
With new
something.
habits.
Yeah. That's
This chocolate has the cacao bean and
Caffeine,
dark,
yeah.
and dark chocolate
bit of
is
caffeine.
actually very
Enough.
healthy for you. Dark
Enough.
chocolate is very good for you.
that's what that is, dark chocolate.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. I'm old. It's just like I don't care anymore.
Well, don't get too carried away. We you got work to do still, Carol. So
I know I do, babe.
don't get too
I know.
carried away.
I'm gonna keep doing my work.
But I see your point. If you can indulge now, when can you indulge?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, there's not much I'm interested in anymore. I mean, this is the love of my life. Right here, looking in my screen, this is the love of my life. And
Hey, you know, I was having a conversation earlier with my brother, and he says that he's concerned that if we end up going, we had some plans of visiting some friends in Las Vegas, which I'm reluctant to do. At the same time, I'm like, well, I might go see Chris while I'm there. I don't know. But
That'll be cool.
he tells me, yeah, what? But he tells me I'm concerned that if we would move back to over there, you might get back into your bad habits. I'm like, dude, that doesn't sound fun to me no more. None of that. The drinking, all that. No, I'm a simple guy. A cup of coffee brings me the joy that alcohol never brought me. You know,
Right.
I'm a simple guy, and nothing's gonna change that. I call that. That's
how we
not
are.
me.
Yeah,
That person
donuts.
died. That person died back in New Mexico. I'm done. Like, there's no concern there. I am not interested in a whole lot of things. You know,
No.
because I'm not. My interests have completely shifted. So, yeah.
I think a lot of us
So,
see that.
Rebecca, do you have that current event so that now that we're talking about climate
Yeah.
change and
Oh, sure.
products that we eat
Yep.
Right.
changing,
Let's do
this is why. And you know, and talking about the the economic policies and all of that's changing shipping, they are boycotting us around the world. They really are,
Well,
and
but I
they're not
also
buying our
feel-
products.
Well, yes, but I also feel like a lot of this is Wall Street manipulation. And I don't mean by Wall Street themselves, but I think that they're manipulating the stock market. People are buying, are nervous buying now because everything's getting so expensive. And what do you think that does to stocks? If I were to buy a stock for coffee now, everybody's going to freak out because everybody's buying it because they know it's going to be expensive tomorrow.
Or selling, or
Right.
short, what
Well,
they call
that
it.
stock,
It's called
if you-
short
if
list.
you're in- if you're in the know, that stock is going to go crazy, and you're going to make a lot of
Right.
money if you
Right,
have
yeah, that's
the
referred to as
capital
short
to
list.
invest in.
Yep.
So I think a lot of that is happening right now.
Well, here's an example. There's Canadian people in the Canadian stores where they have absolutely stopped ordering any vegetables from the United States and started ordering from other countries. And that's what's going on. Everybody gave us, the world is laughing at a certain administration, and they're completely boycotting us. And, Christopher, tell me about the tourism downtown in Vegas.
Well, I've been hearing about that a lot.
It's been reported that it's non-existent, and then of course the casinos are saying that they're booming. They can't allow people to really believe that there's just no business.
There are 8 countries that are warning their populace not to visit the United States.
Oh, great.
Well,
it'll be a matter of time before it goes.
I think the problem with Vegas started with the fact that it's corporate. It went corporate instead of mob run, and unfortunately, the mob had a little bit more humanity than corporations.
Oh yeah, it's not the same. This is not the same city it was when I was a kid.
When the mob was still running, they actually gave back. You know, whether it be through comping rooms, whether it be through dinner, just to have, because you're spending money, they give a little back. But corporations, they don't give anything back. They don't.
Yeah, they do that up here in Montana. We have gambling also up here in Montana, and that's
killing Vegas. Like, corporations are killing Vegas.
There's this new hotel. They just built it, $2 billion for this place. They reported on the news that for room service for two bottles of water and a cup of coffee was $62.
I almost died.
Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I would have a nervous breakdown on that vacation. There's no way.
Yeah. Not a violent
There's just no way.
Guy, but
you cannot go down to the strip without. You have to pay to park there now.
Yeah.
Like locals, it doesn't matter. There's all sorts of fees. It's like it's stupid.
When I was there, they had the what do they call that? The not a hotel fee, but a resort fee. That resort fees.
Tax, yeah.
Then you have to pay for parking. They used to just give you validation. I don't even know if they do that anymore. Vegas it's not the Vegas that even when I was there, it's not the Vegas that I went to when I was a kid. Like it's corporations.
Well, I used to stay at the Hacienda, and that doesn't even exist anymore.
That doesn't exist anymore. You know, along with what was the one next to the Oyo?
Tropicana.
Tropicana's gone. What is it? That new one that just can't
they closed the Mirage. Yeah. They're putting the Hard Rock Hotel there now.
And the Excalibur is now old and faded.
I think the Excalibur's next, and I'm pretty sure that one's next. I don't see that lasting 5 years. I got so many complaints from that place when I was living there. It's not even funny, man. Jesus, it is so bad. That one, and but that one's still better than the Circus.
Circus Circuses.
Yeah,
wow.
I went to have the buffet there because they weren't having the buffet anywhere. I wanted to go to the Aria because I heard they had a very good buffet, but they didn't have it there because I was still 2021, so COVID was still. But I went to the Circus, and while I was there, I was like, what the hell? I'm just gonna have lunch here.
This is Atu.
Terrible.
This is what's coming.
The salad was terrible. Even the salad was terrible.
This is what's coming in August, September.
Discharges.
Look at that.
I'm concerned about the discharges, Sam. I really am.
Yeah, and we should be, because this is Atu's moon and Uri and all of that at night.
Those ones are. I mean, look at a while back how we were seeing a lot of birds die.
Caribou.
We're seeing entire flocks of deer just dropping dead.
Caribou up in Canada being killed by the hundreds.
I don't know about you guys, but I have yet to see what are those birds, cranes that follow winter. I don't see them anymore, and when I see them, they're like a pack of 10 of them. Right?
I have not seen any this year yet.
And I haven't seen any this year, and right around November is when I start to see them. Nothing. And that was always for me like it always signaled the transition.
Yeah, we haven't seen Canadian geese here once in 10 years.
Fall and winter, and I don't see them anymore. And it's concerning. It's weird, and it just feels like something's missing. And I'm like, I don't even see that much birds anymore. You know,
right?
Hummingbirds are scanty here. Like we usually have tons of them, and I did up until 3 weeks ago. no more hummingbirds.
It's been years. I've not seen a hummingbird.
That's early for
I've
them to
not
leave.
seen a hummingbird
Yeah.
in years. I saw some bees in our backyard the other day. My brother wanted to get them. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not doing that. Get rid of that. Nothing. Like, there's a lot of things. We are seeing a mass die-off in a lot of species, and that's another
Right.
thing that a lot of people are not.
Millions of birds.
People don't see it, Jesus. People just, they didn't take notice to them before. They don't see it now.
Exactly,
You
and
know?
people
Buddy,
tell us, well, when things start to happen, let us know. Like, what do you want? Like, what more stuff do you want to happen for you to open your eyes that the world we live in now is not the world that we grew up in? It's not the same. It's not the same. The clouds aren't the same. Our weather's not the same. Our species of animals are not the same. Everything is changing. Our constellations are not the same. Our place in the galaxy is not the same. Guys, wake up. Here I see. I believe that right there, everything covered in mud. I think that's where all our old remnants of old generations and old civilizations end up at. You know, after a lot of this stuff happens. That's why we keep uncovering more pyramids. We keep uncovering more old civilizations,
buildings.
We keep uncovering as the Amazon is being lost, as the trees are being cut down. You see structures there. They always thought that area was inhabitable, like humans, because growing stuff there is so difficult. But now that they're cutting trees and forcing the land to, basically forcing to grow stuff there's a lot of structures down there from God only knows how old the civilizations. You know, we're not the first ones here, guys. We are supremely arrogant in thinking we're the first and top tier civilizations existing here. We're not by far, not at all, not even close.
Yeah, I love this one. Like, we're gonna boil some water now on a stove they can't even use.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
This was last night's dinner before the flood.
Oh God.
Sucks.
You know, this is the stove. They can't even, I mean, there's no way they can turn that even on or probably ever use it again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, look, broccoli.
Oh, don't you dare say yum yum.
You know, nothing's happening, guys. Nothing. The world is still the same. Nothing's happening. Like this is just a 1 in a million occasion, like they used to be. You know. I don't know what it's gonna take. I really don't know what it's gonna take. I really don't. As much as I want these events to not affect us too much, at the same time, I'm like, maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need something drastic to kind of shake everybody the hell awake. Unfortunately, as a human species, we don't change very well until we're at the edge. That's really,
and then
we have no other choice, you know.
It's just too late.
And now you know where I was thinking middle week.
Yeah.
It's just too late.
Oh God.
I believe this is Camp Chetka.
Is that earthquake?
Yeah, I think that's earthquake.
I know how.
Yeah, Camp Chetka. And immediately afterwards, you know, first one volcano, then another volcano, and then another volcano. So they got 3 birthing in a chain now.
Wow.
And they have had, at least 1,000 aftershocks.
Wow.
Samuel, after the volcanoes, like with the levels of magma and that are under Earth's surface and layers down, does that become hollow and Earth shifts downward, or
right? That's once the lava dome
Once that
is
explodes,
empty.
it gets rid of
Right, pressure, and then you can have some. Oh, speaking of which, in Italy right now, their harbors are rising at a significant rate. Where now the regular daily boat parkings aren't in the normal harbor; they have to now go out to deeper, and it has risen a great deal within the last few months.
and that's on the
No, that's on the Mediterranean.
Mediterranean on the Atlantic side,
Right, around Italy.
and at the same
And
time,
that's got Santorini getting ready to blow, and Vesuvius and Pompeii and all of that again. They're worried, but the archaeologists in Pompeii are worried that they might all of a sudden get buried again as well. Will it go off?
and if it does, then all that other chaos that comes afterwards, and then while that's happening on the Atlantic side, guess what's happening on the Pacific side?
And on the Pacific side, of course, there's activity in New Zealand. There's activity in Malaysia and Indonesia. There's activity in southern Japan off the coast. They're worried about that one going big.
Thinking about that.
Kamchatka to the north, and then north of Kamchatka, it starts to reach into the Aleutian Islands, which is where we see the activity in the volcanoes that are going off. And there's like 8 or 10 of them that are regularly still going off in the Aleutian Islands, and then go all the way up to Alaska and the Port Cove there in Anchorage. Those are all quaking, and it goes all the way to the northern Bering Strait and all of that are quaking, including earthquakes in the Arctic Circle that have just erupted within the last month that we normally wouldn't see. And there's also earthquakes in the Antarctic plates that we normally don't see, south of Tasmania and Australia.
It's like a chain reaction.
Yeah, everything is moving big.
Right.
Everything.
And it's not just moving; it's also going up and over.
Yep, subducting. Yeah, the Pacific plate is being subducted, and the Pacific Ocean is getting smaller, whereas the Atlantic Ocean is spreading apart with the mid-ocean drift point, and it's getting bigger. And the continents are all moving according to different directions against each other, as they have since dawn of time.
Yeah, I've been focusing on that for like 2 or 3 weeks now, just trying to watch the buoys too.
Yeah,
what's going on?
Another one. Our we're moving like our entire land masses are not exactly where they used to be. We're moving like it's not just Earth tilted. Like there's a lot of. I mean, we're seeing cracks. We're seeing a lot of changes as far as GPS.
They're very worried about the Pacific underwater Juan de Fuca plate and the underwater volcanoes going literally from Baja all the way up to Alaska. And
here's a thought that somebody told me, again, one of your own partners, and that we will leave unnamed, but you know what I'm talking about.
No worries.
So he had a theory which I felt was sound. But he says that due to the electrical exchanges that we have on close passes, that could actually get a volcano going. Is that true? Is that a way?
Well, if you pressurize, if you push on a plate.
So the way he explained it to me was, in order for Earth to kind of release all that energy that it collects from all that electrical exchange, it'll do it in the form of volcanic activity. Is there some truth to that? Is there some
kind of like microwaving the core? The core heats up, the rotation has changed. We know that our Earth is sped up. We know that our core has moved. We know that there's electrical discharging, and there's been sightings of anomalous electrical activity within our atmosphere. So yeah, imagine a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you have it on a plate. And the volcanoes are the edges of the sandwich. And you put your hand really hard in the middle, and all the jelly squirts out all around. And that's where what happens when the plates move.
Yeah. So it made sense to me, but again, it made sense to me. So I thought that's another reason to be concerned about. For every action, there must be a reaction, guys.
Right.
Everything that happens, there has to be something on the other side. for a rich asshole, and for everybody who thinks that billionaires are okay, for that asshole to have everything, somebody on the other side has to have nothing. Every action is going to have a reaction. Just always keep that in mind. Yin yang, whatever you want to call it, there's always a reaction to everything. So keep that in mind as well.
Well, our society goes through pendulum swings. We move from one behavior, and then we swing over to the next generation upon that swing, and then we move back.
Overcorrect in between those changes. I don't know why we do that. We are so guilty of doing that. Like, instead of kind of just moving towards the middle, we tend to overcorrect all the way to the other side.
Well, that way time moves forward.
We need to stop doing
good,
that.
bad, in the middle, and the middle is the place to be.
Yeah.
And we are going to learn this again the hard way, like we did in the 30s and the early 40s with World War II. We have allowed the wrong people to become our governments, and we're handing a lot of money out with nobody balancing the checkbook. And so we're going to have to learn a very hard lesson.
Again,
the hard way, because this time we're adding weather on top of it.
We keep doing it. Like, this is what I was having this conversation with somebody. Like, we keep falling for it. Like everything that's going on right now, it's not like we haven't had rich assholes who want to do the same. We've had them throughout history or entire lives.
Yeah, let's go back to the Sumerian city of Ur and Mesopotamia, where they're looking up these archaeological sites now and going, oh, look at the wonders of technology, and then they're now realizing that these cities have been there far longer and have higher technology than they ever imagined it to take to construct it in the first place. And they're now reassessing workforce values. And again, there's always the topic of, did you know that beer settled our civilization? All the great cities around the planet all had beer, so don't forget that. Bob and Doug McKenzie, the Great White North, is a joke. But yeah, no, beer and wine.
They promote work. So
yeah, that's what you got. You give the guys after work,
and that promote sanity. I think that's what it is. They promote sanity after.
Well,
work.
if you're building
when I used to work construction when I was younger, I drank a lot, and then when I stopped doing that hard work and I moved to something a little easier on my body, I didn't feel like drinking anymore. So
if you're trying to build a barn,
connection between hard work and alcohol.
If you got a bunch of farmers and you're trying to build a really big barn together with a mass crew of people, if you have a barbecue and you do not have a keg of beer, no one will show up to build that barn.
Yeah. I've my dad used to. I can't tell you the amount of stuff that man got done just by inviting people to a barbecue and beer.
Yep. That's what you do.
He had a big candidates, he had construction workers, but all he would do is just, bring them all together and.
So remember that, you preppers out there that want to live through a possible apocalypse, pardon the expression. But if you got brewing skills, you'll be the life of the town.
Yeah.
Your microbreweries will pay off.
There you go. Make sure you buy the right proper equipment, including clean containers. Don't buy used equipment.
Oh my gosh.
And don't do it in your bathtub either.
Oh no.
Nobody wants bathtub. Nobody wants bathtub wine or alcohol. But yeah.
Yeah, we have so much on our minds. We find it hard to talk sometimes, don't we?
Yeah.
We have these little breaks in the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm winding down anyway. I might take a nap and then go to work. I don't know. A nap sounds kind of good right now.
That's the reason bathtub gin was so popular, is because juniper bushes grow those little berries. And you take those little berries and you smash them up and you add a little bit of sugar to them and you let them sit there for about 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
You could use really? No kidding.
And that is where you get gin from.
That's where gin. Really?
Yep, that's where gin comes from, is juniper berries.
Ferments and away it goes.
I always looked at those things and I always wanted to eat one, and I might have at one point when I was younger. But they have such a nice smell that I'm like,
They taste like pine needles and they grow outside of every Walmart.
They do, yeah. I was like, they seem like such a waste. They should put these to use. I don't know they made gin out of it.
Yeah, those little berries in the juniper bush are what you make gin out of. And vodka is made from potatoes, and you know what mezcal is made of, and tequila is made of, and
You do.
and sour mash, and beer is of course made from more barley than actually from corn. But then there's corn whiskey and white lightning and from grains.
I was gonna say, don't forget the white lightning.
Yeah, from grain mixtures, you can add barley and hops for better beer flavor. And when you're doing white lightning, you want to use corn or grains or a blend of both corn and grain squeezings, including occasionally a touch of barley for flavor brown. And then, of course, what your barrel in and how you distill it all makes a difference. And that's a lot.
Just the alcohols. Now start talking about all the wines.
Oh boy, yeah.
Oh, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, and one. Okay, here's a skill that most people don't realize. In the old, literally in before even the Bronze Age, people would go out and if you ever needed yeast for your bread or yeast for your brewing, you would take a small bowl of goat's milk, and you'd go out into the meadow, and you'd walk around with a small bowl of goat's milk in hand and walk in circles through the meadow. Do you know why?
No.
Gathering natural yeast.
I was going to say, because all that stuff would be pollinated, and that means the pollens were in the air.
And the yeast is also in the air, and we breathe yeast all the time, and we don't even
whatever
realize.
Was growing
puts off natural yeast, and that's why in the older brewing and Benedictine monks and everything, they would always have these exposed to the air because the natural yeast would come in through the window.
Isn't that something?
And then you boil it off also, and your steam goes someplace too while you're creating your beer and whatever, and your wines. And that's why an open vineyard where women and everybody in the townspeople would stomp grapes, they would also have it by a natural open window so that the natural yeast could blow into these big vats they're stomping on all these grapes.
That still drives me crazy thinking I seen the ladies pull their skirts up and holding it and then going in with dirty feet, and that was the best wine ever was.
The dirty feet are the yeast and flavoring, and they throw in vine, and they throw in the peels and everything, and then they crush it in a great giant press, and then they put it in burnt barrels and let it sit there for 2 to 5 to 10 depending on if it's a Burgundy or a Merlot or whatever. And the white wines don't last as long as the red ones do, but I'm not a fan of vinegar either, so I went to wine school.
I like white wine more than I do red wine, honestly.
Yeah, I prefer my favorite is Chenin Blanc.
I don't know that much about wine, but I do know that if I'm gonna have a glass of wine for dinner, which is rare, I'm gonna have a white wine.
Yeah, I like a nice fruity Chenin Blanc or a Gewürztraminer, which is a German dessert wine.
This red has sometimes has this bitter taste at the end, and maybe I'm not drinking the right wine.
Yeah, that would be your German wines or your Italian wines. I do not care for Italian wine. I have yet to
try a wine that doesn't have that after thing. I think grapes in general kind of have that after thing too.
Right, you're better off just eat the grapes, frankly. Monatomic gold inside the grapes. Grapes have the highest level of monatomic gold in their fiber.
Really?
Yep.
Well, there's a lot of learning today. I didn't know, I guess.
Chemistry.
Well, if you want samples, there's always some on my refrigerator door, although it's been there for a long time, and I don't know does wine spoil?
Well, it depends.
I don't think so, but
it depends on the cork.
Really?
Yeah.
It depends on the bottle. It depends on the bottling.
If you have it with a plastic cork, is most likely it will. If you have a real old-fashioned cork and you keep it on the side, then it will last up to roughly 10 years, unless you get to some of the French Burgundies, and that they will last upwards. Some people will drink it after 100 years and love it. Not me. I had a bottle of Stag Leap Cabernet Sauvignon
in the mid 80s, like 87. It was $150 a bottle.
Well,
And I got my glass of it, and I didn't even like it. And, it's like, no, thank you.
well,
Well, now I want a glass of wine, so.
I'll
Yeah.
keep this here in case any of you ever come.
I prefer white
Right.
wine. Yeah.
There's some in there.
But I went to wine school and I learned about wine. Of course, by the way, Hofman, Hofman, in the Dutch/German means the tender of the orchard, a tender of the vine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And,
interesting. Michelle, I think that's what I mean by that aftertaste. It's like a dry wine, because it kind of leaves your tongue.
Tart. It's like
Yeah.
And that comes from the tannic acid.
It almost like it makes
tannic
you-
acid. Yeah.
It makes you like I want to drink a water after this sip of
You get
wine.
toothy, and that's actually somewhat good for you. The tannic acids.
Really,
It
but it's not
downs
satisfying.
your pH. Actually, some people live very long lives if they have one glass of wine per day.
I hear it's very beneficial.
Well,
fact,
the port wines
when
were
my-
supposed to be good for blood.
When my mom was pregnant, I have yet to verify a story or even try to verify. I see no reason why she would lie, but my mom she had 3 miscarriages before my older brother. And then she got pregnant with him. It was a really difficult pregnancy for her. So they actually, I don't want to say prescribed, but, we're talking about the early 80s, but they recommended her a glass of wine a week, or a glass of beer, just a little, something very light, once a week. My brother hates alcohol. He hates it. So I think there has to be a connection there, but, yeah, that's what they recommended. The doctor told her to take. So there's some benefits from alcohol. It's like most things. If you get carried away, it'll become bad.
Yep.
Some of them are blood builders.
Yeah, and for some people, it's really beneficial. Just
And for those old folks with rheumatism,
Yes.
tablespoon will get the joints to loosen up that rusty hinge of a back.
No.
Well, there are people that swear by it. Little old guys.
Or it'll make you forget your joints hurt.
Chris and I could probably drink a whole bottle. The only reason we wouldn't feel our backs is we'd be smashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was hearing a story too experimental. Now you said it's good for cleaning wounds. That there was a point in human history, right, where our hygiene was so bad.
Oh,
that if it wasn't for alcohol, we probably wouldn't be. We probably would have gone extinct because our hygiene at that time was so bad. Alcohol was the only thing keeping these people's high alcohol consumption was keeping them healthier, was keeping them from disease and all this stuff. So
I re-looked at the bubonic plague
there's a
this week.
documentary where they say that our history is owed to that period of alcohol, because we may have not survived that nasty period had we not been medicating, inadvertently, medicating by drinking.
They believe they have genomically determined when and where the bubonic plague started from originally. Remember, there was 2 of them. But they believe it now came from Constantinople and Turkey and the trade routes. And it went around the world twice. And it killed 60% of the population of the planet people.
Jesus.
Yeah, the Black Plague. And of course, we can always make a joke with Monty Python. Anyway,
I have yet to understand that joke because I don't know much about Monty Python. Maybe I
you
do.
gotta watch the Holy Grail.
But every
There
time
was a period of time in London where they had the death carts, where there would be a cart going down the street, and there would be people that would carry out their dead and lay them on carts every morning.
Yeah.
We've come a long way from our barbaric beginnings, haven't we?
Yeah, well, and of course, the bubonic plague came from lice on rats, and if you had rats in your home and the lice got to you, and then the lice bite would create the Black Death.
And what happened was is you got poisoned, and so your fingers and everything in your body circulation would get limited, and then your organs would die, and then parts of your face and body would turn black all over your body, and then you die.
Yep.
Wow. That's why it was called the black.
Rough.
I see
It starts in your fingertips and toes and your nose and your ears and things like that, the extremities, and then works to your face and chest and etc. And then your liver quits and all your stuff stops working, and then you die.
Yep.
And that, the moral to the story is do not feed rats. Which is why they used to make these giant, huge clay pottery urns and partially bury them in the ground because they were so big. It's the only way they could get stuff inside of them. And then they'd put a big ass lid on it and make sure that the rats didn't get fed. And there's a problem with hay piles too, by the way. So that's why they raised their hay piles above the ground, so they didn't raise a mice population.
Well, they go to the bathroom in it, and
that's hantavirus.
Yeah.
That too is prevalent throughout most of the United States. It's kind of spooky.
Still is.
And boy, we're on topic, aren't we?
Oh, we are. What is it? I come on and we get so boom.
Yeah, we go off
everything.
By the way, did you know?
I mean, we're at 6 hours and 30 minutes, so I think we've earned this. I think we've earned a little off.
Yeah, we do drift off, but we try to share information for what. I mean, oh my God, the flooding, and that water that you see flood. There's dead bodies galore in there, and there's car gasoline and transmission fluid and house waste, and God only knows
everything.
Yeah, I am so extreme, and it's happening in Russia too. We're not even hearing any Siberian news, of course. It's like they don't exist anymore. And then in China, all of China, North and South China has flooded, and there are so many people that are missing. And
India.
I was just going to say India and Pakistan got it again last week. And I mean, what's going on, people? I mean, shit, North Africa's got rivers and lakes now. Come on. Hello.
Yeah, Africa has the rivers and lakes, and the Amazon is
bone dry. Right.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's referenced in the Bible. Again, I don't like to quote the Bible, but I do see it as a historical.
I was going to say
somewhat of a historical thing that we can see. But it's also there that deserts will become lush and wetlands will become.
Everything will change places. Yeah.
And we're echoing, which is direct from the coronal hole on the sun, which is messing with our internet, which is why we're having a doubling.
Okay. I hear that now.
We already know we could have somebody listen in to us as they usually do.
Cool. We got people. This is where we tell them to go get another cup of coffee and another jelly donut. We're going to get really boring from here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get extra boring. I'm going to take a nap and then go to work, guys.
Okay, well then, wear your seatbelt in your bed so you don't fall out of bed.
I had today was an interesting day because there was so much to talk about. There's so much happening in the sky, guys.
Oh God, it's just going to get more insane as the next few weeks come on. I mean, August and September. Woo!
I think Yuri right now is the one that's just kind of just taking over everything. Like it is just so in your face as it comes in. I do not understand how people are missing it because it's just so dramatic and just what an entrance. God, what an entrance did it see.
Shitloads of rocks.
Yeah. There's a
flying rock.
In the west, you're gonna have a moon. I'm thinking that this moon is crossing above us.
Yep.
But in the morning, I'm seeing a moon on the in the west as well, which I think is Atunatu's moon. Pay attention to the illuminations in the morning at dawn, because I've been seeing a lot of them there, and you see the glow, but you don't see the glow as much as you do when you record it. So break out your camera and know that there's a planet glowing out there. So pay attention to the west, guys, for those illuminations, pre-dawn illuminations. And then look to your north. In your north, Yuri will just, the entire horizon is north. It'll block the sun a little bit on the east. And
you
then
see the bottom illuminated?
and then your entire sky just gets dark. Pay attention to that. There's no way you can miss it. There's just no way.
And again, look where the sun's coming up from.
The sun's coming up as well. There's so many
northeast,
so many signs right now, guys. I will be posting more. I have so much stuff I still haven't posted, and I've been posting a lot. And I feel like I've been bombarding my page.
Never enough. Never enough.
And I heard somebody ask if me and Chris had our channels. Chris has who was it that asked that? She's the same one that, what was her name? Not Jennifer. Hang on a second here, guys. What was her name? Was it Nancy? No, Nancy. No, I can't remember the name. But if you're still listening, you asked if we had channels. I have my Planet Nibiru system is already here. Thank you, Becca. Nibiru system is already here on YouTube, or you could just go to Jesus Marquez on Facebook. That's where I do the bulk of my posting.
Right, and I think I just put a post in Nibiru Followers Anonymous of your channel and Chris's channel.
Oh, cool.
So I know I just listed it this week too.
Awesome. So yeah, just go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Is where we all kind of, that's like home base for everybody.
Right.
So from there, and then most of my stuff is just in my reels on Facebook channel. Right. That's where I do. I'm trying to get into the habit of posting consistently on YouTube and TikTok, but that's kind of a habit I'm still kind of breaking into.
Yeah, we also have to encourage more views for these guys. We have to up their views, everybody. So be sure to go to Nibiru System follower or Earth Brain. Christopher, say your site.
Thank you,
Nibiru System Skywatchers.
There you go. Thank you. It wouldn't come out of my mouth right.
Great stuff as well. Chris is doing a great job with his videos of getting that cinematic trailer vibe, which I just love. I love.
And Christopher's unlocking the vaults. I'm going crazy over them. It's such a fine
check them out, guys. There's so much information out there that's been compiled. Take advantage of it, because when we began, there was a lot of good information, but not even near what has been compiled over the last 5, 6 years, 7
years. You had some crazy guy with cutout papers and using pencils and chopsticks and his fingers.
Going across
don't forget the Burger King toys and the little horses. My Little Pony going across the screen on the Understanding the Sky series. And I'm still
advantage of what has been compiled together, is because if this was a course at a college place, they would charge the hell out of it to learn.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yep. Free
well, I look at Rebecca's too with her drawings, her comparisons.
Oh my God.
And she will take Sam's drawing and put it right over her sky, and you can't argue with that.
And it is the greatest teaching tool.
I say that all the time. You can't get any better. You can't get any more truthful.
The teachings, the learning tools, guys, are all there available for you. Take advantage of it.
I get so many people in a day's time argue with me, like, how can this be? How can this be? One just said this morning, there is no time in this history that a planet ever went in front of the sun.
Oh, Jesus.
We see that every day. It's,
oh, God.
How many thousands and thousands of pictures do we have showing us planets in front of the sun?
There's videos literally that NASA has. They say it's the moon, but I think we know
crossing of Mercury, crossing of Venus.
But it's been happening. Mercury has been seen passing. Jesus, this guy. See, this is what annoys me sometimes, is that we're trying to get schooled by people who barely know what a CME is.
Right.
Like, if you're not actively watching the sky, your level of understanding is just not even.
Right.
And I'm not saying that in an offensive way, because I don't think dumb people exist. I think there's learned and not learned.
Right.
You just don't know because
everyone is educated to a certain point.
Yeah, but certain things they're not.
And
There's certain
they
things
know what they can handle, but anything beyond that is like just not going to be where they're looking.
If those planets were that close to us, we'd be dead. That's my favorite one of all time.
That one too.
Letting go of all that is what I was telling you, Chris. The difference between like even Chris and everybody else is that he actually went with, even though that indoctrination is always there, you were able to cross that line between the disbelief
really quickly.
And very quickly, exactly. And I think that's the difference, is the reason why people, because anybody can learn this, anybody can see it. It's getting past that disbelief that, oh, well, school tells us this, NASA says that. Once you get past that is when the learning begins. But as long as you're stuck on Einstein's gravity well and the dinner plate model, as long as you're stuck on that, you're never going to pick this up. And that's the point. That's the point.
If you come in with a closed mind, Jesus, forget it.
That's right.
Nothing else will go in.
That's right.
We always say to people, forget what you know and start fresh.
Well, they want to make sense of it with old information, with the current information that they know, and
but you can't.
Unfortunately, you just can't do that. You have to start fresh.
You have to start
fresh. There's some things that apply. I mean, gravity is real. It's not the whole story. It's What do you call it? A byproduct of the executive?
It's a byproduct of gravity. Has to do with barometric air pressure above us, centrifugal force. If you know the merry-go-round syndrome. If you're in the middle of the merry-go-round, you spin. If you go to the edge of the merry-go-round, you have to hold on really tight because it's going to throw you off. Right. And so, that is the properties. And this is what I got yelled at when I got my free unwanted vacation to the East Coast and got a tour of a lifetime. And they got mad at me and they said, well, you arrogant little bastard. What do you think you're smarter than Einstein and Newton? And not literally 2 hours prior to that, they told me I was. Yeah. I mean, I realize I'm
a perfect example, Sam, of how even people in those high positions have a hard time letting go of what they think they know.
And
even the people that invited you there, Sam, are struggling with letting go of their old thinking.
Right, and I blew
it is a struggle.
Like that thought is a little scary because
I pulled the rug out from underneath what they knew, and they did not like that. And even the senior climatologist that is now retired, who was younger back then, and I'll never forget his face as long as I live. And he's the reason why I remember most of this is because how mad they got at me for telling them what my paper was about. I mean, you invite me here through much expense and hardship and all this, and then I tell you what I think, and then you get mad at me. So
you brought me here,
Yeah. So maybe you should listen.
This is what I mean. Our human behavior is an enigma to me. When we behave, and we all do this, we behave in such strange ways sometimes, and most of it.
Remember,
most of our behavior comes out of old traumas, old information, and all of it, and when you're able to make that distinction, guys, again, that's when the learning and the growing starts.
And I was 1979, 1980 hairstyle, Robert Plant, big rounded hair, and I didn't even need a perm. It was there. I had naturally very blonde, naturally curly hair, and there was a lot of it. And you arrogant little son of a bitch, how dare you think this, and it's like, yeah, okay, because, I'm a hippie, and you guys are a bunch of rednecks, and you don't get out very often, and
you're supposed to respect your elders. How
dare I? Oh, God forbid. But yeah, meanwhile, my IQ is two of these guys in the room, and they had rated me, and then they tell me my rating. And and they're patting you on the back. Oh, you're smarter than Einstein, blah blah blah. And then
you're smarter than everybody in the room here, but we're gonna question you.
Right.
That makes so much sense. That's awesome, terrific. And then you ask why we're stuck in this place where we're not moving forward. Is that
I almost said hellhole.
All right.
I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that crossed my mind. But
yeah, I know this week was pretty rough on all of us.
We have to be open to new information and new evidence, guys.
And I'm not trying to brag about that, because immediately after they told me, I put it on the shelf and I never even really thought about it ever again.
Well, but that's the thing, Sam, is that we tend to think that everybody out there is so much smarter than us, than you.
Well, I thought everybody knew what I knew.
The thing is, Sam, that I've realized in this journey of learning this stuff, a lot of people are not as I'm not gonna again, I don't think there's dumb people. I just think that people just aren't open to learning because they're capable of learning, right?
Well, I got put in the corner.
They have the cognitive ability to learn it, but it's letting go of past.
I got put in the corner and I said, well, I'm going to take on Einstein and his dinner plate and his model, and knowing that there was no unification model that he was comfortable with, and knowing that he went to his deathbed with a notebook beside him, it was unfinished. And then so I got accused of cheating in class because I got a 2-year straight A in chemistry. And because it was so obvious to me that it was so simplistic, it was just so easy. It was like, okay, basic math. Here we go. And I looked at the periodic chart. I understood the atomic structure. I understood shell structure. You add this to that, and that's going to move that proton and that neutron, and that's going to go over to here to this, and there's basic math. And so I took on Einstein. I said, any equation you want me to prove, put it on the chalkboard. I will prove it in front of you in the class. And I said, grab one of Einstein's. I don't give a shit. So she went next door over to the biology professor, who was also from the University of Montana, Dr. Bartlett. You can look that up. And he brought over Einstein's equation of this, that, or the other thing. I don't remember even which one it was per se. And I just went with a chalk, and it took me 6 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that to go through. And meanwhile, this professor is feverishly trying to copy this equation because I solved it because I threw out gravity. It was that simple.
And that's what's keeping people from learning more, is that they're stuck in their belief system. So when you're stuck in what you think it's hard to move past that. And this is the reason why we've been stuck on Einstein for 80 years now. And who experimental elemental, I don't think it was so much that he was a fraud, which I mean technically he was, but even
he actually learned from the office.
We did, yeah. And we also gotta give him a little credit because even he said that he wasn't satisfied with the results of his theory.
And he stole a lot of he did a lot of learning, but he stole some of his ideas from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he worked at a patent office, right? I mean, come on.
Insider information.
But even he wasn't satisfied with his results, and he was pretty clear about that. That he was not. He was still working on his theory of relativity. He was still working on it. And somebody accused me that, well, it offends me when you say Einstein was wrong. I'm not saying that he was wrong. I'm just saying that it's incomplete. Like it's not.
Okay. We have to explain the theory of relativity.
Yeah,
what does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, there was a problem between what we see and we observe in space using gravitational models of Copernicus and all of these other and Archimedes and all the early Golden Age 500 BC scientists, astronomers, astrologers, all of that. In different math, but yet we have this level where we talk about chemistry, which is also proven, and that is the separation between chemistry and astrophysics. But in reality, there is no separation, and that is what Einstein did not get, because the same set of rules in the tabletop in front of me works out there the same. The reason my fingertip will not go through the tabletop is because there's a little microscopic electrical lightning storm that will not allow my molecules, my protons, neutrons, and electrons in the chemistry in my body enter inside a different charged object, a dead, negatively charged object where we are positively charged electric people Therefore, we are not able to pass through solid objects in our existence. And it's not astrophysics, it's astrochemistry. And that is what Einstein was missing. That connection, what a subatomic equals astroatomic. It's the same set of building blocks. That is the unification model, Hofman, 1978.
I think that's a good point for me to say good night. I'm going to end it on that one. I love when you explain that stuff, Sam. But,
me too.
All right, Grace. I had a great time. I will talk to you guys next Saturday. It's really nice to see you, Carol. Really nice to see you, as always.
Blessings
Have a good night,
coming your
Rebecca.
way.
Chris.
Hey, Jesus.
Jillian, if you're hearing, you're probably in cloud nine right now. Hopefully you're sleeping. I hope you get better, and give us an update later on when you feel better. But have a good night, Tara. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good night. Love you all.
Night.
See you next Saturday.
Bye, Jesus.
Good night.
Yep. See you next week.
Good night, sweetie.
Bye-bye.
And now to continue, what our solar system is a cell. It's a chemistry equation that has an electron that holds an electron cluster. It's like a really high pressurized many little electrons bouncing around inside that holds two atoms. And those two atoms have shell structures outside them of protons, neutrons, and many electrons stacked up in the structure that is stable and non-destructive. It is a stable compound of our solar system. We are a chemistry equation in space. And that is why we are not gravitational, because we are stable always in our placement from protons, neutrons, and electrons in our natural chemistry cell structure, shell, S-H-E-L-L, shell. And cell also, because we're like a cell. There's an ice barrier around our universe and around our solar system. We're like a big bubble, like a skin cell.
That's a nice way of putting it. Okay.
We're a cell and part of a larger cell, which is part of a larger cell. Our universe is part of a multiverse, which is part of a larger something, and then there are smaller somethings attached to us.
Think of the word. God, I'm fried.
Yeah, that'll run your brain into infinity, and it does, and that's where. And if you go back to Prime Creator, and you go back to realize that our universe, or excuse me, let me rephrase that: our universes, our billions of universes, all started out somewhere, and we don't even realize the visible evidence of that in our telescopes yet, because they have just recently blown the whole Big Bang theory out of the water. They were saying, our Big Bang happened approximately anywhere from 6 to 8 billion years ago, but they have just recently discovered a star system, a galaxy that is over 14 billion years old. So that's the first evidence of going, wait a minute, excuse me, our clocks are far too arrogant and lack the knowledge that the universes are multiverse, which there are many dimensions thereof that are all attached to each other in chemistry and in dimension, are all interconnected and far older than we can even imagine. And somewhere out there, you have Prime Creator that started all of this.
Yep.
Out of nothing.
So,
out of nothing that was nothing that, and where did it all come from? And where did it pop out of? And that's philosophical, theoretical physics from hell that can put you in a home.
I'm sure. The wrong kind.
Hi, welcome to the week with Samuel Hofman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to realize that there's so much more than our arrogant little guy here on little tiny speck rock type. We're not even a water type planet. We're a rock type planet. We're one of the small ones. And the big boys, the demigods, mom and dad, are home, and
oh shit, clean up the popcorn and the coffee table because, the parents are about to walk in and we drank too many pops. We broke the rules.
Samuel, I often wonder when I was working yet, we had started gifted programs for the exceptional children who needed more than just general education. And I think what would have happened had we had it back when we were kids and they actually told us the truth, where would we be?
We would be the Jetsons by now. We'd be flying. Now, a great deal of why we don't even have space cars, flying cars, is the extraterrestrial flight corridors that do exist within national flight patterns.
Mm-hmm.
And that is accounted for in part of the treaty, and why we have not gotten to free flight from anyone, because they don't want you to see what is up there and regularly up there.
Well, somebody snuck in a video about that this week, and I wish I would have kept it now.
And to think it's been going on for so many decades now, people.
There's so much that they don't know yet, or that they have not released, and
if we would have realized that there are extraterrestrials out there in 1980, when Star Wars came out, number one, in the bar scene, dun 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 da 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 dun dun da 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 da. If we would have really, because that was the opening door, people. That's the reality. What is out there? There are factions, there are races, they all have different technological levels, they all have different economies, and there's good guys, bad guys, there's rogue people, little guys in little ships, big guys in big ships, there's factional groups, there's non-factional groups, and they come and go as they please. And we ain't got a clue, because we were beaten to death from 1973 on to think that anyone that talked about little green men was ready for the, for the lockup in the padded cell. And we've been trained not to talk about UFOs. So much so we call them UAPs now.
Yeah, like that makes a difference.
Well, it's huge. What's going on is huge. What's going on is huge. What's going on is huge. And we're being, I can't even tell you what we're being. I'd be saying too much. And how long it's been going on is what's really scary.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to wait till 2010 to even mention it. And here we are 15 years later, and people still aren't listening. And I mean, we've got Christopher saw that big old Texas cube parked above Las Vegas. And you can't make that shit up, can you, Christopher?
No. It still freaks me out. Then I've seen it several times at this point. It's just the fact that it's always in the same spot near Attu's moon. It's just wild.
And do you have any idea how freaking huge that thing is? It might even be the size of our moon. Yeah.
It could be bigger. Who knows?
And we've been talking about it since 2015, when everybody that's why it's called the Texas Cube, because it went viral for about a week, maybe 2 weeks, and everybody on Facebook, everybody on TikTok, and that I know of was talking about it. That that cube came through a wormhole over Texas, and I even know why. And it's the same reason that the Federation Norway spiral orb came through the wormhole over Germany and Scandinavia. That's why it's called the Norway, because they saw it from Norway. It was filmed from Norway. It's called the Norway spiral. And it was there's never been an event cited in the history of mankind and filmed by at least 8 different sites all at the same time. And some of them have been vanished, and there's only an edited version available anymore. But we all watched it happen, and that was in 2009. And all of the G7 government heads were in
in Nuremberg for a big G7 meeting. That event on that occasion. I think it was the second day they were there. They know this shit's happening. They're hiding it. And the trick is, are people going to actually pay attention to the fact that we're embargoed by a foreign space fleet, intergalactic? These aren't even the locals.
Yeah.
And by the way, they've been here and they had interaction with the Aztec and the Maya.
Mm-hmm.
More recently than the passing of the Nibiru. Which is where we get a great deal of our math from that we still can barely use to this day. You know, in these ancient cities where, you know, they lived in mud huts, but yet they still had all of the tech to plot the stars. In these villages where, you know, if you look at their astrological alignments, happened thousands of years prior to the actual government or common science date that there's all the city's 4,000 years old, when in fact it's probably 10 to 12,000 years old. And, you know, they don't even realize how long people have actually been living in these great, unbelievable, monumental stone structures that we couldn't carve to this day, you know, and civilizations ago, cycle after cycle, every 3,654 years, blah, blah, blah. And going back Noah's flood, all that. And then you go back through history and you look up, you know, the giants and the, you know, the Nephilim and all of this, that we go back through history and the stories and all this. And and don't forget crop circles and stone carving and stelae all over the planet. It all points to the same story, and yet only now are we just starting to crack the egg on the reality versus the British empirical science point of view. It's rather it's late. We have to break this reality. We have to. This shit is happening. And it's awesome. And you guys are missing it. And I was like, wow, you know. And I remember, you know, watching Nibiru and Saru in 2012, Deep South. Like, there they are. Oh, God, look, there's that. Yeah, there's that, you know. And I'm streaming to 80 people, you know. I think Carol Ann was one of them, but, you know.
Mm-hmm. Didn't scare me away yet.
Okay. Yeah, I've gotten a little older and a little sillier, and back then I had a little more youth and a little more energy. But
he got older. I think I did too.
Yeah, people, we have added 15 years to this. We did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Tara has a question. Do you
Awesome.
know the show, what show number and what time it was that we discovered Chris caught that cube capture?
That was show 104 at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I knew he'd know. I told her. I was like, I know Sam knows.
Yep.
Okay. 104.
104 at 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Christopher made a video of that too, so, and I'm pretty sure he has that at the front of the video.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I
hope I'm accurate, but I do believe
an excerpt like a while back for that.
Yeah, you know what amazed me about that fact is we all saw it together, and you know, Chris is going, you know, I filmed this. I thought I saw some, but I didn't really know what I was seeing. And then both Jillian and I leap out of our chair, going, "Oh, look, there's the cube!" You know, I mean, you know, Jillian and I are both having small.
That was epic. That was epic.
Yeah,
and most of the time I can't see like what I'm taking pictures of, so I'm just aiming the camera. That's why I end up with so many photos.
Well,
Because
there was only a couple of seconds of like 5 or 6 frames where actually the light refraction illuminated the side face of the cube so well that it's just absolutely undeniable. And
well,
then
when the sun started setting, I know I saw it. I didn't see it like
then we compared it to a
like
10-year
that, but
old 10-year-old comparison, and they're exact matches, and you cannot make that shit up. That is like when you have a 10-year separation in correlations and they exactly match. That's bingo. That's ding 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 ding. You know, I'm sorry that you ain't making this shit up. When it's and we've got many examples in between all of that, of course. But that was it. It was such a good framing, and what's really cool is we caught it live together here. There it is, and the shadowing on the side on the left matches shadowing in other photographs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and
oh my gosh,
people, we know that damn thing is real. We watched them offload Star Destroyers off of that. The 23rd of or the 23rd or 29th, I can't remember exactly which. I believe it was the 23rd of April in 2019. I watched it from my children's dentist office. They were inside, and they were already starting up. You can't go in if you're not, because they were having a lot of sick kids.
Right.
And so they wanted to keep parents outside. So I was out in the parking lot, and I'm looking at the square cube. And they came out of hiding, and then we went and drove home, and I went out and sat on my porch, and I watched them for 2 hours, offloading Star Destroyers.
That's awesome.
And there were no clouds around it at all. And support craft and the fighter. That's where I first saw the fighter squadron docking station offload. And I drew drawings of it at the time, and we still use those today. This shit is real, people. We are blockaded. There's an intergalactic fleet parked over the top of Earth. What the hell are you going to do about it? I told you they're here. What are you going to do?
We verified it for you too, Sam. You told us.
Yeah, I'm not saying you guys.
Yeah,
I mean them out there, people out in TikTok and YouTube land.
But it's not just one person saying this. It's all of us.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We
that little girl that says, you've been warned. You've been warned. You've been warned. Yeah. People, we are blockaded. ET is freaking here. This is, Nostradamus. They're here. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. We know they're here.
Yeah, they never left, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Generically, there have been small. Yeah, there's the base on the moon. I mean, it just depends on which faction you're talking about.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, there's been, there's 8, 10, 12 factions here now, and
or more now.
We see the major ones, not the minor ones.
Right.
There's different craft landing all over the place. They stop for some grapefruits and, maybe a baby alligator or two, or my old joke is, the cow lips and cow butthole stew, because, and these were always cattle that were electrocuted, and they couldn't figure it because they had no lips and they had no butt because the electric blew them off.
They thought it was surgically
because
there was,
right.
Yeah, cow mutilations going back, decades of reporting.
3/4 of them were probably our own government doing it.
Yeah, let's see. Well, or they'd throw them out there. They'd sitting out in the desert, and the crows picked off the soft parts already, and then they throw them out someplace else.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Because remember, cows go for the eyeballs first. I mean, excuse me, crows, not cows.
Soft and liquidy. Sorry, Chris. It's just a fact. Poor kid.
Well, now in Tibet and some other countries, they actually take their dead outside and they put them up on a high rock, and they let the condors have lunch. And
I just saw a picture of that last week too.
Wow.
Yeah. It's what they do.
You return to nature.
Yep.
It's only a shell we're living in.
And then there's my favorite childhood song, "The Worms Crawl In, the Worms Crawl Out, the Worms Play Pinnacle on Your Snout."
I know that one too. Oh my God, we used to jump rope by that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're a morbid race, people. We're a morbid species. And we have been bred for war and greed. And we suffer pestilence and irony. And now we have to find hope.
We have to give it too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have to give hope as well as find hope. But knowing what's going on is half the battle. And that's why otherwise I'd go back and hide in my little soapbox and, in my Montana cave and not tell you guys these things. Except
years you have shared freely.
Well, I have to know, and the only way I can get anybody to send me their pictures is if I keep telling them what is there. And everybody goes, let's ask Sam, what's here?
Every day someone has it. Ask Rebecca, ask Sam, and sometimes I tag both of you because just my word's not enough. We all add.
We have done this so long, it's automatic now with a little occasional confusion because it's always changing on us.
Right.
And they're so big right now, it's scary.
Right.
And I'm in total awe. Can't wait to see what August and September will bring. And yet at the same time, in that same sentence, I want to go, but it scares the shit out of me.
I know.
Because what is coming is dangerous.
Yes.
And we're, look at Russia, look at China, look at Spain, look at France, look at the just north of the equator.
Why would it not be us,
Oh, well, look what's going on in the south of the equator too. I think we do discount South America weather too often. I need to start studying a little more of that. I have not focused a lot on South America or Africa.
We can.
Well, I do try, and I lately they've stolen European weather from me. The sites I used to use regularly every day are no longer there, and so I'm a little, sorry. I have crazed scientist in the study syndrome, and I'm not liking when I hate it when they change shit on me.
I know. 3/4 of my bookmarks, I've gone through them recently trying to organize myself into a better place where I can snatch information quicker. They're gone.
Yeah, and the science. Do you remember, Carol Ann, the days when we actually used to use live satellite feeds?
We did.
In our web cameras and in Antarctica, and
they were accurate.
And I still to this day recommend no one uses the Alaskan webcam Skype. They're knowingly. I know, but they're knowingly. They got the worst lens flares out of all of them, and they don't clean their cameras.
I was gonna add that part. Yep.
Yeah, they don't. Nobody's going to go to those cameras and clean them.
I get an argument for that one every week, and it's like, I've been up in an airplane probably a lot more than all of you added together.
Probably.
Because my husband is a pilot, and
I bet you have. Yeah, there you go. Well, you're qualified then.
So cool
I think I bring a little bit of validity to what we're saying.
So is the Earth flat, Carol Ann?
Pardon?
Is the Earth flat?
No, the Earth's not flat. No, I'm sorry. It's actually very beautiful up there, and flying through a cloud is an experience that everybody should have. And when you go above the clouds, it's another world altogether. So, to each his own. Whatever you want to believe is okay with me. I'm not going to argue that you're wrong and I'm right. I'm not going to do that. I'm just prove it to me.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of stuff growing up that most people haven't experienced. I just got my drone license last year.
Cool.
I studied for that, took the test, had Wait, hold on one second. Man, what did I have on my drone test? Did I have a 95? Did I? He said I had 100.
Cool.
I thought I had one wrong. Oh well, whatever. But I did that for myself. I learned how to fly an airplane. I wouldn't do that myself, but I was a good backup. Reading maps, studying.
Boy,
I never stopped studying.
so that is where you have been lately.
Yeah, a little
We
bit.
were wondering for a while. I mean, you were way in the background for quite a while, and then
For a while.
after we lost Lucinda,
Yeah.
we needed a new hall monitor, and then you stepped in nicely and have done a very good job,
Thank you.
like a true librarian keeper. For those of you
And
who've
that was
seen the
part of my
librarian
job.
series.
The library science and the computers. So,
Yeah. I was just making a joke out of it earlier, going, Carol Ann keeps playing with all the trolls, and she doesn't save me any.
I threw one at you this week.
Okay.
I did. I promise. Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
I think I
Experiment.
commented on his page.
Maybe.
I do remember it recently. Thank you. It was nice.
I
did.
have this thing because people are very angry right now, and they can't not say something nasty. They can't just walk past.
Well, my cartoon drawings that my 5-year-old could do. Those things. I love those.
Yeah, and the crayons, using crayons,
I
and eating
eat
crayons.
crayons. Yeah.
And I'm just in the protective stage. I don't want Rebecca to have to see this stuff. I need her to do exactly what she's doing and get more out and push us forward.
Do you want me to boil your tea water for you?
Go ahead.
One of our trolls is taking the monthly site drawing and relabeling them.
Great.
Oh, and it's hilarious.
Great. Well, I had a real good picture this week. I shared it with everybody. Did you like that one?
I'm not sure.
The car engine with the two models on each side.
Oh,
I did not see that.
Oh, I sent it to you. I sent it to you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to Jesus. But my words didn't come through to him, and he went, Carol Ann, what's this all about? Because it was a car engine with two nudes, and you could just one had a thong on.
Nude? Boy, I would have remembered that.
I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
From the back, nude from the back, but you can see the sides of their whatever.
Right.
But anyway, I forgot the words didn't come on in Jesus, and I said, oh my God. And I quick typed in what it was. And I said, I don't want you getting the wrong idea that maybe I have a new hobby. It's like, yes, I can tear a car engine apart and put it back together again, but that's not the idea. Oh my gosh.
Funny.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling up.
We do have chuckles. It was after last Saturday, Sam. It's buried in your thing. I know I send it.
On rough days when you feel okay, that was that one. Yeah, it
we had a
was
lot
way
of
up
strange
there.
conversations this week. All of us had strange conversations. Rebecca and I switch from cats to meat.
Yeah.
And by the way,
wide variety.
Yep, my Katie is still with us.
Good.
She had a seizure. Yeah, a bad seizure, and I think there's a little bit of a stroke mixed in. She's over 13 years old, so yeah, she's still with us, and she was eating well tonight, and
good.
Oh yeah, I was happy.
I'm still scrolling all the way back to Ringo Starr.
Too much.
I'll send it to you again, Sam.
Okay, all right. I'll click off. I'll come off of Facebook then.
It was just something happened to my screen. Rebecca is this huge. I can only see the side of Chris. I see Rebecca's nose.
Oh gosh.
I can't.
Are you on a computer?
Yeah.
Hit escape.
I tried that. I tried going in and back out again. I've tried all my controls.
Wow.
I don't know what happened. So I'm moving. If you see me going like that, I'm moving you around. So if somebody talks, I try to see. I don't know.
Go down to the corner with your mouse to the corner of Christopher, in the right corner, and click on the square.
I can't get over that far.
On the thumbnail edge of the screen. Do you have the whiteboard up, or do you have everybody in squared?
It's so big, I can't.
Do you have the toolbar on?
I can see the
on the bottom.
Yeah, up into the.
God, there's the thing.
I see the to leave studio, the settings, and there's a plus. I don't
Share
know what
screen. Well, okay, that's what that is. Interesting.
And then there's a video icon, and then there's a speaker icon, and basically I just see part of Chris and part of me, and then if I go up, and I checked my percentage and everything else, it just my hands were off the controls, and it just went bloop.
It's those people out there. They're trying to get you again. Beware. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'll just
I
cannot see the comments. They're hidden over there. So,
well, you might want to go out and then come back in.
I'm gonna try it because this is frustrating. It's like the side of Chris's head and Rebecca's lips. It's like,
yeah, if you hit the orange bar with the arrow in it, going to the right, that's leave studio.
I'm gonna try and come back in. Thanks.
Rebecca, you've been kind of quiet tonight.
Well, not till just lately. I mean, I started off with a bang. But
Yeah, I wasn't
I'm
doubting that.
tired. I don't know. I've been going at it since like 8 o'clock this morning.
I got up early.
As soon as I wake up, I start working on the show. Mm-hmm.
Hell, by 8 o'clock this morning, I went to the store.
She's back. Yeah, right.
Perfect.
Is it better?
Yep.
No, boy.
Changing over to comments, and I can see those again. Thank you.
Yeah, my hair looks good, Katie Jo said. I like that. Thanks.
Yeah. That's because she's beautiful, Katie.
That's
Jo.
nice. I did condition. I put a conditioning pad. That's it. Yeah, paid off.
Mine is called Full Sun, and I did yard work today. The first in a year I have done yard work. Yay!
Wow.
Cool.
Wow. Yeah.
I pushed.
That's a lot. Right.
Got a lot to do inside, and I pushed to get.
I need to. I can't. It's too hot. I can't step outside. I can't take a picture. I can't. I definitely can't work on the yard.
And
oh my gosh.
Chris's temperatures are going to go up this week. Yours are going to go up this week.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about the weather. There's strong weather coming. Minnesota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Chicago, Des Moines, etc. Colorado is going to have some really tough weather tonight, tomorrow. Damaging winds, Midwest, hail possibility from Kansas all the way up to Illinois. 3 to 6 inches of rain and up to 10 inches in some places, so flash flooding. And of course, again, that coronal hole that we're basing on the sun, that we're hearing the echoes over tonight on our internet, that can cause some really serious organic or geologic earthquakes and everything else. And so be ready, because I mean, it's not nice out there, and people are they're losing their cars and their houses and their dogs and their children. And
did you see the videos of the plastics bubbling on the cars, those layers that they put on?
Yeah.
Trash cans melting, a guy going on a motorcycle while his tire was actually melting off the back of the motorcycle.
Right. China this last week or week and a half ago had record earth temperatures for the center of China, to the point where people couldn't step on the pavement and their shoes were melting, and They
Wow.
couldn't even walk across. It was 120 degrees Fahrenheit on the pavement, and
Wow.
and we're gonna go through some fall cycles here. What's coming up? We're gonna have a late warm fall, and then we're gonna kick into the East Coast having a La Nina, but just after the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, we're going to see hurricane season ramp up. And what doesn't hit us is going to go up the eastern seaboard to create nor'easters and then reach all the way over to Europe, including Ireland and Scotland.
Not looking forward to that.
And there's actual hurricanes forming in the Atlantic right now, but they're not talking about them.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the center of the Atlantic is actually much warmer than normal. Because we talk about those undersea intercoastal flows that come up from South America. They go to the Caribbean, they loop around each other, and then they go all the way over to just offshore of Ireland and everything, which is what that's the reason it's really rainy and really warm in Ireland and the UK, even though it's at the same latitude or longitude of all the way in like Newfoundland and Greenland and Iceland and all of that.
Yeah.
And they would be much, much colder except for this mid-Atlantic flow. I forget what the title of it is. But anyway, that has all started totally different since 2018 when the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf Stream flow changed. And now the Gulf is very much red tide going on in the upper Amazon and in the shores of Texas and all of that, because the Gulf of Mexico has become almost a stagnant boiling pond because it's not as undersea current valued as it was. It's still going on, but the currents have changed, and that same weather is going to seriously, direly affect the pathways of these hurricanes. They'll go up the eastern seaboard now, and then they will reach out into the Atlantic, and then they'll head right toward Ireland.
Yep, I've seen that pattern already.
Right, and that's what they just went through. The second storm, I think, hit this week also. And Gillian lost, they had severe, huge storms a week ago in the UK and Ireland and Scotland.
It was bad.
It was really bad. And we saw that coming. We knew it was coming. And I watched I do my homework.
Better.
And we're going to see more of that. And whether or not that tropical flow that's coming off of Africa is going to go straight over to the top of South America, or whether or not it's going to hook into the Caribbean and Cuba, etc., and the Dominican Republic, or whether or not it's going to hook into Florida, or whether it's going to hook and then go up the seaboard and create hurricanes, is very possible, because the Atlantic is very, very warm compared to normal, which is why the sharks are in New York City.
Yeah.
Instead of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to do with ocean temperatures. They migrate according to their waters. And shark attacks are way up this year, and they're of course not making that on the news either. And and there's some there's possible hurricane activity that's going to come in the second half of August, and then we hit the discharging August, September, end of the 180-day cycle, quote unquote, although we've seen it go longer. So this is going to be insane. And I'm sorry, I'm actually to the point of madness laughing at it, because it's so frightening that I end up laughing about it.
Like PTSD and I are not strangers either. Hurricane, my basement filled up to my crotch. So that's about 3 feet. I don't know.
Oh, and that's horrible for the foundation. It's horrible for everything you keep down there. It's horrible for your furnaces or your pipes or your electrical.
That's the only thing. When it started coming in, it found a way in underneath our patio and broke through the base of the chimney and was coming out the chimney door that's behind the furnace. Once I saw that, we had the pumps. We had 3 pumps running. And I went and I grabbed heavy-duty garbage bags and turned the furnace off, covered the motor, and taped it. And I used a whole roll of duct tape and I saved the furnace motor.
Congratulations, yeah.
Yeah, but I fell
they have
down the
things
steps.
in medieval and other recent building. They have something called a French drain, and you literally have to put a drainage system around your property.
We did. We had all around and pipes and everything but the streets were so filled. See, we're at the bottom of a mountain.
Yeah, right.
And then it's the main street, so
And you get it
we
all.
get everything from up above. And
Yep.
the next door neighbor has an indoor or an in-ground pool above us, and from that thing overflowing, it hit our retaining wall, went all the way to the ends, and came down 2 ways instead of 1.
Yeah,
So we had all
this is
that.
why they build castles.
I'm not moving again, I don't think. I might move one more time yet, but it's like we did all this extra work around the house.
Right, right.
It's been going where it's supposed to. Like our pumps will run and it goes where it's supposed. But that last hurricane, I ended up in the hospital, and it took 3 hours to get me there, and my blood pressure was like 170 over 150.
That's not
something.
good. Yeah, no, we don't do that. No.
They could not get out of town, Chris. We only have 2 ways out. Both the roads were eroded. They couldn't get back. Oh God, it was horrible. So anytime we get heavy rain, I'm like not doing so good.
And we're going to see more of that, and it's going to, even, if we do go that 1 more degree up in temperature, we're adding 7% more of moisture retention in the atmosphere, which means these flash floods are going to increase.
Yeah. Right.
So we're literally going to be forced out of the lowlands in our towns and valleys, and have to rethink everything that we, where we live and what. And if you look at history, and you go back to Turkey, and you go back to Mesopotamia and all of that, which is now a desert, and where Göbekli Tepe and all of that it didn't used to be a desert. And modern science and everybody forgets that part. And you know what? Really, I had a flash thought the other day. We think about all of these people living in all these civilizations and cities, but you know what we forgot? All the animals.
Yeah,
I didn't forget that.
Oh my God, you wouldn't believe how many horse skeletons they looked up in science and archaeology, where they're digging up all of these animal bones and everything else like this. And when we look back at history, we actually don't think about the mass numbers of horses that we abused throughout. Oh my God, we were horrible to horses during the Roman period. And, they were, of course, a commodity, bought and sold and killed and eaten, and you name it. Sacrifice, blah, blah, blah. Oh, God, what wonderful people we are. It just crossed my mind so stoically that, my God, we don't actually think of the animal population in our history. We don't. And, it's huge what's going on right now. And like Jesus was talking about earlier, the bird population is gone, people.
That, yeah. And that everybody should take notice too. Come on, I mean, you have windows in your house, you go outside, you drive, you have to see the difference.
Yeah.
We can't be that blind.
Now remember, Carol Ann, you and I grew up in another, on the other side of this century.
Yeah.
And most people have not. And, I was born in the 60s and early 60s.
I was born in the early 50s. So it's like, yeah. But you're right. The kids coming on too don't understand a lot. All they know is this.
Yeah.
There used to be black flocks of birds in the sky everywhere, every day.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we used to pareidolia, when the birds would fly this way or that way and they'd form a shape, and it'd be like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a decade.
No, I have not either.
And I see Maria's here. Hi, Maria.
Yeah, Maria said to let Rebecca know that she sent a couple of photos. So when Rebecca comes back,
We
we'll tell her.
lost her someplace. I wonder. She's
Well,
probably feeding the
I was
cats.
going to say it might be feeding cats time. Yeah, she was showing a video too when I came on, and I didn't mean to interrupt that if she wanted to finish.
No, she was doing the current events, and we have horrible weather around the world, and what we're getting has also changed too, because we used to get Canadian weather, and I'm not even seeing anything on the Canadian fires. I literally have to go looking for them and hunting for it anymore, where it used to be normal feed. And again, my feed is 5 days old. I mean, I'm getting alerts coming in about the sun, and that happened 5 days ago. Well, that does me a lot of good. Thank you.
Well, even look at when we message each other, your messages take a few days sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Tracy just said about the bee count being down, but she's taking notice to a huge percentage more hornets.
Yeah, and we have an Africanization going on. There's the super bees are now taking over. The African bees are literally halfway up the United States already, and they are killing the normal honeybees. And you have to up, and then they're listen, they're talking about the super hornets that are in Oregon that came over from from Asia somehow. And Africanized and super bees, and don't forget the Zika virus, people, and what mosquitoes. If I was you and you were smart, I would absolutely stay away from every possible mosquito possibility. Use your sprays. I have had West Nile virus. It is not worth it.
Oh.
And I 5.5 days, and I almost died.
Oh, Sam.
And I got bit on the cheek, and within 45 minutes I was delirious.
Wow.
And I mowed the yard, and I went to work, and I was at work for about a half hour, and all of a sudden I started feeling really strange, and then I got so delirious I had no body control. I was weak as a kitten. I couldn't even sit up in a chair. I was falling out of my chair, and I was delirious. And the boss came in and took me home, and I left my car at work for 7 days, for like a week, and I had to go have somebody. I had to go get a cab to go get which cost me like $50, to get my car. But I lost 37 pounds in 5 days.
Wow.
Jeez, Sam.
And I got up, and my butt wasn't even. I was like, whose butt is this? This isn't my butt. And I lost so much weight off my butt, it was unbelievable. I was sweating. West Nile virus is not fun.
Would not wish that on anybody. It's bad enough Lyme's. I mean, the things that I've gone through since that, it's like, what's going on here? They're throwing all these.
We have Zika virus now, and we have believe it or not, people, the bubonic plague is alive and well in the United States.
Oh, look at the garbage on the streets.
Well, it is in animals in the Pacific Northwest.
Your rats.
They originally called it the Yosemite syndrome, but then it hopped to Oregon, which is not so far away from Yosemite.
And what's
it's a
going
small
on
animal, so be careful if you're. I haven't actually looked into Yosemite, and they've had rock falls and geologic major occurrence.
But what about the animals? They were showing a lot of pictures of like all the bear leaving the park, and then all the deer.
That was a bunch of rumors, and we're talking about Yellowstone, not Yosemite. Because there's been a new that lava or mud explosion that happened in Yellowstone a year ago. In July 23rd, 2024, I believe it was. And they have seen some new geological occurrences, and they have cordoned off that whole area, and that part of the area is closed now because it did blow up the boardwalk. And there were people that were minorly injured.
And that was in Yellowstone.
Right, and that was last year in Yellowstone in July.
Okay. Yosemite and Yellowstone.
Yosemite there's been seismic activity and big chunks of rocks are falling off everywhere, and people are
Hey
warned.
guys, I gotta get going.
Okay.
Jackie, her pharmacist just called. I gotta go pick up her medication. So before they close down.
Well, walk
You okay
safely.
with that?
Yeah.
Be safe.
I'll be in the comments and stuff.
Okay. Be safe.
Okay.
Huh?
I'll talk to you guys next weekend.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
during
Bye,
during the
Chris.
week. Bye,
Let me
guys.
know you're okay.
Bye.
Okay,
Good night.
son. Let me know you're okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we here have noticed a change in our water, and there's mounding going on in Arizona, and there's for a few more going off of which city was it? Anyways, in Arizona, there's little puffs of smoke coming up from some of the smaller volcanic cones, and by the way, there are 600 volcanic cones in Arizona. We talk about the Pacific Northwest, and they don't even compare in total from Washington State down to Northern California along that stretch of volcanic activity. And of course, there's volcanoes in the Rocky Mountains left and right, and all the way through Arizona and Texas. So we are seeing this activity all over the world, all over. The East Coast is moving, the Madrid's moving, the Pacific Northwest is moving, the San Andreas is moving, the Salton Sea has got some really interesting activity going on. We know that's a volcanic area that was underappreciated until the last 8 years. And then offshore, there's a whole bunch of activity all the way up to Alaska. And then we know what's going on in Kamchatka is going to continue because I think it's just ramping up. There is the possibility there. The big one has yet to even hit up there. There could be a higher level. These could be all pre-quakes. That 8.8 might have been a precursor to something bigger. Of course, it's not. It's not 50-50. I don't know for sure, but there are people that are speculating that. So, it's really active. And that that whole plate around the Ring of Fire is just loading, and it directly affects straight across from a major quake all the way on the other side of the Ring of Fire is directly reflective of that behavior as well, and that has been proven through history.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to, and then coronal hole. Holy shit, what we take for granted in our internet, we getting bad internet, is actually more powerful going on in the planet. And we'll see what happens in the next 2 or 3 days. Sometimes I wonder, when we get off and done with our shows, should I go to the USGS and see what we missed while we were on the show? That kind of thing.
I have things I look at. I don't even understand what they mean. I just know they're not good news.
Oh, if I don't understand it, I have to. I'll learn about it.
Well, I try. I really try. I've learned a lot.
Well, I didn't know a lot about the sun either when I first started doing this, and I, over the years, have had to actually educate myself.
Oh. Rebecca, while you were out, you have pictures in your messenger from Maria.
Okay.
If you want to check, yeah.
Okay, I'll get it. Thank you, Carol-Ann.
Well,
Wow.
Now I'm not seeing her post. Has it really scrolled down that far? There it is. Wow.
And that shout out is to our friend Robert Miller, who's watching us. So, hi, buddy.
Hi, Robert. Wow. That's awesome. Let's see. Let's find.
If you don't see his name, he might be using something else.
Oh, sure. Okay. That's Robert Miller.
Yep. I'm checking my messages to see if he would want us to share.
Yeah.
Or if he's just watching. He might just be watching
Facebook?
and not. He is in our group.
In our group? Okay. Well,
he might just be watching but not logged in.
I thought it sounded familiar in a way. I don't know, but
he tries to support us. So.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert.
Yep.
Okay, Berea. Let me get that real quick. Let's see.
And I heard Katie Joe had an earthquake in New Jersey this week.
Is that the same one as New York?
I don't know if she felt it or not. I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there was two of them actually this week. One in New Jersey, one in New York, and they're smaller ones, but their whole rock base and seismic activity goes side to side rather than up to down, and so that has a greater level of effect and more of a dynamic of spread. Like a rock in the pond, and it spreads outward. Where the San Andreas Fault in California goes more up and down than side to side.
Okay, oh, that's a good. I didn't know that, so thank you.
And the San Andreas, of course, does move right to left, but it's not the side to side shake. Now we up here in Montana do get the side to side shake also, especially from that Stanley, and I hear my house pop pretty regular. The load bearing walls are they pop with these sound waves, and I've also noticed that the internet and the house pop sometimes simultaneously happen. And so I'm kind of going, oh, we got electrical shit going on here, people. And this, they reported when that 8.8 hit up in Camp Chetka, they reported an electrical atmospheric event. So, there's some big tides at play here, big tectonic plate electrical discharging or something going on here. So, and they had not seen that before, and I was like very intrigued by the fact they were reporting that. So
tidbits,
little juicy little, little presents, little gift. They call that Easter eggs, right? Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They call that Easter eggs, little Easter eggs. Yeah. And I'm trying to weed through this. You turn on your computer and you get the MSN news feed first thing before you choose where you go, and it's like, I read the crap, and they're going, mega evacuations due to wildfires, and etc. So you have to pick and choose between the stuff that you believe and where they're leading you. Oh my God, I am. It has been a very long week. I feel like I've aged, 3 years for this week.
Yeah, I feel you.
All right.
Look at that shaft lighting.
Wow. Is this from Maria?
Yes.
Okay.
Alaska.
Okay, a Saturn is on the upper right, cutting into the sun.
And you can see the dark shadow up there.
And
look at that.
should be to the left, in the upper left. See that open where there is no shaft lighting? Okay, here it's be rounding the edge of Matim.
And the reflection in the water.
Wow, that was weird. It didn't match.
Two back. It looked like it matched.
Back one more.
Go back. Yeah, now look at there.
That is odd.
Isn't it? Or is it picking up the upper ray? There, look at that one.
So wait, look at the count the suns.
Yeah, that's what I saw there. Now, is that because of the rippling?
I do see rippling, but are there not two there? Because they're different sizes.
I see two.
They're not the same size.
No, the one on the lower part looks smaller.
Right.
Then we go to that next slide. Oh, what's up with that?
I think Matim is cutting in from the upper left. See the dark blue above it?
Yeah.
Shadowing.
That shows
and then
up.
This one, the dark blue, is on the right-hand side, which is the cut in from Isatum. Well, no matter what we say, there's shaft lighting, which is not normal. One way or another, it's a cut in. It's probably cut in from both sides. On the boardwalk.
It's weird because there's like 3 different.
Pardon me, but I don't think those are the correct shoes for that environment.
You wouldn't. Mountain boots, hiking boots. Oh, look at that.
That would, of course, be a set.
I wasn't sure if she meant to send that or not, but I thought in case she did, I didn't want to.
It was nice.
I know.
Wall.
You know how sometimes you accidentally.
Yeah.
It's that some Jello Moon.
I appreciated it. Oh, look at that.
Part of Nepacity and part of his. Oh, excuse me. Whoa.
No,
Nepacity on the right and weirdly Uric. Wow, that is. Now, this is one of those shots that are changed. Fisheye, that's what I was looking for. It's
probably a panoramic.
Yeah, panoramic. And
it'll stretch everything out.
But the light blue at the horizon is the real sky, everything above the 2 cores.
When you look on the left, you see the darker blue, and above on the left, a lot of dark.
Planets.
I think so.
Yeah. I
got a close up of that. The one that has like 3. Look at this. Look. It's weird. Hang on.
Boom, 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 boom.
Is Dave Dobbs the same person as Dave's Waffle House by any chance?
No.
Different people. Okay.
Yeah, we love Dave's Waffle House. Dave Dobbs, respect you, bro, but you really went in the wrong direction.
There, look at that. We do see 2. We do.
Yeah, yellow and white.
Because look at where the rays come out.
Yellow and white. There's 2 different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Now there are 3. There, little waves, 3 little waves, but we have a yellow and we have a white.
Yeah, we have ripples on the upper part. There's a double ripple, but I definitely see 2 different colors even on my screen.
Yeah.
Very nice, Maria.
Now, I direly hope and pray that the larger star does not come any closer to us. But it's going, Now, if we get no, I'm sure we're going to have a heavy snow winter. But if we don't get any at all, that would be more proof that, it's way warmer than it should be. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I could actually be wrong. That would that not be interesting if I was actually wrong?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I do foresee a pretty snowy winter. The La Nina effect on the East Coast for sure. Now, we have had Montana winters where we did not have much snow, so that's possible, but we'll see what happens.
We haven't had as much on the East as we did even 6 years ago. I'm thinking this is the year.
Yeah,
and y'all are invited out to go sleigh riding down our hills.
Northern Japan and all of that. You saw what happened to them this year. They had like 30 feet of snow. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. They had like 30 feet of snow on the ground at one time. I mean, they were tunneling to find houses and roads. Insane amounts of snow in northern, and this is, of course, that same area where Kamchatka volcanoes and all of that stuff just blew up. I'm still really freaked out about what's going on in Antarctica, and of course, we get nothing from them anymore. Our live cams and all of our sightings and And there's barely any YouTubers even talking about it anymore.
Not that many.
I think access has been. I think the weather's been so bad down in Antarctica. I think access has been pretty much denied or cut down. I mean, I guess didn't they have trouble with their once a year shipping? I mean, you're either there or you're not.
Right.
Thank you. I don't think I would want to go someplace I don't get to go home from if I wanted to. I'm going to get homesick. I'm kidding. Yeah, we're coming up on our 8th hour, and we're getting a little dingy. So
yeah, we're tired.
It happens.
We've been tired all day. We were tired even when we tried to go to sleep last night. We were tired.
Hey, I took a nap, and I normally only sleep for 2 hours in my nap, and I actually slept for about 3.5. So I was like,
whoa.
Rebecca had to call me and wake me up, like, Sam, you're supposed to be on the show. And I'm going, oh, okay.
I know. He's never late. He's always like waiting on me, usually. So I knew something was strange.
It is hard this week.
I'm a creature of habit. I do things in certain orders, and Sheldon Cooper, Mondays is laundry day, and we have to, you have to get this done on this day because dang it, that's the way things are. And
I am the same way.
Little OCD there. Yep.
I have routine.
My routines, and I got my laundry done this week. Yay.
Yes, you did. I did mine the next day, just like clockwork.
Yeah. So we do, and boy, I blew it today, but actually I enjoyed it. I fell asleep to some cartoon. It was like, okay.
You needed it, or you wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, well, I changed my schedule because I did go to the store the moment it opened up this morning, so I could make sure the kids had their milk and their pizza and all of that. Get it out of the way, and I bypassed other things I wish I had not, but I did.
I know. I went off all day. It was more a man trip than it was a me trip. And every time he went in a store, I got a nap yesterday, so that helped.
Cool. That's always nice.
Yeah, I really needed it. I
really do. I think the planetary. I think that this the Lionsgate constellation alignment is going to screw with us. I think that the sun is screwing with us right now. I think we're tired and exhausted because we are getting direct connection with this solar storm that's hitting us right now.
The electrical activity that's in the air. Everybody's saying the Schumann resonance is this, but it's also all the electrical activity bringing.
Well, we also have to consider, that we have way more neutrinos going through us right now than we normally do.
Oh my goodness.
Because that thread connection, superhighways, there are billions of microscopic particles flying through our bodies as we speak.
Right. Well, I can't wait to see what happens to me till tomorrow because I was out in that hours today. But I feel good now.
Assuming you get some things done. Yard work can be. Usually, I'm like very stiff and sore the next day, and
I'm not yard work with little scissors. I'm out there with machinery. Yard work.
I let mine grow because otherwise it would have fried.
I know. Yeah, but Pennsylvania. We both remarked to each other yesterday about how lush and green everything looks here in this state. On our end. Now, I'm not talking about out in Western PA. I'm only talking about Central. Right. Everything is. He's cut grass twice this week. That's how fast it grew.
We've got hints of fall. It's already getting cold. I actually had to turn the heater on the other day.
We're at 62 degrees right now, and normally we would be at least 90. And it's 62. Good night sleeping with windows open.
It's 63, yeah. I did hear a couple of meteorologists talk about maybe the possibility of an early fall. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. We'll check back on that one.
You got anything else for us, Rebecca?
I'm not against that. I'm okay with that.
Yep. We like the cooler.
I cannot wait till
all
October.
Colors and all of that.
Yeah.
Not really?
Not totally. Let's see. I can keep going if you want me to, but
well, we can talk for the next minute and 3/4 and round it up, to 8 hours and be just fine.
I cannot wait till
Oh,
we all get together.
2 minutes.
Oh my God,
Let's see.
we'll be awake for 3 days in a row.
Wouldn't that be a treat? That'd be fun.
That would be so
Like a
special.
slumber party. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let's see.
Well, would that all of us could afford to do that? That would be a nice notion.
Someday something lucky will happen.
Someday.
Someday.
Too bad we're all so spread out. We really are.
know.
Like all of us. Like none of us. Like you and Katie Joe are how far apart? You're kind of
About 4 hours. We're
4
trying
hours.
to later, like early
Yeah.
fall, actually get together with Katie Joe.
Right.
It's in the planning stage. Like we're gonna try.
Like I'm not close to Tara, but I'm closer to her than most other
Right.
people. And JD is probably 2 hours, 3 hours away.
And Jesus.
And then
is
there's,
also-
Chris is
And
in
then everybody
Vegas,
else
and
is far
Vegas is in
away.
Utah, and Nicole's in Colorado, and I'm all the way up here in Montana.
Yep.
Yuppers.
I'm like the lone. Katie Joe and I are like the loners out here.
Hey, you know what I found out? I found out that DJ, our friend DJ, is in West Yellowstone.
Huh.
I did not know that, and I was very surprised that somebody
I
was
think
that
we
close.
need that big map that we
2.5
can put our
hours.
pointers on. 2.5
Right.
hours. Yeah.
To JD.
To JD. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
then
2.5.
Jesus would be. I have everybody on my weather map.
I know I'm forever away from Jesus.
That's one way of doing it, I would imagine.
17-hour drive.
Wow.
17.
Yep.
That's too far. I can't do that.
Yeah, it's 16 hours. It's
can't.
about 17 hours if you drive from Missoula to Las Vegas. If you really push it, you can get there in one run. I've done it. I don't recommend it.
Well, Robert Miller, I've talked to him pretty regularly. He's in Ohio. And we said, that's not that far away from each other. So someday we're going to try to
Okay.
meet up.
Not
I'd love
too
to
bad.
meet his family. He has children, his wife and that. And they happen to like Hershey products. And I live right across the mountain from the Hershey
Yeah,
plant.
the toll road fees alone are staggering between you two.
Yeah.
I have paid Pennsylvania and Ohio and Indiana toll roads before, and I hated every second of it.
Well, we try to avoid them as much as possible.
Oh, you want how much this time for me just driving through your state? Are you out of your effing mind?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Sam is the furthest away, 22-hour drive.
Yeah.
And yet, Sam is the one I was the closest to seeing
Uh-huh.
when I was out with Nancy.
Yeah.
We were in, oh shoot,
Coeur d'Alene.
the center of the earth. That town. It's called the center of the earth. Center of the universe, center of the earth.
I don't know that one.
It's up above Harrison. It was close to Harrison.
In Idaho?
Yeah. And
I don't even know where Harrison is in Idaho.
Okay.
I've been to Boise. I've been to Sandpoint. I've been to a lot of little towns in Idaho. I don't. can't think
It
of that
would be south of Coeur d'Alene, Harrison south.
Okay.
Okay. So then we drove. I'm just going to say Highway 90, but I don't know for sure if it was or not.
I-90 goes from Coeur d'Alene through
We
Montana.
got to the part where the huge sign of Missoula was, and that meant only a short distance, but then the smoke was that bad from the fire. So the story did not happen.
Okay.
Because we
I don't blame you.
Like drive that way and call you and say, Sam, could you meet us in designated area?
That was probably back when they were they were telling people not to go outdoors, and that was a couple of years ago. Yeah,
I think
we
it
have
was
that
in
pretty often.
Yeah, it seems.
Yeah.
Like
Oh
this.
God, you guys missed the Lolo Peak fire. It was unbelievable. I mean, I'm looking out my front door to make sure my house isn't about to burn down. And then 3 years ago, we had that fire that went past my house here and burned up 2 homes kitty corner from my house. That was awesome. And then there's the 3 times my roof has already been damaged. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, it's hail. I know. Whatever. Rebecca, I'm sorry. We disturbed you again.
Hey, we forgot about all the storm that went through last year with the 96-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
That was
I
insane.
didn't forget.
Well, everybody's got to remember this can happen to your house. Everybody.
Yeah, we had our car was $7,000 worth of hail damage, but luckily they fixed it.
Yeah.
Everybody in town practically got new roofs. 2 Nipissity storms. Let's see, that was in July, beginning of July, and 3/4 of the way in July. Nipissity coming over here over the house. So I'm seeing more and more of that. Yeah, we're in for a good one, aren't we?
Yeah, and this is we're at the 180-day cycle, August, September. Eek. Here we go. This is where
living at an ideal spot.
There was that great San Francisco storm. There was a couple of North Dakota storms. There was a couple of Canadian storms that happened all at this time, August through September.
Right. Nancy said they were getting a lot of lightning and thunderstorms out in the Idaho.
Oh yeah.
So
you can even look up I think the major Montana storm was also at that time period. I'd have to go look that one up. I think it was in 2023 that we had this unbelievably outrageous storm. Rebecca played a couple of videos, and I kept wanting to watch it because it went all the way across the country. And it was purple lightning, insane purple lightning.
And was that the one with all the winds? Lots of winds?
Yeah, the Red Sonja event where it's, they're using the talisman in the movie Red Sonja, where it's just this nonstop lightning everywhere you look. And it's just sky-filled purple insanity going off right before your very eyes. And people were going, well, is this film sped up? And it's like, no, this is real time.
Yeah.
And it's beyond anything we've ever seen. And these are these discharging planets to make sure they don't crash into us. And we've watched this cycle after cycle after cycle after fear factor after fear factor. Like, again, I always laugh at myself because in 2013, I really thought we were all going to die. Like, and I'm buying into the destroyer thing going on still. And then, we lived through 2014, and then we watched 2015 and 16, and 16 was pretty close passive. And then bang, there's this atom, right, and it's small, but there's this atom in 2016. And we watched all these cycles go on and on and on, and many, many years later, I'm kind of chuckling at, my own personal behavior because I was like, I was so stressed out, and I was so freaked out, and yet
you're allowed to.
Well, at the same time, it is still just that vastly dangerous.
Yep.
And that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Sam. I'm going to show you this video. It's when you said insane lightning, it reminded me of this. I've never seen anything like this. Quite. Are you sitting down here?
I am sitting down.
Oh, look at the lead off. Oh my God. Look at how huge that is.
And not only that, look what color it is.
Purple.
Yeah. That's all we got.
Yeah, when we think of the beams coming, we always think little tubes.
Yeah, see that shadowed shaft?
Yeah.
And then there was one more that was odd. I mean, it looks real. I wondered if it was not real, but I'll show you.
Well, you got to check for time lapse, and if the traffic is flying by zing, 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 well, then it's sped up. But if the traffic is flowing at a semi-slow pattern in front of you, or if the raindrops are visible to be normal time, progressive in front of you on the ground, then you can tell.
Oops, sorry, Sam.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries.
The time lapse, the only trouble I have is when it's over water and there's no boats or anything. The sky sort of looks like it's going too fast, but I don't have anything to judge by.
That's why, I look at the raindrops and see if they're splashing normal time or if there's, it's sploosh, sploosh, and you don't see any reaction to them. They just are there.
Oh.
Yeah, there has been a lot of ball lightning lately. What is that running along in order to do that? Is that lightning on a telephone? No, it would be way too high for that building. Okay, so there can't be telephone lines.
No. It's a surface of some kind. Is that what they're calling plasma balls?
Well, there is a lot of ball lightning being sighted around the world, unusually high amounts.
That's crazy.
And there's a lot on TikTok, and I don't go farm TikTok, but there are a lot of people out there that are seeing some unusual events, and we really need to get. I was saying we have to reach out to more YouTubers and more TikTok people and try and get their side. Pardon the expression, but their sideshows. Literally, some of them are, but we have to get up more other people who are sky watchers or event watchers to start jumping on board with the realities of what are going on. And we are written off. We are thought to be batshit crazy out of our minds compared to a lot of the stuff out there that people are working off of. We are crazy, crazy, crazy.
It was good to see that, though, in slow motion, because we get pictures that you just see the purple background and like a ball of white, and there's what is that? When you see it in the storm with the ball lightning flying, then it makes sense.
Well, I wonder if this is shot through the windshield.
Well, they're driving.
Yeah.
So
that would limit the possibility of the shaft lighting, where it's like that dark shadow right there that appears. If that's refractive light from telephone poles and you name it.
Could very well be.
But I was trying to watch the fact that it's purple, because remember, purple lightning comes from ultimately way, way, way up above the upper atmosphere. Right. And blue lightning and white lightning and yellow lightning are all layers that are lower. And we never had purple lightning prior to 2010.
I do not remember any.
Nor I.
And I have lots of lightning pictures because I used to do that all the time. Just storms.
Yep. And so I did lots of recording of the weather over my lifetime. I've been very weather orientated. I love weather. I love clouds and the sky. That's why I run Montana Skywatcher. But anyway.
Not bragging.
No, well, whether we had planets or not, I would still be doing something like this.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
Interesting. All right.
Very nice.
Just the Cloud Appreciation Society. Give those guys a peg, even though they don't like me.
Who?
The Cloud Appreciation Society on Facebook.
Oh, they don't like you?
Well, they have to approve my post.
I was going to say, at least they let you. Oh no, I have never been approved to comment. I'm surprised they hadn't thrown me out, but anytime I try to make a comment, it takes me to the, fill out the questions and
questionnaire and all of that. Yeah.
I never get approved to be a member. I'm just an outsider looking in.
I know how that feels.
I now don't try. No, I already know I'm not going to be approved.
Whatever.
I don't want to be blocked because I like it. I like that.
Yeah.
I like their pictures. Yeah. So.
Yes, I have tried to get in groups and I'm not approved.
I wonder who the admin is, like how they determine they don't want me there. I don't know.
I don't understand why not.
Well, we haven't seen our friends at some of those other Nibiru sites that are out there as well, and they haven't contacted, and they've sort of fallen by the wayside, and yet,
There's one group of individuals that I did reach out to recently that I have not heard a word back from again. And they're still pumping old information and misrepresented information. And it's kind of sad. And, you know,
it is sad.
To me, if you're going to put out information and you're going to spend as much time as you're doing on it, which is visibly there, you can see they're doing it. And why not be accurate rather than, unfortunately, internet misinformed? And it's like crap. Everything you just said is absolutely inaccurate and over a decade old.
Yeah,
it kills me to see the same crap being regurgitated every time. You know, it's like, God, I saw that the first 2 times it was published, 15 years ago,
And I think we find ourselves saying that more and more too at applicants. I started not just declining, but I recline with comment, and hopefully that'll help.
Well,
some people really don't realize what they're.
Yeah. Oh, it's like so much other disinformation
truly
in our
innocent
society,
and they don't realize.
Yeah, we don't realize how far down the wrong path we've been led.
Yeah.
And the little modicums of statements that we put out in an average comment or a commentary even, and how unfortunately opinionated we are, and we don't even realize it.
Well, we firmly believe what we're doing, so.
Well, we had a long time to do it.
We did.
And we had a set of rules.
Not just one, but all.
And and we never had any of that crazy internet, Facebook infighting ever. We never tolerated it. No. And you were either on board, or if you weren't on board, you were more than welcome to stay and visit and share the information for free, as long as you didn't pick on anybody else.
Right. Yeah, but that's the line. I draw the line at that when you start picking on other people. No.
And there were hundreds of other sites throughout the last 15 years that attempted to keep people's attention, and then they started putting out total garbage misinformation, like the Money Boys, and we don't even need to make them famous by mentioning their names anymore. But they created way more work for us than they ever even realized.
Thank you.
That's what kills me is the people that are out there that are pumping out crap, and then we've got to clean it up.
Yeah. But another thing that's really sad too, the videos that people submit, the videos are awesome to look at. They're like, wow. But then you have the talking in the background it just sputters crap.
Yeah.
You can't do that if.
And then there's the blatant
If you just keep
disinformation
your mouth
videos.
shut, show the video, we'd be fine.
Yeah. Then there's the blatant absolute. We're handing you crap on purpose.
Yeah.
To misinform you.
Yeah.
And I see those. I even see that in many science documentaries where you sit there and you go, oh my God, shut up. You're talking out your ass and you don't even know it.
And I bet you're saying it out loud to the computer too.
Usually to the TV on YouTube.
Or whatever you're watching, yeah.
Yeah, usually, in the living room, I'm going, oh my God, you idiot, I love it when they throw out really, really crappy archaeological dates and they're just so wrong. It's just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. You didn't even do your basic homework and you said that.
Oh my God, it makes here when that happens. I'm watching something and I'm talking out loud and my husband will holler, what did you say? I'm not talking to you.
TV again, leave me alone. Yeah.
I'm in my space, let me go.
They're coming out with all this new Egyptian shit and they're trying to report the new finds of 2025, and it's the same crap they've been talking about since 2022, with the exception of the new coils underneath the pyramid in the underground cities that we don't know anything about. Due to this new radar technique, which is also identifying the lava tubes all over the world.
Wow, people. Yeah, there's so much buried underground. We have no clue. And these carved stones all over the planet that we still can't carve. Hello.
Well, the other thing too, I had a thought the other day looking at some of those older. I collected quite a few of the hieroglyphics and that I have never seen before. So I'm making a folder. Places like Petra, old
Nabatean,
and like those. When you look at them, and I'm just going to use Petra as an example because of the level of carving, no matter how it got there. If you look above, it reminds me like something melted the stones and destroyed a lot of that carving. I don't know.
Well, water does a lot of that. Water is one of the most corrosive agents on the planet. But time.
Acid in the water?
Well, yeah, acid rain.
Acid rain?
Carbon. Yeah.
Okay.
There's natural. Water does erosion. Okay. For an example, I to this day, you know what the Valley of the Kings look like?
Yes.
I to this day believe that the entire Valley of the Kings, that wall above all of the monuments, was carved. And it's just not even there anymore.
I don't doubt that.
Well, think about Ramses II.
Right.
Look, we know the Ramses II was a monumental, huge facial mountain carving. Yes. And then they moved it because of the dam that, remember, by the way, the Ramses II, the monument is fake. They rebuilt it. They moved it. Anyway, I truly believe that the Valley of the Kings was very much like the Ramses II monuments were all over the place. And the singing gods that was way, way older than the Sphinx. Mm-hmm. And that it barely even gets mentioned of those two great, monstrosities of early Egyptian carving, if not before Egypt. That I don't even know where they are, but they're called the singing gods or something like that. And there's just so many, and then the less famous carvings of the burial monuments, very much like Petra, all over from Turkey all the way to China. And there's so many colossus carvings that don't even make the World Heritage lists at all. And then don't forget what happened during the Gulf War and all the destroyed that happened. There was a lot of destruction and a lot of theft of artifacts.
Yeah, make it all go away.
Yeah, including the stargates. Yeah,
that's something else I'm seeing more of too. More literature on that. And,
yeah, well, there's all kinds of stuff going on, people.
Yeah, everybody's thinking. I know I often post in off topic number 2, and I always say there's always something to think about.
God, I haven't been to off topic number 2 in a very long time.
Come visit us.
Didn't Rebecca lose control of that?
No, she's still in. Nope, she still has it. Yep, we have. I think everything straight out.
I thought I lost one, but I didn't.
No, I don't know. You're in all of them. Yeah.
I don't know, but I did lose control of the number 2 Nibiru followers.
I did not go to Montana Skywatcher number 2 this week at all.
Oh, I was there quite a bit.
Oh, good. I have no control of it. I will be right back.
Yep.
Okay, Sam.
No problem. Yeah, I check everyone every day. So.
Yeah. I can't.
Just to keep on top of who's posting, and if there's something that we don't have, then we switch through. And good night, Sussy is. Thank you for being here.
Good night, Sussy.
Yeah. And I see something from Chris, I think.
He has to crash. I hear that.
Yeah. I think we'll be crashing here to ourselves shortly.
Yeah.
So you've had a long day too.
It's been full day.
Yeah.
Full day. Yeah.
Had a full day yesterday, and got a lot of
Oh, it's
conflict.
been a full week. Honestly, this
Well,
week has
yeah,
been
with all the extra
really rough.
things that you
I
had that you
know.
weren't planning on.
I did. I know. No, I didn't plan on, because it was last week when I found out about the house and the landlord, and he's done landlording, and stuff like that. And then that last Sunday is when I, went crazy and started cleaning the house.
Yep.
Like 14 hours. And
when I don't hear from you for 3 days, I know you're
I know
busy.
something's terribly wrong, right? I'm
It's
like
I just go, are you alive?
I barely. I know. Just anyway, but
Well, hopefully all that hard work is going to pay off for you. I hope.
I guess I
hope.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, it probably doesn't even matter, but they're not here to look at my house, at how I got it. They're just looking around. But anyway, it's better than it was when I moved here. I can, I probably
Absolutely,
upped the value of
look
the
at
house.
last year you did all that extra painting and
I know.
updating. And
I've done so much here.
You have been a busy beaver.
I've done so much
since last year. So
it was kind of crazy when I moved in.
And thank God you didn't need a storm cellar.
No, thank goodness, because I don't have one.
We have friends that use theirs regularly. They
right. There's nobody around here. I don't see
there. Oh, Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky. No, those folks are still trying to recover from this spring and this summer already, the early summer. And what they've gone through, they are still working on.
I don't think they're ever going to recover.
Well, New Mexico, Texas, they've been
generations to come back from.
Right.
Missouri, Illinois, Kansas, South Dakota just got it again.
It's horrible.
Minnesota went through a rough week last week. I haven't heard much about that from them. And it's not making the national news. It really is not. Spooky. Really spooky.
They're ganging up on us. They're going, another long show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh no! Last week it was 9 hours. I think, wasn't it?
Roughly.
I think so. Or was it?
You know what? After the show, I watched the whole show again.
Oh boy!
I couldn't see anyway, so I went through and got the pictures off that I wanted and made my notes and.
Let me look and see. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, 9 hours, 6 minutes. 9 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, we've lost our minds.
I guess. And then 7. And then the one before that was 10. Wow.
Well, we get to doing this and we finally get to catch up and we finally get to, vent on what we've spent all week studying and watching and being amazed and shocked and fearful of.
Absolutely. And then we catch up with all the other stuff. And
then we can't quit. We can just keep talking about them. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
The previous 5 weeks before that, they were about 6 to 6.5 hours. Wow. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
There's always so much. We always think of these things and then we want to talk about them. Then we have the kitty part of the show, and we have.
I know the kitty.
Did I miss any today?
Well,
did you
know the orange cat? The orange cat. He's still here. He's like camping out by my bedroom window, looking in at the other cat. I know. I feel bad for him. I think he's lonely, and he wants to be in here with all the other kitties. He sees cats.
Yeah.
But I can't let him in. But I've been checking into getting him fixed.
Right.
So
with Miss Mittens and everything else, you can't do that.
I know. I can't let him in. No. Right. I can't. No, I can't.
Yeah, it'd be easier just not to let him in.
Well, yeah.
Or keep him around. But then, that begrudges the feeding the outside cat routine.
What do you mean?
By keeping food outside, you are attracting more newcomers.
Oh, well, yeah, but I can't not put food out because there's other kitties that are
that have already been eating, and that's what
Yeah.
they depend on. So yeah.
right.
No, actually, Sam, she has a neon sign that's only visible to cats outside on her porch that says, "Eat at Rebecca's place."
Right.
Yep,
Tell them
yep.
I
Going
sent
in.
you. Right. I don't know.
Oh, remember, people,
I have
Rebecca
food
needs
rules
cat
at
food
the front
donation.
and the back.
Yeah.
And
Yep,
She has an
Right.
army to feed.
I mean, it is like a little refuge, for
It
they got
is.
to eat somewhere, and not everybody does that, and they can't. That'd be sad. A hungry cat is a sad cat.
I'm feeding spiders as I'm scratching on my spider bite again.
Take a
spider-
spoon and put
spider
scalding
fun.
hot water and go right on it.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, that is or a hot spoon.
Hot spoon, as hot as you can stand it. Same
Yep.
as a mosquito bite. Put it right
Yep.
on top
Yep, that
because
does work.
it neutralizes the toxins that are
Right.
that
I
they.
thought I squeezed them all out, but it's starting to itch. It's my second
Yeah.
day now, so it's I got to
Goes
go
in
back,
really
get back
fast.
after it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
I had a brown recluse bite on my chest all the way down to my belly button. It bit me about 8 times,
Oh,
and it actually
God.
turned gangrenous necrotic, and it had to be physically removed by a doctor. They go and they scalpel that thing out of there.
Yep, it's not pleasant. I had one too, but that was on my leg. Had playground duty one day and got me behind the knee under my slacks. And what was I supposed to do? Take my slacks off in the middle of a playground?
You're walking, and then you smash them, and then they bite you.
Yeah, and it gets
Wow.
bubbly and
Yeah.
brown. It's
Yeah.
Black
Yeah.
and green and nasty. Yeah.
No.
And
I did-
the first bite was the one that had all the poison in it, and then he bit me, less and less and less as he went down. Fortunately, but
but he still got you.
he got me good. So I mean, that was in my 30s,
God.
and that was after somebody brought me a free mattress. Thank you for the big spiders that you brought with that mattress. And that was literally the first
Yes,
night I slept in that mattress, and I got bit by a big, nasty, poisonous spider.
No.
Nobody likes being bit. I mean, yeah, okay, I'm guilty because I had a tarantula for years. She was 31 years old when she died. And yeah, her fangs were grew huge. Every time she molded, they got bigger and bigger. But she used to sit, and I'd go like this to her, and she'd take her 2 front legs and play back with. She was very laid back. Took her to school every day,
Uh-huh.
and then the kids got to watch her.
Ick.
Little tiny spiders. I'll scream. I'll run.
Man. Yeah.
Well, in Holland, they have a spider on the ceiling being good luck or something like that. No, thank you. So I got to get my little Swiffer sweeper girl. My gal Shiloh's been falling a little remiss in her spiderweb duty, I think.
She must start up again.
Well, which precludes again the thought process that it might be early fall because it is getting cold outside, and that's when the spiders come in the house.
We know that. Yep.
Yeah, and I got
Christopher keeps rubbing into me. Yesterday, he reminded me we have scorpions. It's like he's reminding me again. We have scorpions. It's like
I this morning when I
there's
put my tennis shoes on, I tapped my shoes on the heel to make sure there's no scorpions in them, even though we do not have scorpions in Montana.
That was my next question.
Well, ever since I was in the desert a few times, I picked up the habit of tapping my shoes before I put them on.
I tap mine, but it's only to get the cat food out.
Oh, cat food.
Well, I keep my shoes beside where they eat. So you know how cats eat. They chomp and let the little pieces drop and that. And I always have cat food in my shoes. But a scorpion, I
Yeah,
never
yeah.
saw
Scorpions
one
will
for real.
actually
I
crawl
never
into your
saw a
shoe,
real
and
one.
they'll get stuck there, and then you put your foot in there, and then they sting you.
They say that it's probably, for most people, like a really bad bee sting, but I would be the one that had a serious reaction. It's like, I don't think I want to see one.
It's the baby scorpions that have the most venom. The older they get, the less venom they have.
I don't want to see those for sure.
The bigger they are, the less poison. It's the little ones, the little guys that you want to worry about. Now, if you go out in the desert, anytime you sit down on the ground, you have to look for scorpion holes before you sit down.
I will be looking that up when the show is over.
Okay, yeah. I did some mountain biking in the desert. Mountain biking in the desert is not fun. You have to wear leather armor to do it, and helmets and gloves and gauntlets and leggings
and stuff like
knee pads, and you put biking road gear on, hardcore road gear to go through the desert. And then when you run into a wash that you didn't see, you take a nosedive because your front tire stinks. Anyway.
No, tiny spiders. Nope.
Yeah, I'll pass on the spiders. You know, we have rattlesnakes, but they're really, really rare, and it's only in the lower elevation in Montana, not up here in the higher area.
No, we have snake. We have all kinds of snakes down in our field. I mean, most of them are just plain snakes. Nothing bad. If they bite you, it's not gonna. Rattlesnakes, in the deeper woods, definitely. And as a kid, that's
you'll
one
usually
thing,
hear you'll hear them before you even get close to them.
And the copperheads, you can smell them. I mean, here in Pennsylvania, they smell like a big pile of rotting cucumbers. And you get that cucumber whiff, you know you're in trouble. And the house above us was more in the mountains, and there was a huge stone wall there.
And then they live in the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, they live in stone outcroppings and deep pits and wriggle and hang around each other all winter long and stay warm in a big cluster of worms that would scare the hell out of any human.
Yeah. I have a lot of respect for snakes.
No, thank you. That's why, all these people are cavers or spelunkers. Oh my God. Thank you. I will pass. I don't know how they do
and
that.
they go in them, and the camera's there, and they're crawling through spider webs. It's like, no.
And they squeeze in where their rib cage could get locked permanently forever, and you could die and turn to a skeleton. No, thank you.
Right. And you can't turn around. You have to. No.
I've watched those scuba diving things where they go in those dark, deep holes with no oxygen, and then they find the dead scuba divers that are still down there that nobody's retrieved.
No, not for me either. No, I used to have nightmares when I was a kid. I remember one time when Lynn and I had been going together for just a few short years, and I had a nightmare, and I was like in a cave, and I kept trying to put my head up, and I kept hitting against and hitting, and I woke up and I was underneath the bed, and I was hitting on the bed frame. But
oh boy,
dark.
That is quite the ambulatory nightmare.
That was a really bad one, but enclosed spaces and we don't mix either, and something had to happen for me to be that.
That would be not how you want to wake up.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I don't venture or walk to the store anymore to be that brave, and I used to all the time. I'd run and do mountain biking, but I mean, nowadays I drive, do everything, and I'm a little more passive and not out there trying to chase. And I should have the other day actually gone up in the mountains. But then why bother with the gas?
I could picture you being in trees the other day.
I don't get out enough. You were right. Yeah. I don't go to the forest as often as I should. I haven't been all year.
Take the girls on picnics.
Yep. We used to do regular outings, and we have not done it in a very long time.
Always enjoyed that. So, and I just picture you, and I mentioned it that it just seems to me like you need to be out near the trees. And
well, back when they were little, we would go to Burger King and we'd get them a Happy Meal, and then we'd go to the park.
Well, maybe that's in the card, Jeff.
Yeah, that's all the way in Missoula. We don't do that very often. Pretty much a lot of that stopped when we went and celebrated. We went to McDonald's, we went to the park, we came home after getting to Toyota, and then we hit that deer, and that changed our habits a great deal, because different car too. The minivan does not go up those mountain roads like the Toyota did. So
no,
4x4 versus minivan.
Yeah.
I still dream about cars and where I parked. It's insane. All of us have been having really freaky dreams lately. I know that everybody's talking.
Some of them are shared. A lot of us talk about our dreams, like bits and pieces, and it's really freaky how close they are and the commonalities. And it's like, okay, something else is going on, because
it's unusual.
10 people can't have the same. And then there's other times, like I'll always say to the girls at night, meet me by the waterfalls, or I'll be the one in a blue scarf or something. And they don't look at their messages till the next day, and they've already written in what their dream was about. And it's uncanny how things happen.
Well, that would be, that celestial occurrence is going off over our heads in the bigger picture. And, the Lionsgate constellation alignment, and us coming into the upper level of our universe, and in that galactic manipulation that we've been going through for the last 5 or 6 years now. And I'm not even jumping into the deep swimming pond of the metaphysical crazy people out there, or some of it's real good, and a lot of it's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with some of the stuff that
and there are there's 150 really bubblegummy tarot psychic readers out there, and I'll stumble across one or two of those guys, and I just sit there and I try to listen to them, and I'm really trying to give you credit here for when you might know what you're talking about, but oh my God, listen to you talk. And
it's difficult to sit through something when every sense in your body knows that's not right. It's like,
and they smear the peanut butter on, and they try to be this really cool YouTuber, and
well, they want their check marks, and
everybody wants their channel, and everybody why welcome to my channel on this episode, and they say episode 5 times in a row, and today's episode, it's like, oh my God, please.
And here we are struggling with 30,000 members in all the groups, and 40 people watch our podcast. Why?
30,000 between all of our sister sites. We're upward of a couple 100,000. We added all of our sister sites.
Active people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're getting 700, 800 views.
Right.
And a lot of 500 of them are the day of the show immediately live.
Right.
So our average base is about 500 listeners right now that are listening to us right now. And
let us talk to you in the comments. That has to help.
We're already beating Radio 8. So, they had really low views, and I felt horrible for them. But some of my videos have now 16,000 views. That's not enough, but
I take notice that it's going up. I do, and a lot of people I see a lot of our new members too are saying, like, where did Sam get the names of these planets?
Oh boy, that one we've answered 20
how
times.
Many times? Yeah, but they're new people, and they have not went.
Yeah, there's no way for us to start from the beginning every show.
That's what I keep saying.
And we do try. We'll go back to it regularly. We go, okay, hi guys, we studied these plants and master information that I got from the off-world, and then some information that I found in the early years in 2008, 2009. Copy of a video that was called a Pleiadian message. And then I kept a copy of it, and then we comparative watched that for about 2.5 years, and when all of the stuff matched, we finally went with the names.
Right.
That's the very fast version of it.
Yes, there were other people. Why wouldn't there not be other people who also received this information? But they're not putting it out.
Right. And some of our long-term best members are the ones who are the quietest.
I know.
And and they're out there still, and we talk to them. Oh, I've been watching Sam for all these years, and yet they're just out there quiet.
But they're paying attention. They are. They are paying attention.
There are people too that don't dare talk about this to normies, pardon the expression.
Right.
Their friends, and I mean, I've warned people, do not tell your coworkers about this if you're on the show, because they're going to look at you like you're lost your mind.
I used to be quiet, and I never put anything on my own Facebook page, and I take notice when lately I've been putting a bunch of Rebecca and Chris's videos on, or the shows on. Nobody remarks. One lady, oh my God, she's 90 some years old, and she will give me a thumbs up or a heart on every video that I show from you guys. She watches.
There are lots of long-term devoted members that regularly will hit like or the heart and then yet they don't even comment anywhere out there.
But I love those people, and I wish, if you look at a picture in your groups that you're in, if you look at a picture, just put a thumbs up at it. Just show us acknowledgement. Like, it'll say,
hey, hi. You don't even have to say whether or not you like it or not. 130 people have viewed
this, but we have 2 thumbs up. What about the 128 people that could
in the early days of Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, we were getting 200, 300 likes. Yeah, and now I'm lucky if I get 12 people that view what I post.
Yeah, I know. Every once in a while
and then it's always late and old and all of that. They're stalling us. They're really screwing with us.
They have to be, because I don't get it otherwise. I mean, even me lately, they've been canning me. Last week, a little bit of the week before, I was kicked off a Messenger for going too fast. I don't know any other way. My mouse, I replace my mouse at least once every 3 months. That's how I wear them out. How else do you do it? I go through
about one every 2 years. I go through at least 2 keyboards a year.
That too. My poor keyboards. Oh
mine long ago needed to be replaced, and I keep forgetting it's only $20. But
I have to get white paint, and the things that I need is the period and the comma, because in my mind these days, I could type everything with my eyes shut, but now my fingers don't work as well, so I'm hitting the wrong thing. I'm like Andrea. Andrea hits all the wrong letters. That's me too lately, but I wear the keyboards out. So
I find that if my chair's been moved, I sit in front of and I type, and then I get the wrong keys because I'm actually moved over a quarter inch to the left or a quarter inch to the right without realizing it. Like, oh, come on. All you got to do is move the keyboard, but no, because my chair's moved, I'm typing wrong. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. What? Oh, okay.
Been there, done
That's what I'm doing.
Times. I know.
And oh God, I love my spell check, because I all week long I have had trouble with reading, and it's like I'm reading French and I'm reading other languages, and then I go back to English, and then all of a sudden it's like, what am I reading? And I haven't been able to bounce back from translating like I used to. I understand a little pieces of like
it's
Italian.
Pieces of words you can pretty well. Yeah.
I read a little pieces of other languages fairly easy because of lots of practice, because I've been
do with Italian and German, because that's my background. And
German is complete. I'm lost when it comes to German. I can get some of the words, but my French is far better. My Spanish is far better. My Italian is far better than my German.
Well, French, some of the words.
Latin. I get most Latin. I got to work at it, but I understand Latin.
I only know certain things through training that it was spoken in Latin, and we had to learn it that way.
Well, Spanish and Italian are so close; it's spooky.
Yeah.
And then it's amazing how much actual French we actually use in the English language as well.
Well, root words,
Yeah. It's just a different flamboyant way to say the same thing. Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
And inflections like the difference between the Irish and the Scottish, or the Australians and the New Zealanders. It's vocal tone inflections at the end or the beginning of the sentence.
Right.
And they all talk the same, and then at the end, or the in the middle, or the at the
Right.
It's weird.
I said something to Gillian the other night. Oh, when she told me she wasn't feeling well, and I went, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my wee young lassie," or something, and she was just like totally like, "Wow." It's like, oh my God.
Well, we get dragged into their
Yeah.
their language. I sat on the bus with a guy that was from London for 3 days, from literally Oregon all the way to Pennsylvania.
Wow.
And by the time I got off, I had an English accent. Because we were sitting next to each other the whole way, and we talked. And literally after 3 days, I had an English accent.
That reminds me of one time when Alexandria was very little. We took her to Florida, Disney, and she needed a break. She was really having a meltdown, and the elephant ride didn't go the way it should have went. So she was like upset. So I got her something to drink, and we were sitting on the bench, and there's this very dapper looking gentleman sitting to my left, and I'm talking to her and calming her down, and it's like, well, take a drink, be fine, blah blah blah. And he tapped me on the shoulder. He said, "Excuse me, ma'am." In his language, he said, "Where are you from? I love your accent." I went, "I'm a coal cracker. I don't have an accent." But apparently to him I did.
Yeah, people tell us that, me and my daughters, that we have a Montana accent, and it's hilarious because Montana is very normal English, I assume. But then I was watching a thing on YouTube the other day, and there's a whole new, the new generation has a whole new speech pattern that we don't even know, apparently, which is fine. I don't need to hear it.
So you speak old Montana.
Yeah, correct. We do. We speak old Montana. When we still say howdy, it's very, very prominent here.
Yeah.
Howdy. That's normal.
I
No,
thought
we don't use
said,
we don't use y'all here. It's only when we get Southern influences from people like Rebecca that say y'all.
I thought Tara was from the East Coast, because we say y'all and yous.
Yuns.
Y'all come and see us, and how are yous doing?
Yeah, some people in Pennsylvania also say yuns.
Yuns. Well, that, and I'm not picking. I'm just saying from what I was told when I was little. The I won't say it.
The Amish?
No, they have they're half Pennsylvania Dutch and half English, and they think if they say one word in English and one in PA Dutch, they're confused people. I can get them every time. The Russian Catholics and stuff like that, they have
Orthodox.
that like a dialect all their own, and what I mean?
Well, they and that area, they have a lot of Norwegians. They've got a lot of Polish people in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, northern Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's it's a whole different ball of wax over there. Difference between dinner and supper and all of that, and soda pop or pop.
Yeah, you say pop.
Right. In Montana, we say pop, and on the East Coast, you guys call it soda.
Soda, yeah.
Yeah. And somewhere in the middle, they call it soda pop.
Or somebody calls it cola. No matter what it is, it's a cola.
Well, I was chuckling that when a certain president opened a certain golf course over in Scotland, what they were calling him, and and it's a word that we wouldn't even really even think it was. So yeah, it's strange how different languages in different countries. And
but I had a lady go off on me and give me a piece of her mind because I said, "Y'all have a good day," and she told me off. And it's like, I didn't mean disrespect.
Well, bless her heart. That's the one I always chuckle over when somebody says that they're actually telling you to F off. F off.
That's when they say "you do you," and one person.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that one.
Not too recently, but recent enough told me to "you do you," and it's like, yeah, well, I know.
Hey, guess what, Rebecca?
What's that?
We almost burned through another hour.
I can't believe it. I haven't even been watching. I'm joining a bunch of new cloud groups.
She's on Facebook.
I'm watching the comments, and
I know.
She's over on Facebook when she should be doing the executive director of this show. And
I found new groups I hadn't been a part of yet.
Yeah.
So
good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got 5 more minutes to cover, and then
yes, we do, and then we're fine.
Then I'm going to call her.
For another hour. Right.
He's going to disappear quicker than any ghost you ever saw.
I think I'm on rented lips by now.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I think so too. Well, it was good to talk to you again, Sam.
I mean,
you had a rough week, and I'm glad.
Well, we're here. We're all having a rough week on the planet. I think everybody's. I mean, again, the mass shootings, and we're seeing so much more of this behavior stuff, and I understand it completely. Because the harmonics of this human resonance and the Earth and the Lionsgate constellation alignment and the coronal hole of the sun facing us that is hitting us as of yesterday and today strongly. We saw evidence of that within the show today, the echoing. And God, I'm sure all of us are going, what is it, Tower of Babel syndrome, literally. I know a lot of people are having trouble just carrying on a conversation anymore. And they're going, God, I can't come up with the word. And it's like, yeah, because the electrical is getting messed with.
Yeah. It's not old age.
No.
I said that to my husband the other day. I said, I'm so afraid of going to my doctor appointments that I canceled a couple of them because you have to do this senior citizen questionnaire all the time. And are you walking okay? Are you afraid of falling? Remember this, and this, and blah blah blah. Trying to catch you on being forgetful. And
well, I'm hating that Humana keeps calling me and wanting me to do surveys like that. I'm going, leave me alone. I'm not answering your questions.
Nope, I won't do it anymore.
Don't. You have a nice day. Thank you. I got the letter in the mail.
Yep.
And they just bugging me right at 8 o'clock in the morning all the time, over and over and over again. And I just go, look, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to, we think you need to go to the doctor. It's like, why? So I can get sick?
That's about it. Yeah.
Because that's what happens every time I go into a hospital to get,
I understand.
like a scan, a major scan that you got to go into the hospital. Every time I do, I get sick.
Well,
I'm not doing that.
My heart appointment. Today's Saturday. That was Wednesday. I was supposed to be there Wednesday. Tuesday, I got a reminder. You have an appointment tomorrow. It's like, oh no, I don't. No, I don't.
Well, again,
I canceled it.
Gillian's sick, and she actually told me she believes it's COVID.
Yeah, she took the COVID test. Yeah.
Wow.
But there was a woman at work that shouldn't have been at work and was working in a nursing home, spreading it. So can you imagine what's going to happen? By the time Gillian's better and she goes back to work,
there won't be a few people there.
Right.
That's pretty sad.
It is.
Yeah, and if you are sick, do not go out in public. And if if you are sick and you have to go out in public, for God's sakes, M95 mask. Not the fake cloth ones. Do wear a mask.
Yeah.
And it went crazy this summer in Malaysia in the tropics, and then we were wondering if it got to Australia, and lo and behold, it did. And then right after that, it went to Europe.
I took notice yesterday. We were off. We left around lunchtime. We didn't get home till 11 o'clock last night. It was like, oh my God. But anyway, we had a nice day.
I had some sort of flu the week before myself. I knew it was the flu because how bad my body aches were. And I had minor congestion. If I'd had major congestion, I would have go, okay, is this the C virus? Right. I had minor congestion and everything hurt. And I had a medium fever. It wasn't a big one, but it was a fever. And I felt bad for like 4 days, and then I bounced back. But I had a lot of sinus pressure, a lot of sinus headaches.
Yeah.
Now, we were also getting all of the California smoke and pollen up here because the weather was coming directly up from California.
Yeah.
And we still had some serious pollen issues, and so I got something. But anyway.
People had masks on yesterday.
I imagine it's going around the country because everybody's breathing all that fire smoke out there. And volcanic ash. There's 3 brand new volcanoes burping up in the northern hemisphere. Thank you, Kamchatka. And it's putting out a lot of ash really high. Now, it's not like Iceland bad, but 3 of them in the same area, that's bumping out a lot of nasty. And we are going down, coming up on our 9th hour. And again,
they're all staying by because they know you're going to disappear.
As
soon as Rebecca says that's it, you go, boom.
Remember, everybody, Rebecca gets by on your donations. Write me a letter.
Please.
And this $5, $10, $20, $100, whatever.
Whatever you can do.
Whatever you can spare, because this is, helps keep, you guys keep it going.
Every dollar really counts. She's got bills to pay to put this show on, research, videos, and she doesn't get
we have technology that we have to replace year after year as well, and I have yet to ever even get anywhere near recouping. I mean, the amount of money, I throw $500 at a computer, and I've done 15 of those.
Yep, I know.
Not including cameras, microphones, mice, fees, unbelievable internet fees.
All these programs that, I know what she has because I used to do all that kind of stuff, and it's like I'm in amazement. This is my gal because she does everything I used to do, but she does it 100 times, 1,000. I was going to say 1,000, I said 100 times better than I could ever. But the prices have gone up so bad.
Yeah, and it's
so yeah.
It's true. I know the apps used to be like a few dollars, and now they're like 9 and 13, and it's
unbelievable.
It's
unbelievable.
So, yeah.
So
how bad you want it? I don't know if I want it that bad or not, but yeah, I know.
Even if it's $1 adds up.
Yeah. Well, not only that, it shows that you're getting hold of us and you care. And again, my PO box, write me a letter, you'll get one back, and I'm usually mailing them out pretty regularly here lately. Thank you.
Yeah.
And hope everybody got theirs. I haven't gotten any back other than Rebecca's. She's got a whole collection of little gold cards now. So.
I know. 9.
Oh, Samuel.
What?
I'm back on making new cards.
Cool. Can't wait to get them.
I pulled them up, and I have a couple ideas. I'll send them to you. And
whatever you do, just go through USPS. You didn't mail them last time. You went through like FedEx or whatever, right?
Yeah, it was FedEx. I'm not
going to do that. Okay, so go through the USPS.
This one is a different company. This one's a very, very, very reputable company, and they guarantee their work. And once I get to that point, I will give you all the information.
Cool.
And you can help me watch them.
Cool.
Okay,
cool.
So I know I am like a little busy in between, but don't give up on me.
Well, again, we want to advertise Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok.
Right. Yeah.
And we, you could minutely list Radio Wasteland or Understanding the Sky series. And
I will go through the list
below.
with you once again, and you can tell me what I have the old list of what we were putting on and everything. It's just I didn't keep the rest of the paperwork, which is dumb on my part. But then I didn't expect them to not.
I didn't want to bug you about them because I figured you were busy and doing other things.
I just
so
felt bad when you said it. It's like, no, I'm sorry.
I feel horrible. Spent money that I don't think they ever even made them and sent them out.
I don't think so either. I think I was scammed. I mean, I lost a little over $70, but they're trying to stop us, and who knows?
Well, yeah, true.
Who knows how
they
deep
do open my packages and my mail. I mean, you should see the packages that I get from Australia. Oh my God, I think they go through customs twice for sure.
I'm sure they. I'm sure they do. I'm pretty sure you got. I'm just asking. I'm just doing it here. You should have received 2 packages. One would have had Ricola drops and chapsticks for the girls.
Right. Yep,
and even one for you if you wanted one. And the other package had a big bag of gray Celtic sea salt. So they were all shipped at the same time.
I don't think I got the sea salt at all.
You never mentioned that to me, so that's why
I didn't know it was coming.
Yeah, see, now that was supposed to come from Amazon too, the same
I
as the other
did not
things.
get that one, no.
And yet, last Saturday, when Christopher was looking really poorly and hot, I sent him neck wraps immediately, and he got them within 2 days. Now they send a picture of when it's delivered. They send a picture of where they lay it.
Well, some of those guys, and I've seen videos on that, they take a picture of it and then they bend down and pick it up and take it with them.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Because that picture just says, hey, I threw it here. Thank you, Tara. Much appreciated.
Yeah, that's why you should have a slide box that things can't be, porch pirated or anything like that. Yeah.
Christopher's they threw on the ground by his garden hose. And it's like, so I asked him right away. He said, yeah, we got it. No problem.
Good.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
So
what happens, what happens when Amazon delivers to a P.O. box and he doesn't get it? Like, I wondered if Amazon would deliver to a P.O. Do they?
No, they don't. No. They deliver to the street address.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, see, when I send to Sam, I always have both together.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So,
I didn't know.
Like, if one doesn't work, the other one will.
Yeah.
And you're, one of the few people that actually know. I mean, it's listed publicly, but you're one of the few people that know my street address.
I will never tell a soul.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it is public record, but
I know, but not
me. That's why I have a P.O. box, so I can get my Montana Skywatcher mail in my P.O. box.
That's right.
Right.
Okay, guys. Sam's anxious to click the button.
Hey, there's always Star Wars. I can go shoot robots and separatists in Star Wars.
Everybody's trying to say goodnight to you. So,
well, good night, everybody, and we'll see you next week. Same bat time, same bat.
Thank you for being with us.
And we did another 9-hour show, and I hope we kind of stayed on topic, but we always have really good things to talk about.
Well, you always show the most important things first, because family hour comes. So,
like it or not, we end up chewing the fat, as they say.
We do, but it's necessary. And these are all our friends that are watching, and look at that. That is so adorable. I love that one.
That's for you, Tara. That's for Tara. She wants to see dancing cats.
There we go.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
People have to remember we're family too, and this is the only family that some of us have. So, and anything thrown out into the world of the internet for posterity will know that we are loving people, very caring people, and we do watch out for each other.
Oh, and I can't wait to see what happens this week.
Oh, and you know what? We're getting close to 5 days away from drawing day, dear.
Oh, God, remind me.
I am so anxious for this one.
Well, it's not going to change that much per se, but I'll work on Putting out a
Things have changed.
smaller side view, and this time include Matim.
Okay.
And
Yeah. I
where
know.
the planets are, looking at it from probably south to north from the
Okay.
side, and then
What,
put
like
the
an
sun
out
up.
view kind of
Well,
thing?
yeah, an out view, but including here's Earth. The Earth is in between these, and this is where this planet is generically in front of the sun, in front of Earth, between Earth and the sun, and then that way you can also see which planet is beyond the Earth to get fully facially illuminated,
I
like
like those.
Atu's moon, Nibiru, and Uri. And I'll move Uri where it is now. Even a month ago, it's now changed. So, and where Nepesity has changed within the last month as well. So,
Yeah.
and then Nisatim's yellow moon and Nisatim have gotten much bigger. And God, tonight, oh, I love that. I love that bottom picture. Oh my God, that flame like cloud pattern. Awesome.
I'll send you a
photograph.
copy. I'll send
Okay,
you a copy.
I will. I'll put that probably up on Skywatcher 1. It's so cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyway, so I'll wind it up.
I have to go back to the beginning and watch from the beginning again because I missed it. I'm sorry I was late, but
okay,
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Hey, I was napping till right before show.
You're entitled.
All right, everybody. Good night. We will talk to you soon.
Thanks, Sam.
Good night, Samuel. Good night, Rebecca. I love you both.
Carolyn.
Thank you.
It's been good. Show 127.
Yep.
Good one.
All right.
All right.
See you
Good
Saturday.
Night. Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Yeah.
Night, my lovelies.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and hit the button.
Go for it, girl.
I'm hitting the button. So, yeah. Good night, everybody. We'll see you back next Saturday. It'll be here before we know it. You know how it works.
Be there or be square.
Yeah. Okay, Carolyn. Love you. Good night. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.